Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Becomes Heavenly Hero. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Doctor's office. Two people stepped out of the car and walked into the doctor's office. 4-year-old Izuku bounced on the ball of his feet, clutching his all-might action figure tightly in his hand. The doctor's office buzzed with nervous energy, but Izuku felt only anticipation. Today was the day he'd discover his quirk. Inko, his mom, knelt beside him, a faint smile on her lips despite the tremor in her hand. "Are you excited, Izuku?" she asked. "Excited? I bet it'll be fire-breathing like Dad's, or maybe something that moves things with my mind," he replied eagerly. "Yes, I know, but we won't know until they check you out, sweetie." Moments later, a nurse ushered them into a sterile white room. A kind-faced doctor greeted them with a warm smile. "Hello, Izuku. How are you today?" the doctor asked. "I'm good, thanks. What about you?" Izuku responded. "I'm well." "Now, Izuku, I am here to talk about your quirk," the doctor said. Izuku's pride swelled. "You think that I have one? What do you think it is?" The doctor's smile faltered for a brief moment, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He took a deep breath before speaking. "I'm sorry to inform you, but Izuku is quirkless." A heavy silence descended upon the room. Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the crushing disappointment as he dropped his all-might action figure on the floor. Inko, her face pale, reached out with a trembling hand. A gentle blue glow emanated from her fingertips, pulling Izuku's forgotten all-might figure back into her grasp. "What? Quirkless?" Izuku whispered, disbelief etched on his face. The doctor explained, "We have seen that most people with quirks usually have one joint in their pinky toe, while those who are quirkless have the normal two. Additionally, most kids show signs of their quirk manifesting when they are babies." "What quirks do you and your fathers have?" Inko replied, "His father can breathe fire, and I can attract small objects to me." She demonstrated by moving the action figure from one hand to another. "I see. It's uncommon, but it does happen. Unfortunately, it also means Izuku can't become a hero," the doctor said gently. The weight of the doctor's words settled on Izuku like a heavy blanket. Tears welled up in his eyes, blurring the image of his beloved all-might figure nestled safely in his mom's hand. Midoriya residence. The drive home was a blur. Inko held his hand tightly, her grip a silent reassurance in the face of his despair. When they arrived at their apartment, Hayashi greeted them with a tired smile that faltered upon seeing their downcast faces. "There is my little hero." "What did the doctor say?" he asked. Before Inko could answer, Izuku bolted toward his room, clutching his all-might figure tightly. Tears streamed down his face, blurring the lines between his hero and the stark reality echoing in his mind. Reaching his room, Izuku flung himself onto his bed, the video of All Might's debut playing on repeat. The image of his idol, a beacon of unwavering hope, fueled a spark of defiance within him. Inko went up to Izuku's room and saw him watching All Might's debut video. Izuku turned around with tears in his eyes. "Mommy, is it possible for me to be a hero like him?" he asked. Inko walked up to him, sadness in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Izuku," she said, hugging him tightly. "I wish everything was different. I wish there was a simple answer." A surge of determination coursed through Izuku. No, he wouldn't accept this as the answer. He would find a way. "Inko, what is going on here?" Hayashi called from the living room. Inko left Izuku's room and returned to the living room to explain everything. "I see. That's unfortunate," Hayashi replied, his voice lacking warmth. Confusion struck Izuku. His father's words felt hollow. Before he could voice his question, Hayashi turned toward the door. I need some air," he said, leaving the apartment. The slam of the front door echoed through the apartment, leaving an emptiness that mirrored the hollowness in Izuku's chest. Hayashi wasn't coming back. Inko sank onto the couch, burying her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Izuku stood frozen, the weight of the doctor's words and his father's abandonment threatening to engulf him. Tears streamed down his face, blurring the image of his hero on the screen. But amidst the pain, a spark of defiance flickered to life. He may be quirkless and his father may have walked out, but Izuku wouldn't give up on his dream. He would find a way to be a hero, no matter what. "I'll show them. I'll become the greatest hero, even without a quirk," he vowed to himself. Title: A new adventure begins. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the bustling city. In the heart of it all, a group of friends gathered, their spirits high as they prepared for their next challenge. "Are you ready for this?" asked Alex, excitement evident in his voice. He adjusted his gear, glancing at his companions. "Absolutely. We've trained hard for this moment," replied Jamie, a determined look on her face. "Nothing can stop us now." As they made their way to the starting point of their adventure, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Each step brought them closer to the unknown, and the thrill of the journey ahead filled their hearts. "Remember, we have each other's backs," said Sam, a reassuring smile on his face. "Together, we can overcome anything." With a nod of agreement, the group set off, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The bond they shared would guide them through the trials, and their courage would light the way. As they ventured into the night, the stars twinkled above, a reminder that even in darkness, there is always hope. This was just the beginning of their story, and they were determined to make it one for the ages. And so, with hearts full of dreams and a spirit of adventure, they stepped into the future, ready to go beyond their limits. One day had passed since Izuku's doctor's appointment, and the midday sun beat down on the park, casting long shadows as he approached his best friend, Katsuki Bakugo. He forced a smile, the memory of the appointment a dull ache in his chest. "Hey, Kaken," Izuku greeted. "Oh hey, Izuku, how are you?" Bakugo replied. "I'm okay, how about you?" Izuku asked. "I'm good. So what kind of quirk do you get? Is it strong like mine?" Bakugo opened his hand, letting out a few sparks. Izuku hesitated. "Kaken, there's something I want to tell you." Before he could finish, Bakugo burst into laughter, the sound echoing across the playground. "What is it, Deku? Did you finally figure out your quirk is super sniffling? You can smell out a hero interview a mile away, right?" Izuku jumped back slightly. It wasn't uncommon for Bakugo to tease him, but today felt different, with a sharper edge to his usual playful taunts. "No, actually," the doctor said. "I'm quirkless," Izuku confessed. Bakugo's laughter faded as he registered the seriousness of Izuku's words, replaced by a long, incredulous stare. "Quirkless? You gotta be kidding, Deku. There's no way." "I am not joking, Kaken. The doctor said they ran every test, and it all came back negative." Bakugo finally seemed to accept it, a slow smirk spreading across his face. "Well, that figures, Dek. All that hero analysis and you can't even muster a spark. Guess your dream of being a hero is officially toast." Izuku's heart sank. Bakugo's words hit him like a physical blow, the dream he'd nurtured since he could walk feeling like. It was slipping through his fingers. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, Bakugo continued to call Izuku Deku, using it as a pun for defenseless. The teasing escalated, becoming more aggressive, and no one intervened. Other kids either joined in or stayed silent out of fear of Bakugo, while the teachers turned a blind eye. To make matters worse, Izuku's father filed for divorce, stating he refused to raise a weak person like him, leaving Inko and Izuku on the verge of despair. One day at school, while writing in his hero notebook, Izuku noticed Bakugo and some boys picking on a kid who couldn't defend himself. A wave of nausea washed over him as he watched the all-too-familiar scene unfold, a smaller kid being cornered and harassed by older boys, led by a smirking Bakugo. The memory of his own torment burned fresh in his mind. Clenching his fists, Izuku felt a spark ignite within him, a spark of defiance. He wouldn't stand by and watch someone else suffer the same fate. With newfound determination, Izuku strode towards Bakugo, his heart hammering in his chest. "Kaken, that's enough. Don't you think you've picked on him enough?" Bakugo's eyes narrowed, surprise flickering across his face. "Deku? What are you even doing here?" "This isn't right, Kaken. Even All Might wouldn't bully someone weaker than him." A cruel laugh escaped Bakugo's lips. "All Might wouldn't pick a fight with a quirkless loser like you either, Deku. Now, get lost before I get started on you too." Izuku stood his ground, his gaze unwavering. He knew he was no match for Bakugo, but he wouldn't back down. Before Bakugo could react, his two lackeys lunged at Izuku. A flurry of fists and kicks followed, leaving Izuku gasping for air, his body bruised and battered. He crumpled to the ground, his vision blurring at the edges. "Pathetic," Bakugo sneered, preparing to unleash another explosion when suddenly, a kid about their age, followed by 4 older kids, rushed to protect Izuku. One of them punched Bakugo in the face, while the others helped chase him and his lackeys away. The eldest children then took Izuku to their parents. "Mom, Dad, we've got a situation, the eldest child said. Put him on the blanket, the father instructed, and they laid Izuku down. The parents were horrified at his injuries and the burn marks on his skin and clothes. Who did this to him? The mother asked. We have a kid about Isaac's age hitting a defenseless kid with his explosion quirk, the eldest child explained. He tried to stop him, but he likely doesn't have any powers, the second eldest added. And you know the rest, the youngest chimed in. This is just, the father said, shaking his head. Disgraceful, the second son exclaimed. Disgusting, the third son added. Despicable, he deserves better than that, the father concluded. All in good time, honey. For now, let's deal with his injuries, the mother said, and they began to heal Izuku with their hands. A gentle hand cradled Izuku's head as he stirred. The throbbing pain in his body eased with each passing second. He blinked his eyes open, greeted by a blurry world that slowly came into focus. He found himself lying on a colorful blanket beneath a sprawling oak tree. 7 figures stood around him, their faces etched with concern. The one who held his head was a woman with warm brown eyes and a gentle smile. Beside her stood a man radiating quiet strength, his face creased with worry. They had 5 children. The eldest was a son who shared traits from his parents, the second oldest was a daughter who resembled her mother, and the youngest were a set of twin boys, with the smallest looking like a clone of his father. Easy, you're safe now. We just patched you up a bit, but you're not completely healed yet, the father said. Izuku flinched at the memory of the beating, fear gripping him. Where am I? Or you? Why did you help me? Relax, kid. We're just a couple of feet away from the playground. We took care of the staff and that Bakugo kid. He won't be back for a while, the mother reassured him. As for our names, we are the Michaelis family. I'm Caesar, the father introduced. I'm Miriam Famuza Raya Michaelis, his wife, the mother added. My name is Marcus Michaelis, call me Shaka, and I'm 14 years old, the eldest child said. My name is Maria, and I'm 12, the daughter introduced herself. We're Daniel and David and we're 9, the twins chimed in. Lastly, I'm Isaac and I'm 4, the youngest said. Now, what's your name, son? Caesar asked. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he replied softly. Well met, Izuku. As for why we interfered, we just can't sit here and do nothing as the weak get knocked down time and time again, Caesar explained. Plus, we see that you are a hero, a true hero at heart. Even without a quirk, you stood up for what's right, Miriam added. That kind of courage is rare and deserves to be protected. Izuku stared at them, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. Suspicious, yes, but a flicker of hope ignited within him. Maybe, just maybe, these unusual people were offering him something he desperately craved. A chance, a sanctuary, and perhaps even a path toward his dream that seemed to have vanished. Before he could say anything, Caesar glanced at his watch and noted the time. We should get you home before it gets too dark, Izuku, he suggested. Overwhelmed by the whirlwind of events, Izuku could only manage a weak nod. The warmth radiating from Miriam's touch had subsided, but a pleasant tingle lingered beneath his skin, a testament to her extraordinary healing powers. The group of people stood up and began to escort Izuku home. As they walked, Izuku felt a sense of belonging he had longed for, and for the first time in a while, he allowed himself to hope for a brighter future. Midoriya residence. The last rays of the setting sun cast long shadows across the porch as Inko paced back and forth, worry etched on her face. News of the school lockdown had sent shivers down her spine, and Izuku's absence amplified her fear. Every passing minute felt like an eternity. Oh Izuku, where are you? She murmured to herself. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled her. Relief flooded her veins as she rushed to open it. Her eyes widened in surprise at the sight that greeted her. Izuku stood on the doorstep, a hint of apprehension in his eyes, flanked by 5 unfamiliar figures. Mom, he said, moving forward to hug her. Inko embraced him tightly, her heart racing. The woman standing beside him stepped forward, offering a warm smile. Hello there, you must be Izuku's mother. I'm Miriam Michaelis, and these are my children. She gestured to the others, introducing them briefly. Inko's gaze flitted between the Michaelis family and Izuku, her initial surprise morphing into cautious curiosity. It was a strange sight, her son, usually brimming with nervous energy, standing subdued next to this composed group. But the most puzzling aspect was Izuku's lack of injuries. Reports mentioned a quirk-related incident, but he looked completely healed. Izuku, what happened and why is the school closed? Inko asked, concern lacing her voice. Before Izuku could answer, Caesar, the imposing figure beside Miriam, cleared his throat. There's a lot to explain, Miss Midoriya. Perhaps we should come in and discuss this over a cup of tea. Inko hesitated for a moment, her mind a whirlwind of questions. Yet, seeing Izuku unharmed and in the company of these seemingly kind strangers outweighed her apprehension. She finally conceded, ushering them inside. All right, but first, tell me, is everything okay with Izuku? She pressed. No worries, ma'am, he is perfectly fine. We used our abilities to heal any bruising and broken bones. The bandages were for his minor injuries, Miriam assured her. Abilities? Inko echoed, puzzled. Yes, miss, Caesar replied. It's Ms. I was married a while ago, but my husband left us, Inko clarified. I'm sorry, Ms. Midoriya. We will tell you more in a moment, but first, your son, Caesar said, taking out his laptop. Inko's heart hammered in her chest as he pressed play. The screen flickered to life, revealing a scene from the schoolyard. Her blood ran cold as she recognized Bakugo and his friends surrounding another child, raining down taunts and threats. But a flicker of warmth ignited within her when she saw Izuku step forward, his voice trembling but resolute as he intervened. Her relief was short-lived as Bakugo's gaze shifted to Izuku, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. The following moments unfolded in a blur. Explosions, Izuku's crumpled form hitting the ground, reminding her of the burns and scratches he had endured. Tears welled up in Inko's eyes, blurring the screen. Relief washed over her again as she saw unfamiliar figures rushing to Izuku's aid, driving Bakugo and his lackeys away. However, the source of this intervention remained a mystery. After my eldest child, Marcus, brought him to us, we healed him, and I filed a police report showing this was happening while neither the teachers nor the principal did anything to stop it. Now the school is shut down, and the staff will be under investigation, Caesar explained. Wiping away her tears, Inko turned to the Michaelis family, her voice thick with emotion. Thank you for protecting Izuku. I didn't know that things were this bad at school. Miriam offered a gentle smile, her eyes filled with understanding. We understand, Ms. Midoriya. No parent deserves to see their child suffer like that. Inko then turned her attention to Izuku. How long did this happen? About 2 months, ever since I told him that I was quirkless. It started as playful teasing, but then it quickly spread to the whole school. He tricked me, used his quirk on me, and called me names. Everyone else either joined in or did nothing. All the teachers did was give him a verbal warning, and it just made me ask for help harder, Izuku explained, his voice barely above a whisper. Not to worry now, it's all over. And do me one favor, kid, Caesar said. What's that? Izuku asked. Don't call Bakugo Kaken anymore. He is not your friend. No friend would ever do that to anybody. Unless he apologizes for bullying you and means it, I don't want you to be friends with him. Understand? Caesar instructed. Yes, sir, Izuku replied. Good, Caesar nodded. A wave of nausea washed over Inko as Caesar finished his explanation. Relief battled with a flicker of unease. While grateful for Izuku's safety and the school's accountability, a part of her worried about the potential legal ramifications of the police report. But what about the teachers and principal? Won't they lose their jobs? Inko asked. An investigation is underway, Ms. Midoriya. Their actions, or lack thereof, will be evaluated accordingly, Caesar assured her. Inko nodded, her mind swirling with questions. How exactly did the Michaelis family subdue the school staff? A strange calmness had settled over them when they entered the building, almost unnerving. But dwelling on that was a matter for later. Right now, her priority was Izuku. Turning back to her son, she knelt before him, her eyes filled with concern. Izuku, honey, why didn't you tell me about this bullying? You know I would have done something. Shame flickered across Izuku's face. I didn't want to worry you, Mom. After all that had happened, I thought maybe if I ignored him, it would stop. Normally that would work if it was solely teasing. It's different if it becomes violent, Marcus interjected. What you need to do now is to learn how to stand tall, Isaac added. Learn how to fight back, David chimed in. Learn how to be confident and give a witty remark, Daniel suggested. Know when it's time to fight and when to just walk or run, only fight as a last resort, Maria advised. Inko wrapped Izuku in a hug, her heart aching for the pain he'd endured silently. Glancing towards the Michaelis family, their faces etched with a quiet understanding, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Perhaps, just perhaps, these extraordinary people were the turning point Izuku desperately needed. Caesar cleared his throat, breaking the comfortable silence. Well, Ms. Midoriya, as much as we'd love to stay and chat some more, it's getting late. Perhaps we can continue this discussion over breakfast tomorrow? Inko hesitated for a moment, then offered a tentative smile. Breakfast sounds lovely, but first, tell me a little more about yourselves. What exactly are these abilities you mentioned? A glint of amusement flickered in Caesar's eyes. Now, let's not be too hasty. There's plenty to tell, Ms. Midoriya. Midoriya, but some things are best saved for another time. For now, let's get you and Izuku settled in. The revelation hung in the air, a silent promise of future explanations. As Inko ushered the Michaelis family outside, a new chapter in their lives was about to begin. Midoriya residence. The following morning, a soft aroma of pancakes wafted through the Midoriya household, a stark contrast to the tension that had hung heavy in the air the previous night. Inko busied herself in the kitchen, stealing glances towards the living room where Izuku perched on the edge of the sofa, his hands clenched tightly in his lap. Memories of the previous evening flickered through Inko's mind, the revelation of the schoolyard bullying, the unsettling calmness of the Michaelis family, and Caesar's cryptic mention of their abilities. Yet, amidst the unease, a flicker of hope remained. These strangers had protected Izuku, healed him, and most importantly, listened to him. A few minutes ticked by, the silence broken only by the sizzle of batter on the griddle. Just as Inko was about to call out, the sound of the doorbell chimed. Inko called out, "Izuku, can you get the door?" "Yeah, Mom," he replied, padding to the door and swinging it open to reveal the Michaelis family standing on the porch. "Good morning, my boy," Caesar greeted warmly. "Good morning, sir." "Come on in," Izuku said, stepping aside awkwardly to usher the group into the house. The Michaelis family filed in, their eyes scanning the room with a practiced efficiency that sent a shiver down Inko's spine. The breakfast table, normally a cluttered haven for mismatched mugs and crumpled homework, was now meticulously set with plates and cutlery. The air crackled with strange anticipation as Caesar greeted Inko with a warm smile. "Good morning, Ms. Midoriya. We're back as promised," he said. "Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you again, and please call me Inko," she replied. "Nice to meet you formally, Inko. My name is Caesar Michaelis. You met my wife, Miriam, and my kids." "Marcus," one of the boys said. "Maria," added another. Daniel and David, the twins chimed in unison. "And Isaac," the youngest finished. "Nice to meet you all. Please take a seat, breakfast will be ready soon," Inko offered. "It's okay, take your time," Miriam assured her. Inko forced a smile, the cheerfulness not quite reaching her eyes. The disarray of the previous evening, with its scattered shoes and overflowing trash bin, had been replaced by an unsettling order. It felt like a stage meticulously prepared for a play she wasn't sure she understood. Izuku shuffled closer to her, seeking comfort in her presence. Inko reached out and squeezed his hand gently, her heart a tangled mess of worry and gratitude. "We brought you something," Miriam said, stepping forward with a worn briefcase. "We thought you might need it, given the situation." "Situation? Do you mean what happened yesterday?" Inko asked, her brow furrowing. "Yes. The school closure, of course. We figured you might have some questions about the legal repercussions for the staff," Caesar explained. "Oh, that. Yeah, I was wondering about that. But surely." Inko trailed off, her voice laced with a mix of gratitude and apprehension. "There are ways. But some things are best discussed after breakfast. A full stomach always leads to clearer thinking, wouldn't you agree, Inko?" Caesar suggested. Inko nodded, a small smile finally reaching her eyes. Despite the lingering unease, there was a comforting warmth in Caesar's words. Maybe, just maybe, these strangers were the answer to a prayer she hadn't even dared to whisper. As Inko flipped the last pancake, a sense of cautious optimism bloomed within her. The aroma of maple syrup hung heavy in the air, mingling with the unspoken questions and the promise of a new beginning. The Michaelis family, shrouded in mystery yet radiating an unexpected kindness, sat patiently at the table. As they finished eating, Inko finally found the time and courage to voice her concerns. "Caesar, about the school closure," she hesitated for a moment. "I appreciate you taking care of things, Mr. Michaelis, but I can't help but feel a little lost. Surely, there has to be some kind of official process." Caesar leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers thoughtfully. "Yes, there are processes in place. But sometimes, those processes grind slowly, and justice can be a long time coming. In situations like yours, with the safety of a child at stake, A different approach might be necessary. He gestured towards the worn briefcase Miriam held on her lap. The worn leather seemed to vibrate with a subtle energy, a silent promise of the unknown power it contained. Inko's gaze flickered between Caesar and the briefcase, her mind racing with 1,000 questions. What kind of approach? She asked, curiosity piqued. A faint smile played on Caesar's lips. Let's just say we have a certain persuasion that can be quite effective. Miriam reached over and squeezed the briefcase reassuringly. A surge of warmth emanated from it, briefly washing over Inko and sending shivers down her spine. It was a feeling both comforting and unsettling, a glimpse into a world she never knew existed. His kids had smiles on their faces as Caesar continued. We are here to offer Izuku a fresh start. A school where his safety is guaranteed, and where perhaps he can even learn to manage his potential. The Midoriyas exchanged glances, a mixture of fear and hope evident in their expressions. His potential? Inko echoed. Yes, you have a gift, Miriam said gently. You have a strong and analytical mind, and a spirit that says you would never give up. We can sense that you can make this world a better place once you set your mind to it. The revelation hung heavy in the air, a bomb dropped amidst the comforting aroma of pancakes. Inko's mind reeled, the pieces of the puzzle finally clicking into place. The playground incident, the effortless healing, and the unsettling calmness of the Michaelis family all pointed to something extraordinary within her son. A flicker of fear danced in Izuku's eyes, a stark contrast to the hopeful glint in his mother's. Potential? He echoed, his voice barely a whisper. Inko reached out and gripped his hand tightly, her heart a tangled mess of emotions. Relief warred with fear, a cocktail that threatened to drown her. All these years of Izuku feeling like an outsider, of being ostracized for something he couldn't control, suddenly made sense. Yes, Izuku. You have a gift, a power that can be a force for good in this world, Miriam reassured him. Izuku's gaze darted between Miriam and the worn briefcase, his brow furrowed in confusion. But what kind of power? How come I never knew? Caesar let out a sigh before standing up to speak. Thanks to All Might, this society values brute strength above all else. Many who lack strong quirks face significant challenges. Those with quirks deemed villainous often suffer the most. The world can be harsh, but we believe you have the potential to change that. In a world where everyone had been conditioned to believe that only the pro-heroes could handle crises, many had forgotten how to help those in need on their own. Unless someone explicitly called for help, it was unlikely anyone would come to their aid. Marcus spoke up, expressing a troubling truth. There are more heroes who became pro-heroes for the money than for noble reasons. Maria added, some seek fame, wanting to be just like All Might, or even aspire to be the #1 hero. David chimed in, and others are drawn to the power that comes with the title. Daniel concluded, some would go to any lengths, even resorting to illegal actions like hiring villains to create chaos just so they can swoop in and save the day. Inko felt a wave of unease wash over her. The idea of All Might, the symbol of peace, being implicated in society's issues was shocking. But how? Inko questioned, her mind racing. How could All Might be responsible for this? Caesar, his expression unreadable, gestured toward a briefcase that seemed to hum softly. It's not his fault, of course. After his rise to fame, people began to view him and other pro-heroes as if they were gods. The world isn't simply divided into heroes and villains. There are subtle forces at play, whispers that can influence society's direction. He glanced at his family, his gaze thoughtful. We have a way of amplifying those whispers. Inko felt dizzy, as if she could sense unseen strings pulling the world around them. Fear prickled at her skin, but a strange fascination battled against it. Before she or Izuku could respond, Caesar continued after a brief look at his family. I think we've waited long enough. Are you ready to learn about our power? Both Inko and Izuku nodded eagerly. Yes, we are. Okay, here we go, Caesar said, and a flash of light filled the room. As the brightness faded, Inko and Izuku gasped at the sight of the Michaelis family, now glowing with an otherworldly light. Wings, each a breathtaking cascade of feathers, sprouted from their backs. Isaac, David, and Daniel each had 2 wings in vibrant greens, purples, and tans. Maria and Marcus displayed 4 wings, a majestic combination of pink and royal blue. Miriam and Caesar stood out with their wings, Miriam's a luminous yellow and Caesar's a kaleidoscope of colors. Inko instinctively tightened her grip on Izuku's hand, struggling to process the extraordinary sight before her. These were not the same people she had met just the day before. They seemed like celestial beings from a storybook. Izuku, however, appeared more fascinated than frightened, his wide eyes darting from wing to wing. Are those real? Caesar chuckled warmly. They are very real, my child. We are what some call angels. Initially, it wasn't a quirk, but after Marcus was born, it became one. Miriam knelt before Izuku, her yellow wings brushing the floor gently. Our abilities are not inherently good or evil. They are tools much like all quirks. How you choose to use them defines who you are. Marcus added, the persuasion we mentioned is a form of emotional nudge. We can influence how people feel, but we cannot control their actions. Inko listened intently, the weight of their words settling in. These were not just powerful beings. They could manipulate emotions. A shiver ran down her spine, but a flicker of hope ignited within her. Perhaps, with their help, Izuku could learn new skills and find a place where he truly belonged. Caesar continued, this place is meant for everyone, regardless of whether they have a quirk or not. We value merit and skills over power and appearance. Inko's curiosity was piqued. This school you mentioned sounds extraordinary. Where is it located? What kind of things would Izuku learn there? Caesar gestured toward the window, pride shining in his eyes. Our schools are scattered across the globe, hidden sanctuaries where all quirks are valued. We focus on honing a student's natural talents, whether it be strategic thinking, leadership, or quirk control. We've had remarkable alumni, including a brilliant strategist who now works alongside top heroes and a quirk counselor who helps countless individuals understand their powers. The closest one to here is near Tokyo. Inko's mind swirled with possibilities, a mix of hope and uncertainty. This decision could change Izuku's life forever. She glanced at her son and saw a new spark in his eyes, a glimmer of determination and belonging she hadn't seen before. Miriam added, of course, we don't expect you to answer right away, but we would be honored if he comes. It's a hidden facility, protected by security measures that rival UA, so you can rest assured that no one will harm your son. Inko squeezed Izuku's hand gently, silently asking for his thoughts. What do you think, Izuku? Is that even a question? Yes, I want to go, he exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. The other kids laughed and hugged him tightly. Caesar, now back to his normal demeanor, opened the briefcase. Now, all you have to do, Inko, is sign this consent form permitting us to have him there, along with a code of conduct outlining what is acceptable. There are also legal forms from the school in case you want to press charges against the staff. Inko took all the documents except for the legal ones, having decided not to pursue that route. As she read and signed her name on the paperwork, Izuku approached Caesar. When should I start? Izuku asked eagerly. First thing tomorrow morning. Just come to the Dawn Agency, the name of my hero agency, and we can take you there, Caesar replied. I can't wait, Izuku said, his excitement palpable. And with that, a new chapter in their lives was about to begin. 10 years later, Izuku adjusted the worn duffel bag slung over his shoulder, the weight of familiar comfort. Inside, neatly packed, were his training GI and sparring gear, a constant reminder of the grueling yet rewarding decade he'd spent at Tython. That decade had transformed him from a weak, scrawny, quirkless kid into a honed weapon. He had mastered karate, taekwondo, judo, and more. He could disarm an opponent with lightning speed, read their emotions like an open book, and deliver a strategic takedown with the precision of a seasoned veteran. Thanks to Caesar and Miriam's rigorous tutelage, he was just as adept with weapons, bladed, blunt, and even firearms. As he walked out of the building, Isaac, David, and Daniel were already at the front waiting for him. There you are, brother, ready to go? Isaac called out. Yeah, I know our parents are waiting for us, Izuku replied. Then let's go, David added. He placed the bag in the trunk and climbed into the back seat. They drove past the checkpoint and into the woods, the familiar path leading them toward the bustling city of Tokyo. As they neared an overpass, unease intensified, a knot forming in Izuku's stomach. He exchanged a silent glance with his brothers. They felt it too. Without a word, they pulled over and rushed toward the bridge, the source of their disquiet. Below, a young girl with messy blonde hair, her school uniform askew, was being choked by a villain made of pulsating sludge. Fear choked her voice, her muffled pleas for help barely audible. Stop struggling, it will hurt more if you do, the sludge villain sneered. Help me, the girl gasped. Years of training kicked in seamlessly. The Michaelis brothers exchanged another look, a silent agreement passing between them. Kamikaze, they said in unison. The three boys sent a gale of wind, blowing the villain away and freeing his hostage. Izuku then ran forward and picked her up to get her out of danger. Are you all right? He asked gently. The girl, wide-eyed and trembling, could only nod as tears began to flow from her eyes. The villain attempted to reform and fight back until a hulking figure emerged from the sewer. The last thing the sludge villain saw was All Might's fist coming toward him. As the villain lost his form again, All Might turned to the group. I am here. Is everyone all right? He boomed. Yeah, we're fine. This girl is a little dazed, but okay, Isaac replied. Good. Care to help me pick this up? All Might asked. Izuku. Isaac, go with the girl. We'll stay with All Might, Daniel instructed. Got it, bro, Isaac said. Okay, but before I go, can I have your autograph, All Might? I'm a big fan, Izuku asked eagerly. Sure, kid, All Might replied with a smile. Izuku handed him his hero notebook, and All Might signed it. Afterward, they left with the girl while All Might and the twins began picking up the sludge villain bit by bit. As the three walked across the city, they stopped near a vending machine to buy her some water. She quickly drank it, trying to catch her breath. Thank you, she said, hugging Izuku tightly. You're welcome, but it was a team effort. What's your name? He asked. Toga, Himiko Toga, she replied. Nice to meet you, Toga. I am Izuku Midoriya Michaelis, and this is my stepbrother Isaac, he introduced. Hi there. Do you live around here, Toga? Isaac asked. No, I don't have a home. My parents kicked me out long ago, she admitted. Was it because of your quirk? Izuku inquired gently. Yes, it's called transform. Here, let me show you, she said, pulling out a needle and a small canister. A cold dread coiled in Izuku's stomach as he realized what she intended. He glanced at Isaac, whose face contorted in a mix of fear and concern. Don't worry, Isaac. It will be all right, Izuku reassured him. Internally, Izuku wrestled with his thoughts. He understood Toga's plight, the ostracization that came with an unorthodox quirk. But allowing her to transform into him was a risk he couldn't fully comprehend. Yet, a sliver of hope flickered within him. Perhaps, by experiencing his life, she might see a different path, a path of acceptance and belonging, one he had found at Tython. Toga's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion crossing her face. Are you sure about this, Deku? She asked, using the childhood nickname she'd gleaned from his notebook. It's not exactly painless. Izuku held her gaze unflinchingly. Just do it. With a swift prick, Toga drew a small vial of blood. A moment later, she downed it, her eyes rolling back in her head. A gasp escaped Isaac's lips as Toga's features morphed, her form shrinking, her hair turning spiky green. For a fleeting second, a perfect replica of Izuku stood before them, wide-eyed and bewildered. Then, just as quickly, the transformation reversed. Toga, back in control, let out a shaky breath. Wow, you feel different, she said, her voice tinged with awe. Different how? Izuku asked, intrigued. Stronger, calmer. Like there's a purpose, a place where you belong, she replied. A flicker of hope ignited within Izuku. Everyone deserves a place to belong. There's a school, Tython, where people with all sorts of quirks, or no quirks at all, can find acceptance. They might even be able to help you control your quirk. He hesitated, the weight of his next words heavy, but Isaac spoke up first. But using someone's blood to transform, it's a violation of trust. At Tython, we learn to use our quirks responsibly, to help others, not to take advantage of them. Toga stared at him, a kaleidoscope of emotions swirling in her eyes. Loneliness, suspicion, and a flicker of yearning battled with a spark of defiance. The decision hung heavy in the air. Do you think they would accept someone like me? She asked, vulnerability creeping into her voice. Izuku met her gaze and gently placed his hand on her cheek. I know they would. We all have something to offer, Toga. At Tython, you wouldn't be judged, you would be changed. You will learn how to be a hero, not a villain. Izuku, you know that it's not our call to make, it's Mom and Dad's choice, Isaac reminded him. I know, but we have to try to do what we can, Izuku replied earnestly. As they were talking, Toga spoke up. I want to think about it. Relief washed over Izuku. He wasn't naive enough to believe this was an easy decision for Toga, but he'd planted a seed. Of course, we'll be here at Tython, he assured her. If you ever need help, you know where to find us. As they prepared to exchange contact information, a distant boom echoed, and smoke rose in the distance. I have a bad feeling about this, Izuku said, his expression turning serious. I sense it too. We need to go, Isaac replied, urgency in his voice. Wait for me. Toga called out as the three teens began running toward the smoke. Isaac pulled out his phone and called David. Dave, what's going on? Isaac asked. All Might lost the bottle we put Mr. Sludgy in, and he's on the loose again, David responded. Isaac groaned in frustration. That idiot, I'm surrounded by idiots. What's going on? Izuku asked, concern etched on his face. Your idol got careless and lost the slime ball. He probably has another hostage now, Isaac explained. What? Izuku and Toga exclaimed in unison. I wouldn't be surprised if the pro heroes are useless in this situation, Isaac added, his frustration boiling over. If you want something done right, do it yourself, Izuku said, determination in his eyes. I'm calling Dad. Do it. We're heading to the site now, Isaac urged. Okay, Dan is going home and I'm coming to you, David said. Be safe, Isaac replied before hanging up. Izuku quickly dialed his father. Dad. Is everything okay, Izuku? Caesar asked, his voice filled with concern. We're fine, but there's an explosion nearby. We think a villain is holding someone hostage, Izuku explained. Hang tight, I'm on my way, Caesar replied before Izuku hung up and continued running. They turned a corner and peered into an alley, spotting Bakugo being attacked by the same villain who had targeted Toga. To their dismay, the pro heroes were doing nothing. Isaac let out an angry groan. They are all useless. Calm down, little brother. We can handle this ourselves, David said, looking closer at Bakugo. Is that the same JRK who bullied you 10 years ago? Izuku's eyes widened. Oh my lord, it is Bakugo. Oh, the irony. We beat him up before, and now we're going to save him from certain death, Isaac remarked. Toga, stay here, we'll be back, Izuku instructed. Okay, Toga replied, watching as the three boys charged in to save Bakugo. Some of the pro heroes attempted to stop them but failed. Isaac punched the sludge villain with a gust of wind. David quickly condensed the air around him into water and doused the flames, while Izuku managed to free Bakugo, who protested that he didn't need help. Before the sludge villain could retaliate, Caesar intervened. You've done well, my boys. Now stand back, I've got this, Caesar said confidently. I will kill you, the sludge villain shouted. Oh no, you don't, say goodbye, Caesar retorted. Ah, what is going on? Make it stop. The villain cried as Caesar began to take away his quirk, transforming him back into a normal person. Once the villain was cuffed and taken away, Izuku expected some praise for their efforts, but instead, Bakugo received all the accolades while they were reprimanded. What were you kids thinking? You could have been killed. Cammy scolded. I have a hero license, you blockhead, David shot back. Then you should have done your job. I don't care that your quirk isn't suitable, you should have done something instead of just standing there, Izuku argued. Emilady, you should have shrunk down and come in here. Cammy, you could have used your power to hold him in place or pull him out. Death Arms, you should have hit him in the eyes like I did to stun him. You all seem to value flashy quirks over actual skills, Isaac added. And we see that most of you don't care about the people, you only care about the fame and money that comes with it, David concluded. The news continued to roll as the three ranted about the corruption within the Hero Society, shocking everyone around them. Caesar approached to calm them down before things escalated further. Boys, that's enough, you made your point. Sorry, father, they replied in unison. It's water under the bridge. But you've done well for yourselves. Now let's go home, we have a lot to discuss. Yes, sir, Isaac and David responded. Can Toga come too? Izuku asked. Toga? Caesar echoed, looking at her. We saved her from the sludge villain earlier, and she's an outcast too, Izuku explained, walking over to Toga. Seraph, this is Himiko Toga. Toga, this is Seraph. Toga stared at Caesar, a mix of emotions swirling in her eyes, hope battling against years of distrust. Toga, my sons told me that you require assistance, is it true? Caesar asked gently. Why, yes, sir. I have a quirk that can make me transform into anyone, but it's villainous, Toga admitted. In what way? Caesar inquired. She needs ichor to work, Izuku said. Blood, Isaac clarified. Caesar's expression turned serious. Are you two certain? Yes, we saw it with our own eyes, Izuku confirmed. She had nowhere to go or anyone to help her, Isaac added. After a moment of contemplation, Caesar took a deep breath. You're coming with us, Toga? Toga nodded, taking Izuku's hand and following them. "Oh, and Izuku, come to the chapel at sunset. It's time," Caesar instructed. "Time for what?" Izuku asked, curiosity piqued. "To be one of us," David replied with a smile. Izuku beamed with excitement, as did Isaac and David, while Toga looked on in confusion. And so, their adventure continued. The Michaelis estate. Caesar pulled up to the imposing wrought iron gates of the Michaelis compound. The setting sun cast long shadows across the manicured lawns and towering trees that shrouded the mansion in a veil of mystery. He leaned out the window and addressed the voice crackling from the speaker box. "Password," came the voice. "Apparina nas Michaelis," Caesar replied, his tone steady. "Victory to House Clan Michaelis." A metallic whirring filled the air as the gates swung open, revealing a winding gravel driveway leading towards the heart of the estate. Caesar straightened in his seat, a flicker of anticipation crossing his features, and drove through. He navigated the curving path, the crunching of gravel the only sound besides the rhythmic hum of the engine. Finally, the grand mansion loomed into view. Its Gothic architecture, complete with gargoyles perched on the eaves and stained-glass windows casting multicolored hues on the facade, whispered of a rich history and a family steeped in tradition. Caesar parked the car in the expansive driveway, a sense of purpose settling in his gaze. As he stepped out of the vehicle, the weight of the coming night pressed down upon him. "Welcome home, everyone. Welcome to our family estate, Toga. Make yourself comfortable and come to the chapel at sunset. We have a lot to discuss," he said, glancing at the group. Toga's eyes widened as she took in the grandeur of the mansion. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "No problem, that's what heroes do. Now you should get inside. Inko and Miriam are worried sick," Caesar encouraged. The teens exchanged a glance, a mixture of excitement and apprehension swirling in their eyes. With a nod, they followed their father towards the mansion, the setting sun casting their shadows long and dramatic across the gravel path. Caesar's words hung in the air as the heavy oak door of the mansion swung open with a groan. A sliver of golden light spilled out onto the gravel path, momentarily blinding the teenagers. They squinted toward the source, a wave of surprise washing over their faces. As their vision adjusted, a tall figure emerged from the shadows. The man was impeccably dressed in a traditional Victorian-era butler's suit, his every movement radiating an air of practiced efficiency. His face, etched with the lines of time, held a hint of amusement as he surveyed the teenagers. "Welcome home, young sirs," he greeted. "Good evening, Alfred," the boys replied in unison. "Hello, Alfred, I would like to stay a bit, but I have prep work to do," Caesar said. "Of course, Alfred responded, stepping aside to let Caesar pass through. Toga, however, remained silent, instinctively shrinking back behind the broader forms of the Michaelis brothers. The grandeur of the estate and the imposing presence of this unfamiliar man overwhelmed her. Izuku, noticing her apprehension, nudged her gently with his elbow, offering a reassuring smile. Alfred's amusement deepened as he took in the silent exchange. "Ah, this must be the young lady I've heard about, Himiko Toga, is it?" Toga flinched at the sound of her name, her grip tightening on Izuku's shirt. Alfred's amusement, while faint, sent a shiver down her spine. It wasn't the amusement of a friendly greeting, but rather a hint of something else entirely, perhaps curiosity tinged with a hint of suspicion. "Why, sir," she stammered. Alfred's gaze lingered on her for a moment longer than necessary. Despite his impeccable attire and practiced demeanor, there was a glint in his eye that spoke of a life lived beyond the confines of a grand house. A life that had seen its share of darkness, perhaps. "Welcome to the Michaelis estate, Miss Toga. We've been expecting you," he said, his words sending another jolt through her. Expecting her? Did they know about her past, the things she'd done? Fear threatened to consume her, but Izuku's reassuring hand on her shoulder grounded her. "Don't worry, Toga, we're here with you," he whispered. Toga forced a small smile, more for Izuku's benefit than anything else. She straightened her posture, trying to project a facade of confidence she didn't entirely feel. "Thank you. It's an honor to be here." Alfred studied her for another beat, a hint of his earlier amusement returning. Then, with a curt nod, he gestured towards the open doorway. "Then by all means come in, Miss Toga. The others are waiting." Taking a deep breath, Toga stepped forward, the heavy oak door groaning shut behind her. As she followed Izuku and his brother into the dimly lit interior, the weight of the mansion settled upon her like a shroud. This wasn't just a house, it was a place of secrets, a place where her past might collide with an uncertain future. And Toga, for the first time since becoming a hero, wasn't entirely sure she was ready for what awaited her within. The group walked into the mansion and saw their older siblings, Marcus and Maria, talking to Daniel, while 3 little girls listened to them. 2 of them shared more characteristics with Miriam, and the other resembled Inko. "There they are, the heroes are here," Daniel announced. The 3 girls ran and hugged them, causing laughter to erupt. One of them looked back and saw Toga. "Izuku, who is she?" the youngest sister asked. "Oh yeah. Family, this is Himiko Toga. Toga, this is the rest of the family. Oldest brother Marcus," Izuku introduced. "Hello there, and call me Shaka," Marcus said with a smile. "Oldest sister Maria," Izuku continued. "Hi," Maria waved. "And these are the twin boys, David and Daniel," he added. David waved, and Daniel winked playfully. "I already met my best friend, Isaac," Izuku said. "Well met," Isaac replied. "And the youngest kids, Ruth and Aster, for my stepmother, and Zian, my half-sister," Izuku concluded. "Hi," the sisters chimed in unison. Toga offered a hesitant wave, a knot of anxiety tightening in her stomach. The warmth of the family reunion washed over her, yet it felt foreign, almost theatrical. Her eyes darted from the playful banter to the opulent furnishings, the gleaming wood and plush carpets, a stark contrast to her parents' house and old dormitory. "We know a lot about you, but we can get acquainted later. First, let's freshen you up and get to the chapel," Maria suggested. Toga looked at Izuku, who nodded encouragingly. He took her hand and placed it on Zian's as she led her away, followed by the rest of the sisters. "You should get ready too, it's almost sunset," Marcus reminded them. "Yeah," Izuku agreed. "We'll meet you outside," Isaac added. Izuku left for his room, took a quick shower, and dressed in a polo shirt, long breathes, and a white hand-woven cotton cloak. He walked to the back door just as Maria descended the stairs, followed by the other girls, all wearing similar cloaks that covered their heads down to their knees. "Are you ready to go, little brother?" Maria asked. "Ready as I'll ever be," Izuku replied. "How long am I going to wear this?" Toga inquired, glancing at her cloak. Izuku reached out and reassuringly held her arm. "Until the ceremony is over. It could be a few minutes to a couple of hours, but once it's over, you can take off your cloak," Maria added. "Okay, as long as I'm with him, I'm good," Toga said, squeezing his hand tightly. With that, the group made their way outside, where the Michaelis brothers waited, their faces a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The setting sun cast an orange glow across the estate, painting long shadows that danced eerily across the manicured lawn. As they approached the looming silhouette of the chapel, a question hung heavy in the air. "Just in time, kids. Your parents are waiting for you," one of the bodyguards announced, swinging open the doors to reveal a flood of golden light and a heady aroma that filled Toga's senses. The scent of frankincense and myrrh, both mentioned in hushed tones by her grandmother, lingered in the air. As they stepped inside, Toga's eyes widened. The room was filled with faces, a mix of people she didn't recognize. There were followers, she assumed, based on the reverence in their eyes, as well as employees and figures in what looked like law enforcement uniforms. At the front of the room, on a raised platform, stood a sight that took Toga's breath away. Caesar stood tall, a golden crown adorning his head. Beside him, Miriam mirrored him, a regal crown perched upon her dark hair. But it wasn't just the crowns that drew Toga's gaze. Inko stood beside them, clad in similar white garb, a complex mix of emotions flickering across his face. The crowd erupted in cheers and chants, their voices echoing off the vaulted ceiling. A wave of nervous energy washed over Toga, but Izuku's hand remained a steady anchor in hers. Then, a hush fell over the room as Caesar raised his hands for silence. All eyes turned towards him, anticipation crackling in the air. Toga's heart raced. Brothers, sisters, and everyone in between. "Today is the day that one of our own is joining our ranks," Caesar announced. The crowd erupted again, cheers echoing through the ancient chapel. Toga squeezed Izuku's hand tighter, the enormity of the situation threatening to overwhelm her. A sea of expectant faces turned towards the platform, their expressions a mix of reverence and excitement. Caesar raised a hand, silencing the cheers once more. "But before we begin, we have a new follower. Please step forward, Himiko Toga." All eyes swiveled towards Toga, the weight of their gazes making her feel exposed. A knot of apprehension tightened in her stomach, her mind racing with questions. Was this a test? A public display of her commitment? Stealing a glance at Izuku, she found a reassuring smile on his lips. With a deep breath, she squeezed his hand once more before stepping forward, the white cloak billowing out behind her like a phantom's shroud. I heard that your quirk needs blood to work. Is it true? Caesar asked, his voice cutting through the silence. A hush fell over the crowd as Toga stepped forward, the white cloak billowing dramatically behind her. The air crackled with nervous energy, and all eyes fixated on her. Caesar's questions surprised some and intrigued others. Toga swallowed hard, feeling the spotlight on her. She met Caesar's gaze, a storm brewing within her emerald eyes. Guilt flickered across her face, a momentary glimpse of the darkness she had wrestled with. Yes, she finally admitted. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Some faces contorted in disgust, while others watched with morbid fascination. Toga flinched, the weight of judgment pressing down. But then, a hand squeezed hers, firm and reassuring. It was Izuku, his expression unwavering. He offered her a small, confident nod, a silent message of support that resonated deep within her. Straightening her spine, Toga lifted her chin, banishing the flicker of fear. But that doesn't define who I am. I'm here to learn, to control my quirk, and become a hero. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of sounds, some cheers, some gasps, some whispers. The tension remained thick and palpable. Caesar, however, seemed intrigued. A ghost of a smile played on his lips as he surveyed Toga. Her declaration, both honest and defiant, hung in the air. I sense no lie in your voice, and I am here to help, Caesar said. A collective murmur swept through the room. What kind of help? Toga's heart raced, a mixture of trepidation and a flicker of hope warring within her. Caesar descended from the platform, his movements purposeful as he approached Toga and Izuku. He stopped directly in front of them, his imposing presence a tangible force. Take a few steps back, Izuku. I'm going to work my magic, Caesar instructed. Izuku nodded and stepped back, his eyes glued to Toga, worry etched on his face. Toga, however, found her feet rooted to the spot. Fear, cold and primal, snaked through her. Yet, Caesar's words, his promise of help, resonated with a desperate need within her. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt at all, he assured her. He reached out, placing a hand on her head and the other on her chest. A jolt of surprise shot through Toga as a warm energy pulsed from his touch, spreading outwards in a tingling wave. Then, a brilliant light erupted, engulfing them both. The golden light of the chapel dimmed in comparison, casting shadows that danced on the walls. For a moment, Toga squeezed her eyes shut, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the light. Time stretched until the light subsided as abruptly as it began. Toga blinked, her vision clearing to reveal Caesar, his hands still resting on her chest. The warmth lingered, a comforting ember against the chill of her fear. As he let go of her, Toga felt a strange sensation. An unsettling quietude settled in her core, a void where the gnawing hunger for blood once resided. Her breath hitched, a primal fear replacing the initial relief. It was gone. The insatiable urge, the very essence of her quirk, was absent. But something else had taken its place. A tingle ran through her fingertips as she subconsciously glanced at Izuku. Then, in a blink, the world seemed to warp around her. Her reflection in the polished breastplate of a nearby guard shimmered and changed. Gone was Toga, replaced by a perfect replica of Izuku, his familiar green hair and freckled face staring back at her. A gasp escaped her lips as she raised a hand to her face, confirming the shocking transformation. Panic surged through her, momentarily overriding her usual impulses. But just as quickly as it began, the transformation reversed. Izuku was gone, replaced by a stockier version of Caesar. Then, with another ripple, Toga was back in her own skin, her heart racing. What happened? What have you done to me? She demanded, her voice trembling. In simple terms, I changed your quirk, Caesar replied. You no longer need to drink blood to use your quirk. Now you can transform into anyone just by looking at them or by touch. A wave of nausea washed over Toga. Relief at being free of her bloodlust warred with a fresh wave of terror. This new power felt unnatural and unpredictable. She glanced at Izuku, searching for reassurance. His eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of concern crossing his freckled face. Can I control it? She asked hesitantly. That, my dear lady, is up to you. You are in control of your destiny. Henceforth, your quirk will be called Metamorph. A murmur rippled through the crowd at the name. It held a strange power, a weight that settled heavily on Toga's shoulders. This wasn't just a change in her quirk, it was a transformation of who she was. Would she be able to master this new power, or would it consume her? The question hung in the air, unanswered, as Caesar raised his hands once more, his gaze sweeping over the expectant crowd. Now I think we've waited long enough. Izuku, you're up, he announced. Izuku stepped forward, determination shining in his eyes. He glanced back at Toga, offering a reassuring smile. She forced a smile in return, her heart pounding. Izuku Midoriya, do you stand before me prepared to accept the mantle of a hero? Caesar asked. Yes, sir. I am ready to use my power to protect the world and all who live in it. Izuku declared. Caesar's gaze softened slightly. But remember, true heroism goes beyond just strength. It requires courage, compassion, and the unwavering will to do what is right, even in the face of darkness. Izuku nodded solemnly, his resolve hardening. Then repeat after me. I, Izuku Midoriya, do solemnly swear to uphold the ideals of justice and dedicate myself to the protection of the innocent. I will use my power for good and strive to make the world a better place. With conviction, Izuku repeated the oath after Caesar. A satisfied nod creased Caesar's features. Then by the power invested in me, I grant you this power. Caesar reached for a vial filled with a shimmering silver liquid. It pulsed with a faint energy, and as he uncorked it, a sweet, ethereal scent filled the air. He poured the contents onto Izuku's head, and for a moment, the entire chapel seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy. Caesar began to chant in a melodic language, a powerful prayer spoken in Aramaic. As the last syllable faded, the silver liquid coating Izuku's head erupted in a brilliant light. The light intensified, bathing the entire room in a blinding radiance. For a moment, all that remained was a deafening silence, then, with a sudden pop, the light vanished. Izuku blinked, momentarily disoriented. He looked down at himself, a gasp escaping his lips. Gone was the gangly frame of his youth. In its place was a lean, muscular physique, honed for action. He flexed his arm, marveling at the newfound strength coursing through his veins. But the most startling change was a pair of magnificent, iridescent wings that sprouted from his back, their feathers shimmering with an emerald green hue, the same color as his hair. The family members who had been present from the beginning started to clap, and cheers erupted from the crowd. Inko was in tears of joy, while others looked on in awe. Izuku let out a tentative flap, exhilaration coursing through him as the powerful wings lifted him a few inches off the ground. A wide grin spread across his face, a mixture of awe and pure joy. Now you are one of the family, now and forever, Caesar said. Thank you, father, Izuku replied. You're welcome. Now go and see what you can do. Taking a deep breath, Izuku launched himself toward the window. The initial leap was awkward, his body fighting against the unfamiliar feeling of flight. But then, as if remembering a forgotten skill, his instincts kicked in. He flapped his wings with newfound confidence, soaring higher and higher. The world below him shrank, the ornate chapel floor transforming into a colorful mosaic. He swooped and dived, a joyous laugh escaping his lips as he reveled in the freedom of flight. A cheer erupted from below, Toga's voice joining the chorus despite the swirling emotions within her. As Izuku gracefully landed back on the platform, a newfound confidence radiated from him. He was no longer the same Izuku Midoriya who had walked into the chapel. He was stronger, faster, and now he could fly. But the true test, he knew, was yet to come. The test of how he would use this power and the hero he would become. The next day, at the Mikis residence, the family was about to sit down for breakfast when Caesar received a text message. Hey Surf, it's All Might. Can you tell one of your sons I want to make one of them my successor? I will be at Dagoba Beach. Thanks. Caesar looked up, surprised. That's something. Izuku, curious, asked, What is going on, Dad? Caesar explained, It was All Might. He wants me to find you and take you to him. Izuku's eyes widened. Oh really? Why is that? He wants to make you an offer to be his successor. Since I know that all of you would rather stay with me, I chose Izuku. Everyone sat in shock, and Izuku felt a rush of excitement and disbelief. You picked me? For what? You're already the best teacher in the world. Miriam chimed in, 3 words, one for all. Izuku tilted his head. One for... What's that? Miriam explained, One for all is a transferable quirk that can be passed on from one user to the next. Its name comes from its nature, one quirk for all people. Just like what you did to me. Izuku asked. Not quite, Caesar replied, plucking a lock of his thick black hair and holding it out. He imitated All Might's voice, saying, "Eat this." Everyone gasped in surprise. Caesar continued, "To inherit this power, you have to ingest a piece of the previous user's DNA or inject it into your body." Miriam added, "And if you are well in tune with it, you can also gain access to some of the past holder's powers." Marcus and Maria covered their faces in disbelief, while David and Daniel looked queasy. The rest of the family wore blank, confused expressions. Inko, visibly distressed, asked, "Caesar, please tell me you're joking." He shook his head. Marcus reassured her, "Sorry, Mama Inko, but he's not joking, we can tell." Inko curled up in a corner, with Isaac sitting beside her. Izuku, intrigued yet hesitant, said, "That sounds amazing, but he should find someone else to pass it to, like someone who already has a quirk. Also, the part about ingesting his DNA is disgusting." "I know, and he can't," Caesar replied. "Why?" Izuku questioned. Caesar explained, "You see, one for all can affect the user's lifespan. If a person who already has a quirk receives one for all, the extra quirk places an enormous burden on their body, depleting their life force. It's like adding water to an already full cup, causing it to overflow. The rate at which a person's life decays is unknown, but Haikage, the fourth user, received one for all at 22 and died 18 years later at 40. This weakness can be avoided if the inheritor does not already have a quirk, since a quirkless user would be an empty cup filled by one for all. Plus, once it's transferred, if the holder isn't strong enough, their body could explode." Miriam added, "And All Might is going to UA to choose one of the students to be his successor without knowing about the life-draining aspect." Marcus and Maria were visibly annoyed, while the other kids ran around, screaming. Izuku, however, sat deep in thought, weighing his options. "Remember, this is not a quirk, so you are safe," Caesar reminded him. "Okay, let's go see him," Izuku decided. They made their way to the beach, where All Might was already waiting. "Ah, Surf, is this one of your sons?" All Might greeted. "Yes, this is Izuku Midoriya Michaelis. I'm sure you two have already met," Caesar replied. "Yes, we did." "So, did he accept my offer?" All Might asked. "Yeah, but it took some convincing for us to come here," Caesar said. Izuku added, "He's right, I'm not here to be your offer. I'm here for your apology and to make sure you don't hurt anyone when you give that quirk away." All Might looked puzzled. "Why is that?" Caesar shared the dangers of one for all, leaving All Might shocked. He deflated back to his normal form, reflecting on what his old sidekick had requested. "How did you know about this?" All Might asked. "Oh, I have my ways," Caesar replied. Izuku, where are you?" All Might called out. "Keep it down, kid, I am All Might," he whispered. Izuku was in disbelief. "That cannot be true." "It's true, Izuku, this is what he looks like. Ever since he fought his archenemy, All for One, and got severely hurt, he has been stuck looking like this and is getting weaker by the day," Caesar explained. Izuku turned to All Might, fear and confusion in his eyes. "Is this true?" Taking a deep breath, Toshinori revealed the wound on his abdomen and recounted his fight with All for One, explaining his need to find a successor. "I can't tell you everything about my life, but I can share this. I was born without supernatural powers and was shunned by society until I met my MS tier, Nana Shimura. She was a tall, muscular woman, kind, smart and caring. She became the mother I needed," he said. "Because you didn't have a quirk?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, I even had the bright idea to stop a villain by hitting him with a lead pipe when we first met," Yagi admitted. Izuku laughed. "I would do it too if I were in that position." Caesar pinched the bridge of his nose, chuckling. "I know you would." Yagi continued, "I thought I made the right choice. We trained together for years until he came along. Nana held him off so I could escape, knowing I would just get in the way, and he killed her brutally. I lived in the United States for a time, training to take All for One down. But when I finally faced him, I wasn't strong enough to defeat him completely. He taunted me about Nana, and I lost control. I almost killed him and he almost killed me. The fight ended in a draw, but I felt like I lost. Since then, I've struggled to keep my hero work going. My sidekick, Sir Night Eye, wanted me to make his protege, Mirio Togata, my successor, but I refused, and we parted on bad terms." Izuku asked, "How long can you be All Might?" 3 hours a day, that's all I've got now, Yagi replied, a hint of sadness in his voice. If I overdo it, it will get shorter. The two nodded, and Caesar stepped forward. There's more that you need to know, he said. Yagi looked curious. What is it? Caesar continued. I'm sure you know about Nana's son, Kotaro Shimura. Yeah, I've known him since he was little. Why? Yagi asked. Well, after she put him into foster care to protect him, he felt abandoned and became resentful of his mother and all heroes. He got married and started a family, but he met All for One and became friends with him. Why? Yagi questioned, bewildered. 2 reasons. First, he never knew anything about All for One, and second, that's just what he does. All for One takes advantage of people's fear, anger, hatred, and desperation to use it to his advantage. He even convinced Kotaro to harm his own children if they even thought about being heroes. Caesar paused for a moment before continuing. Now we have his son, Tenko Shimura. All for One manipulated Kotaro into having another child, and after Tenko was born, he stole his quirk, leaving him quirkless and making his life a nightmare. After a few years, he gave Tenko a quirk named Decay and forced him to use it to harm his own family. Izuku's eyes widened in fear at the revelation, while Toshinori clenched his fists in anger. He transformed into his heroic form, punched a pile of trash, and let out a primal scream that echoed across the beach, sending shivers down Izuku's spine. The air crackled with raw emotion, leaving Izuku speechless. Caesar placed a comforting hand on Toshinori's shoulder. As Toshinori calmed slightly, his voice was rough as he confessed, I never checked on Kotaro. I promised Nana I would, but hero work and the pressure. I failed them both. Shame and regret etched lines on his face. Izuku swallowed hard. This was no longer just about inheriting a quirk. The weight of Nana Shimura's sacrifice and the darkness of All for One's manipulation pressed down on him. He looked at Caesar, a silent plea in his eyes, and Caesar understood. Take your time, Izuku. This is a big decision, Caesar said. Izuku turned and walked to the car, the sound of the waves crashing against the shore the only noise in his ears. He stared out the car window, a whirlwind of emotions swirling inside him. The chance to become a hero like All Might was a dream come true, yet the weight of One for All felt heavy, a constant reminder of the sacrifices it demanded. He thought back to his childhood, the relentless bullying, the sting of rejection. But then he remembered All Might's unwavering smile, his dedication to justice, and the spark of hope he ignited in people's hearts. That determination was what Izuku wanted to embody. Meanwhile, on the beach, Toshinori sank to his knees, the weight of Caesar's revelation crushing him. Kotaro's anger and Tenko's suffering were consequences of his choices. Shame gnawed at him, a bitter aftertaste to his heroic career. Caesar placed a hand on his shoulder, offering silent understanding. We all make mistakes, Toshinori, but what matters is how we choose to move forward. Toshinori looked up, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. All for One was still out there, a threat to society. He wouldn't let his past failures define him. He had a responsibility, a chance to atone for his mistakes. Back in the car, Izuku reached a decision. The path wouldn't be easy, and the burden might be heavy, but he wouldn't back down. He would become a hero not just for himself, but for Nana Shimura, for All Might, and for everyone who needed a beacon of hope in this dark world. All Might, what number would I be if I accepted the quirk? Izuku asked. A weary smile stretched across Toshinori's face. You will be the 9th user of One for All, young Mikis. And if you choose to accept this power, remember, you won't be alone. Izuku thought for a moment and looked at Caesar, who nodded in encouragement. I accept, I'll take One for All. A smile returned to Toshinori's face. Good. But I must warn you, this is a heavy burden. You'll be fighting All for One, his followers, and carrying the legacy of the previous users. But I know you have the strength to bear it. Now, are you ready to become the 9th user of One for All? I have come too far to back out now, so my answer is yes, Izuku replied. Excellent. The first part of your training is to clean this beach, Toshinori said, pointing to the garbage scattered across what used to be Dagoba Beach. Izuku sighed. Okay. Caesar smiled. I'll call Cyrus and Leonidas. And thus, their journey continued. Tython Academy. Hours had passed since school started, but Izuku was still missing. Toga felt a wave of concern wash over her, prompting Isaac to place a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Toga, your boyfriend will be back, he said with a smile. Toga blushed, shaking her head. He's not my boyfriend. David and Daniel exchanged knowing glances, chuckling softly. Not yet, they teased. Embarrassed, Toga walked away, leaving the boys to their laughter. Just then, David's phone rang, and he saw it was Zian calling. Hey, Zian, he answered. Hey, big brother. I see Dad is coming, she replied cheerfully. That's good. Wait a minute, how did you know that? I have my ways. The sound of her voice shifted, revealing she was standing on the roof of a clock tower with 6 friends. Okay, goodbye, but let's hope you're not standing on the roof again, David said, ending the call. He pocketed his phone, a frown settling on his brow. Zian's cryptic message about their father's arrival was unsettling, especially with the image of her on the roof. It wasn't like her to be in such a deserted place with a large group. He glanced at Isaac, who was deep in conversation with Toga. Their usual carefree expressions were replaced with concern, which Daniel noticed. David knew he had to act. Hey, Isaac, he called. Isaac turned, his eyes mirroring David's worry. What's up? David lowered his voice. It's Zian. She just called and said Dad's coming. So he's back from talking to All Might? Isaac interjected. Yes, but I think Zian is on the roof of the old clock tower again. Huh, nothing new there. She's always gone there since she met Roxas and Leah. Well, I'm going over there before they get in trouble for trespassing or worse, Daniel said, determination in his voice. Toga looked confused. What's going on? Nothing, just family talk, Isaac replied quickly. Before Toga could respond, the bell rang, signaling the start of the next class. Meanwhile, at the front entrance, Caesar drove onto the campus, with Izuku looking a bit winded. I didn't think it would be that difficult to clean that dump, Izuku admitted, catching his breath. Look at the bright side, you cleaned 1/10 of the beach in 4 hours, Caesar replied encouragingly. Yeah, the power you gave me worked wonders. Thanks again. You're welcome. If you keep this up, you'll be finished in a month at the latest. Without it, it would have taken you 10 months, especially with the UA entrance exam looming. You wouldn't have had time to adjust to One for All, and it could have caused serious injuries. Izuku felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He knew that without Caesar's support, his journey to becoming a hero would be much harder. Caesar parked in front of his office building and ruffled Izuku's hair playfully. Don't worry, son, it's not your fault. All Might didn't know much about teaching, just how to hit hard and be a hero. Plus, I found this in his back pocket. He handed Izuku his phone, displaying a picture of a book on Amazon. Izuku couldn't help but laugh in surprise. Teaching for dummies? Seriously? A pang of disappointment struck him. The symbol of peace relied on such a basic guide? Did he truly underestimate Izuku's potential? Caesar chuckled. Hey, even the best heroes need a little help getting started. Besides, I wouldn't take it personally. All Might is more of a punch first, ask questions later type. Yeah, I guess you're right, Izuku replied, nodding. Now, put your fingers in a cross formation. Why? You'll see. Izuku complied, brow furrowed in confusion. Suddenly, a blinding flash filled the room, and when his vision cleared, he gasped. Standing beside him was another Izuku, mirroring his stance perfectly. Whoa! What's going on? The clone asked. Caesar clapped his hands together, pride evident in his voice. Awesome job, you created your first shadow clone. This will be useful for training and scouting. Once you dispel him, he will share all his memories with you. Cool, both Izukus said in unison. Now, number 2, you need to get to class, you're already late. Take this doctor's note with you. Yes, sir, the clone replied, taking the note and flying away as Caesar and Izuku walked into the building. As Caesar swiped his badge on the panel, the doors hissed open, revealing a stark contrast to the weathered exterior. Polished chrome and sleek glass panels lined the lobby, illuminated by a futuristic blue light. Izuku's jaw dropped in awe. A holographic display flickered to life, showcasing various training simulations, each more impressive than the last. Caesar's office, located on the top floor, reflected his personality. Posters of legendary heroes adorned the walls, alongside family photos and framed newspaper clippings detailing past victories. Flags from the United States, Egypt, Ethiopia, and Morocco were also displayed. Caesar gestured for Izuku to take a seat, and just then, they heard a knock at the door. Father, we have a guest, Maria announced as she entered. Bring them in, Caesar replied. Maria nodded and waved her hand, guiding a tall woman in her late teens to early 20s into the room. She wore a red-orange jumpsuit and a BLNDFLD, her short indigo hair framing her face. Well, if it isn't Kana Tsutsumi, better known as Lady Nagant, Caesar said, recognition flashing in his eyes. A jolt of recognition shot through Izuku. He had seen her face on news reports as a notorious villain, a master sniper with a deadly quirk known as rifle. But what was she doing here, blindfolded and restrained? Lady Nagant remained silent, her body tense with suppressed anger. The air crackled with tension, making Izuku's hair stand on end. He couldn't help but wonder how Caesar, a supposed hero trainer, knew this dangerous villain on a first-name basis. Izuku, go with Midoriya and Marcus, they will help you with your training. I need to talk with Lady Nagant, Caesar instructed. Okay, but how do you know her so well? Izuku asked, curiosity getting the better of him. Your government provided me with her name, rank, quirk, service history, the whole package, Caesar replied, his tone serious. He moved his finger, and a large book that was sitting on a nearby table began to float toward him. The cover read Book of Life. Izuku's eyes widened. Is that? Yes, the Book of Life, Caesar confirmed. It tells me everything a person has ever done, from their first cry to their last breath. No secret is safe from it. Miriam had her own copy. They glanced at Midoriya and Marcus, who pulled out their phones, displaying an app with a similar logo. Everyone in the family has one, including you, Caesar continued. Yours is similar to one of your hero notebooks, but infinitely more comprehensive. Izuku furrowed his brow. What do you do with that knowledge? To discern who is truly good and who is rotten to the core, Caesar replied. As I mentioned before, our organization is global, not just in Japan. Lady Nagant here is a victim of the status quo more than you are. A tense silence followed his statement. Lady Nagant remained still, her voice low when she finally spoke. Victim or not, I made my choices, Mikis. Don't pretend you understand my situation. A flicker of disappointment crossed Caesar's face, quickly replaced by a calculating glint. Perhaps not, and I have no reason to, but the Book of Life paints a rather telling picture. A gifted young woman, used by a system that prioritized power and control, disillusioned with a corrupt system, pushed to the brink, and discarded when no longer useful. A tragedy that has befallen many young and naive soldiers, police, heroes, and politicians. Lady Nagant remained silent, but the tremor in her hand betrayed a flicker of vulnerability. Caesar's words resonated with her, echoing the very reasons that led her down a villainous path. You forgot one more thing, Marcus interjected. Oh, and what's that, son? Caesar asked. She had her orders to eliminate us all from her superiors at the Japanese Hero Commission. All because we don't follow the rules their way and work independently, Midoriya added. Yes, that's right she did, but in the end she didn't, Caesar said. Why though? You had your orders, why did you hesitate? A heavy silence filled the room, the revelation hanging in the air. Izuku, straining to hear every word, felt a knot of confusion tighten in his stomach. The Hero Commission, the supposed bastions of justice, were they really villains? And Caesar, a trainer of heroes, was he an enemy of the state? Kana's voice, thick with emotion, broke the silence. Perhaps because I saw a reflection of myself in your defiance. Tears welled up beneath her BLNDFLD. A system that chews you up and spits you out when you're no longer useful. I always admired you, Mr. Mikis, your work, and how you treated your family and employees. It was different from anything I'd ever experienced with the Commission. Plus, after seeing your fight, I knew that even if I had you in my sights, I would have been killed or imprisoned before you fell. Please, Mr. Mikis, let me join you. I have nothing to give or anywhere to go. I can be an asset, train others, anything. Caesar steepled his fingers, his eyes narrowed in thought as he studied Lady Nagant. Her words resonated with him, flicker of understanding crossing his face. He knew the Hero Commission's methods all too well. But could he trust a former villain, a woman who had taken countless lives? What value could she bring to his organization, especially with a young, idealistic boy like Izuku in the mix? Across the room, Izuku watched the exchange, his mind racing. The truth he'd overheard painted a picture far more complex than he could have imagined. Who were the real heroes and who were the villains? A deep unease settled in his stomach. Before he could do anything, Caesar spoke up. Consider this a lesson. Just as not all heroes are good, not all villains are evil. Some can be redeemed if they're given guidance in the right direction. How should I know that? Izuku asked. That's up to you to decide. You are the one who should draw the line that you should not cross. Understand? Yes, sir. Good. Now please go, I need to make a decision with her. Izuku nodded and walked out of the room, with Marcus and Maria following closely behind, closing the door behind them. Tython Academy. As Izuku followed Marcus and Maria out of the office, a whirlwind of emotions swirled within him. The revelation about the Hero Commission being corrupt shattered his black and white view of heroes and villains. Caesar's words echoed in his head, "Not all heroes are good, not all villains are evil." This challenged everything he thought he knew. A part of Izuku longed to stay and learn more about Caesar's true intentions. Was Caesar a hero fighting a corrupt system, or a villain manipulating others? The knowledge of the Book of Life also piqued his curiosity. "How long did you know about this?" Izuku asked. "All of our lives," Maria replied. "Mom and Dad have been heroes before we were born." Marcus added, "They traveled the world and saw that it had many problems, and not many want to fix them or have a solution for them. Come, we have our spot." They led him to a building with a rooftop balcony, complete with a guardrail to prevent falls. Izuku enjoyed the view but turned to look at Marcus and Maria. "I want to know everything," he said. "Sit back and get comfortable. This will be a long story," Marcus replied. Izuku settled into a comfy chair as Maria sent a group text to her younger siblings to join them. "On my way," David replied. "Don't start the fun without me." "Xian is at the clock tower again with her friends," Daniel added. "Typical," Maria said. "Okay, let's start from the beginning. Our agency, Dawn, was created by our parents and our uncles, Cyrus and Leonidas, long ago to counteract All for One." Marcus continued. "His quirk is the same as his villain name. It allows him to steal quirks from anyone he touches for personal use or transfer the stolen quirks to others. Plus, he plans to take over the world and rule it like a demon king," Maria added. Izuku jumped back in fear at the mention of All for One, realizing he was in over his head. Marcus stepped forward to reassure him. "Fear not, we are here to stop him, along with anyone who uses their power for evil." As Izuku began to calm down, David, Daniel, Isaac, Ruth, Aster, and Xian landed on the roof. "Welcome back, Izuku. Did your talk with All Might go well?" David asked. "Yes, but I have to admit, he's not the same as I imagined," Izuku replied. "More human than God." Isaac said. "Like what the media made him out to be," Daniel added. "Yeah," Izuku agreed. "Say no more, we understand," David said. "However, do you have one for all?" "Not yet. He is training my body for it," Izuku explained. "In what way?" Ruth asked. He showed them a picture of the dump at Dagoba Beach. "He wants me to clean all of this before I can get the quirk." "Oh no, I am not doing this," Xian, Aster, and Ruth exclaimed. "Well, that explains why trucks were driving away this morning," Isaac noted. "It's a big task, but you can do it," David and Daniel encouraged. "We're with you all the way," Marcus and Maria added. "Thanks, guys," Izuku said. "Now, big sister, what's the occasion?" "You rarely text us all at once," David asked. Maria explained everything that had happened in the past hour, and everyone nodded in agreement. "I know Dad will have some use for her," Isaac said. "Yeah, but it's his decision," Daniel replied. "Indeed, but there's more to talk about," David said. "And then what?" Izuku asked. "Okay, All for One story is also tied to One for All," Marcus began. "Since he created the quirk by mixing his younger twin boy's quirk, which transfers his power by consuming DNA, with a stockpile quirk," Maria added. "Whoa," Izuku exclaimed. "Yeah." They were among the few who saw his rise to power as a serious threat, but nobody listened until it was too late, Daniel explained. "And his criminal empire lasted for about 100 years before All Might sent him packing," David added. "Yeah, All Might told me how he beat him, but it was what you call a Pyrrhic victory," Izuku said. The older kids nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it was," Isaac said. "Anyway, Mom and Dad provided monetary support and training to the resistance and helped those who needed it most," Maria continued. "However, after All Might gave them peace, the world got too comfortable and complacent, believing it would last forever," Marcus said. "But it's not," Izuku pointed out. "Nope, we kept moving forward, preparing to face him head-on when he returned," Marcus replied. "I see, but Dad also mentioned that you were global," Izuku said. "Yeah, we help with peacekeeping, disaster relief, and counterterrorism," Isaac explained. "In fact, with the technology we have, we can solve just about anything quickly, like rebuilding cities that were destroyed in 2 or 3 years, while others take decades." Oftentimes, we're more capable than the people who hire us, and they hate it, Daniel added. Izuku stepped back a little, processing the information. So that means... The Michaelis family responded, yeah. We're a superpower for hire. Izuku's breath hitched. Superpower for hire? He stammered, struggling to process the revelation. Everything he thought he knew about heroes was being turned upside down. Maria looked at him, her eyes filled with sincerity. We understand this might be a lot to take in, Izuku. But Dawn operates differently than the Commission. We go where the need is greatest, regardless of politics or agendas, she said. But isn't that dangerous? What about trust? What if the people who hire you have their own motives? Izuku asked, concern evident in his voice. A flicker of doubt crossed Daniel's face. That happens sometimes, but we have a strict moral code. We don't take jobs that target innocence or violate basic human rights. Izuku wasn't entirely convinced. There was a shadow hanging over Dawn's operation, a sense of secrecy and ruthlessness that left him uneasy. He yearned to be a hero, but could he truly embrace Dawn's methods? Before anyone could say anything else, Caesar sent him a message. I don't expect you to follow me into the darkness, but you need to know this sooner rather than later. Most villains don't see themselves as the bad guys. They see themselves as the heroes of their stories. Both heroes and villains have similar backstories of promise and pain, but the hero says, the world hurt me, but I will make sure it doesn't hurt anyone else, while the villain says, the world hurt me and I'm going to hurt it back as retribution. The message from Caesar hung in the air, heavy with truth. Izuku reread it, the weight of the words settling in. The siblings exchanged glances, a mix of emotions swirling on their faces. That's a heavy one. Izuku? But Dad's right. Villains rarely see themselves as the bad guys. They have their reasons and justifications for what they do, David said. But that doesn't make their actions right, Maria added. There's a difference between fighting for change and resorting to violence or manipulation. Daniel, ever the pragmatist, chimed in, reminding everyone that heroes and villains often exist in shades of gray. Sometimes the lines get blurry, he said. But what separates them is their intent. Heroes use their power to protect and uplift, while villains use it to control and destroy. Izuku pondered their words, his mind racing. All Might, the symbol of peace, stood as a beacon of hope. Yet there was Caesar, a hero who operated in the shadows, his methods raising questions. Where did Dawn fit into this spectrum? Were they truly heroes, or something more ambiguous? Can you give me some examples? Izuku asked, seeking clarity. Real examples of how heroes and villains can have similar motivations but different approaches? A flicker of a smile crossed Marcus' lips. Sure, little brother. Let's say there's a corrupt government oppressing its people. A hero might try to expose the corruption through peaceful means, protests, or working within the system. A villain, on the other hand, might lead a violent rebellion, overthrowing the government, but potentially replacing it with an even more tyrannical regime. Maria added, it's not always about good versus evil. Sometimes it's about order versus chaos. A hero might believe in maintaining the status quo, even if it's flawed, to avoid greater upheaval. A villain might see the system as so broken that it needs to be completely dismantled, even if it means creating chaos in the process. Izuku absorbed their explanations, a newfound understanding dawning on him. The world wasn't as simple as he once thought. There were shades of gray, motivations that weren't always clear-cut. Taking a deep breath, he looked at his family, his voice stronger now. I still want to be a hero, he declared. A hero who fights for what's right, who helps people. But I also want to learn from you, from Dawn. I want to understand the complexities and the gray areas. Can I do that? A collective smile broke out across the faces of the Michaelis siblings. Maria reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. Of course you can, Izuku. We all have a lot to learn from each other. Being a hero isn't about following a rigid script. It's about making the best choices you can with the information you have, and always striving to do what's right. A sense of determination filled Izuku. He wouldn't shy away from the complexities. He would forge his path, a hero who walked in the light, but with the knowledge and skills to navigate the darkness if need be. His journey with Dawn had just begun. A week had passed since Izuku learned about the history of Dawn, and he was eager to become a hero who could help others. During his first month of training, he cleared a quarter of the beach and managed to create a 30-foot tsunami. In the second month, while preparing for some after-school training, he noticed 6 guys harassing 4 girls in an alley. One girl had long black spiky hair, another had short purple hair with earphone jacks, A third had short pink hair with matching skin and 2 horns, and the fourth had green, thorn-covered vines for hair, wrapped around her forehead in a cross shape. I saw some men bothering those girls, Izuku said to his father figure, Caesar. You have my permission to defend them, Caesar replied. But don't reveal your angel power, rely on your super speed and strength. If things get out of control, I'll step in. Yes, sir, Izuku responded. Come on, I know you want it, one thug taunted. Let us go. Help, the girls cried. Before the thugs could act, Izuku swiftly knocked out 2 of them, forcing the others to release the girls. Don't worry, everything will be okay, I'm here, he assured them. Oh, looks like someone wants to play the hero, one thug sneered as they charged at him. Izuku pushed them back, then ran at them, taking them down one by one. Soon, only one thug remained, who, in a panic, pulled out a gun. You're going to have a bad time, Izuku warned. Oh, and why is that? The thug retorted. Just as the thug was about to pull the trigger, a flash of green appeared, and the gun was sliced apart. The thug stiffened as a cloaked figure emerged behind him. I hope you weren't going to shoot this kid, Caesar said. I'm not scared of you, the thug replied defiantly. Oh, you will be, Caesar warned, turning the thug around to face him. With blades at the thug's neck, he glanced at Izuku. Did they hurt you in any way? No, Seraph, I'm okay, Izuku replied. Good. Now get the girls to safety. I'll have a word with these guys. Just don't go overboard, Izuku cautioned. No promises, since you were involved in this, Caesar said with a smirk. Izuku nodded and turned to the 4 girls, helping them fix their clothes and guiding them away from the scene. As they walked, Caesar made sure the thugs regretted their actions. Are you girls okay? Were you hurt? Izuku asked. Yeah, we're fine. Just a few scratches, one girl replied. Oh good, I was a little worried. I'm Izuku, by the way. Izuku Midoriya. What are your names? I'm Momo Yayorozu, one girl said. Kyoka Jiro. Another introduced herself. I'm Mina Ishido, the third girl chimed in. Ibara Shiozaki, the last girl said. I heard Seraph call you his child. Why is that? He's my father figure since my real father abandoned me for not having a quirk, Izuku explained. The girls were surprised to learn they were talking to the child of a pro hero, not an entitled brat. They were about to ask more questions, but Izuku raised his hand. Let me explain. He's a great father and an amazing hero. I may not be his biological child, but he welcomed my mother and me into his family. Do you know the rest of his family? Momo asked. Yeah, his wife is the number 24 hero, Jafiel. Her real name is Miriam Bekele. The peacekeeper? They exclaimed in unison. The one and only. He has 4 sons and 4 daughters. He loves us all and lets us live together. Why didn't you just use your quirk? Mina asked. I was quirkless for a while, and I promised to keep it hidden until the right moment. They nodded in understanding as they walked together. Once they reached a safe distance, they exchanged numbers and went their separate ways. When Izuku got home, he recounted the day's events to both Miriam and Inko. Inko, usually emotional, was proud of her son, while Miriam beamed with pride. The rest of the family playfully ruffled his hair, while the girls squealed in excitement. Toga, however, pouted in annoyance. Caesar entered shortly after and assured them that the thugs wouldn't be a problem anymore. The remainder of the second month was spent creating a small mountain, a valley, and transforming solid ground into mud and sand. During the third month, he crafted a mini-sun. In the fourth month, Izuku created a tornado that unexpectedly turned into a hurricane, but luckily, Caesar managed to stop it before it spiraled out of control. In the fifth month, he conjured a massive thunderstorm. By the sixth month, he could use his telekinesis to lift 5 tons and had cleaned the beach while starting his training with One for All. In the seventh month, he learned to illuminate a 100-foot room, create items from light, and resist bright light. By the 8th month, he was exploring his darkness abilities, including creating black holes and illusions. Everything changed as the 9th month approached its end. While walking home from school and texting Momo, Jiro, Ibara, Mina, and Toga, a little girl suddenly ran into his leg. Hey, I'm sorry you bumped into me. Are you okay? Izuku asked. Please don't leave me, the girl said, tears in her eyes. Concerned by her fear, Izuku gently touched her head and glimpsed her painful memories. Seraph, Jafiel, we have a situation, he communicated telepathically. What kind? Caesar responded. I found a kid who looks like she's been tortured. Say no more, we're coming, Caesar assured him. In an instant, they appeared through a portal. "Kid, we're here," Caesar said. "Over here," Izuku called out. The two touched the girl's head, absorbing her memories. As they withdrew their hands, a man wearing a plague mask emerged from the alley. "Oh, I'm sorry about my daughter," he said, approaching them. "She always runs away when she doesn't get what she wants." Caesar looked at the bandages around her legs and arms. "Can you explain these?" "She was just playing and got hurt," came the reply. "Cut the act, Kai Chisaki, or should I say Overhaul. We know what you did to this girl." Overhaul's expression darkened. "I hate it when things don't go accordingly. Now that you know who I am, I can't let you leave alive." Caesar stood firm. "We will protect her to our last breath." In a moment of telepathy, Izuku grabbed the book in his right hand. It contained information about their recent activities and a map of all their compounds. "I made 2 copies," he thought. "One for you and one for them. Yours has red markings on it. Take the girl to the mansion, give the documents to the police, go to their compound, and eliminate all members of the organization. You have permission to use your quirk, and if they don't come willingly, take them down." "Understood, Father," Izuku replied mentally. "I just have one request," he added. "What is that?" Caesar asked. "Let me take out Overhaul." "Granted." Izuku placed the little girl on his back, ran up to his father, and took the book from his hand. Rebecca created a portal behind them, but Overhaul attempted to stop them by turning the ground into spikes and launching them their way. Caesar countered by raising an earth wall. Izuku managed to escape with the girl and entered their hero agency. Once inside, Izuku separated his copy from theirs. "Shaka, we got a problem?" "What happened?" Marcus asked. Izuku showed Eri to him and Maria, and that was all they needed to know. He handed Mark and Maria the unaltered copy and left for the police station. Meanwhile, he made his way to the mansion, preparing for battle. At Michaela's mansion, Izuku rushed into the main hall where 2 butlers approached him. "What's going on, Izuku?" "Why did NST or Caesar leave in a flash?" one of them asked. "Red alert, Alfred and Sebastian. We have precious cargo here. This girl is wanted by the Shai Hassikai." Sebastian nodded. "Say no more, I'll put the staff on high alert." He dashed away. "I'll prepare your suit for you," Alfred said, heading in the opposite direction. David and Daniel joined Izuku. "We'll come with you, nobody is going to hurt a little girl and get away with it." Isaac decided to stay behind. "I'll stay in case they find us." He placed Eri in the panic room and sat her down. "Don't worry, little one, you are safe now," Izuku reassured her. "What is your name?" he asked. "I'm known as Eri," she replied. "Hey Eri, I have to leave you here for now. I'm going to make sure those people will not hurt anyone again." "Thank you," Eri said softly. As Izuku turned to leave, Eri grabbed his leg, fear in her eyes. "Please, don't leave me alone." "Papa?" he exclaimed, surprised. "I didn't have a family. You are the first person who has been nice to me, so I don't want you to go. Don't worry, Eri. I will never leave you alone forever. I promise to come back for you." He handed her an All Might action figure. "Here, take this. It's a way to remind you that everything will be okay." "Thanks, Papa. See you later," Eri said with a small smile. As he knelt to hug her and kissed her head, he suddenly felt a surge of power. "I feel stronger," he said, astonished. "You just evolved into the rank of Archangel," David explained. "We can celebrate later. First, we need to take out the Shai Hassikai. I'm sure you know what comes next." "Yeah, I got my marks," Izuku replied. "Normally Dad does this, but we can handle it until he gets here," Daniel added. Izuku lifted his hands, which began to glow. Balin, power; Melith, love; Khalid, light; Vanessa, beauty; Cool, life; Glind, song; Gith, death; Nas, nature; Both, judgment; Nestando, healer; Senta, communication; Enyali, memory. "All done, bro. Now go destroy them, and please let none of the pros recognize you, or they will forbid you from joining UA." "Yeah," Izuku said, determination in his eyes. And with that, he prepared to face the challenges ahead. Michaela's mansion. Izuku, Isaac, Daniel, and David emerged from the panic room, where Inko and Toga awaited them at the top of the stairs. "Izuku, where is the girl?" Inko asked, concern etched on her face. "She's in the panic room. I think she'll be happy to learn she has a grandma," Izuku replied. "Grandma?" Inko echoed, her eyes widening. "She called me Papa before I left," Izuku continued, recalling the moment. She hugged me tightly and cried on my shoulder when I told her Eri wanted to stay with us. Be safe, Izuku, and make them pay for what they did to her, Inko urged. I will, he promised. Toga stepped forward, her expression serious. Izuku. Yeah, he responded. In a sudden gesture, Toga leaned in and kissed him. Izuku's cheeks flushed, and his brothers laughed, capturing the moment on their phones to share with the family. Inko, overwhelmed with emotion, began to cry again, while the younger sisters covered their eyes. It's Himiko now, or whatever you want to call me. Please come back to me alive, I want to date you, Toga said earnestly. Izuku stuttered, yeah sure. Be safe, big brother, the sisters called out. We will, the boys replied in unison. Zien approached Izuku, waving her arms. Big brother Izuku, I want you to have these. 2 key-shaped swords appeared in her hands. One had a displaying 2 hearts and a handle adorned with angel wings, while the other featured a black hilt guard with bat-like wings. The teeth of the first sword were shaped like the kanji for light, and the second's teeth resembled the kanji for darkness. Oathkeeper and Oblivion, your most prized weapons? Are you sure you want me to keep them? Izuku asked, astonished. Yes, Roxas has his own set, and I made a fusion of the two, Zien explained, placing Oblivion on the floor to demonstrate. Okay, I'll take those, Izuku said, accepting the swords. Thank you, Zien replied with a smile. Izuku picked up Oathkeeper and Oblivion, opened a bookcase, and unlocked a hidden staircase leading down to a room. Welcome, sir, a computer voice greeted him. Hey, Naomi, I'm an archangel now, Izuku announced. You are an archangel now? That's amazing. Congratulations. Naomi exclaimed. Thanks, but that's for later, Izuku replied. Right? Naomi agreed. Sir, your suit is ready, Alfred said, stepping forward. Thanks, Alfred, Izuku responded. Welcome, young Imsu. But I speak for everyone here when I say one thing, Alfred continued. What is it? Izuku asked. Raise hell, Izuku, both Naomi and Alfred declared. Izuku nodded, grabbed his suit, and headed to the Shai Hassikai compound. He emerged from the hidden sanctum clad in high-tech armor, equipped with a katana and 10 throwing knives. The twin boys awaited him, also armored. Ready? They asked in unison. Yeah, let's roll, Izuku replied. To Hassikai compound. As the afternoon turned to evening, the 3 boys stood 3 miles away from the compound, strategizing. Suddenly, 12 armored transport vehicles approached. One carried Marcus and a thin middle-aged man in light armor, while the other held Maria and a muscular man clad in hoplite armor. Hello, Uncle Cyrus and Leonidas, the twins greeted. Hello, boys, Cyrus replied. Leonidas added, we heard you needed help, so here we are. They are not the only ones, a voice interjected as 2 young men stepped forward. One had fiery red hair, and the other sported dark pastel blue hair. Leah and Isa, you're here too? Why? Izuku asked, surprised. Zien told us you were going on a dangerous mission, Isa explained. So we came to help. Got it memorized? Leah added with a grin. Izuku was about to protest, but he quickly reconsidered. Do you have a hero license? Yeah, we both do, Isa confirmed. Very well, you can stay, Izuku decided. They are not the only ones either, a voice said, accompanied by a red laser dot on Izuku's chest. Nagant, we know it's you, come out and play, Maria called out. At her command, Lady Nagant emerged from the shadows, holding a laser pointer and a large carrying case. Dad sent you here? Izuku asked. Yes, my order was to keep you safe. He has high hopes for you, and I can see why, Lady Nagant replied. He does have hope in all of us, Izuku said, feeling encouraged. Yeah, but you had the most, she noted. As you say, Kai, he began. It's Kalitello now. Your dad gave me a new name for my new life, she corrected him. No surprise there, he was interested in the French Foreign Legion, and now he has the first recruit, Marcus remarked. Now, how are we going to handle this? Leonidas suggested. My Spartans and his immortals will evacuate the civilians and deal with the smaller threats, while the rest of us confront the bosses. Got that? Cyrus asked. Yes, sir, everyone replied in unison. As the immortals and Spartans began evacuating civilians and setting up barricades, the angels summoned a medium-sized book to review the quirks of the 8 presence of death members. Lady Nagant took her position atop a building overlooking the compound, while the others surrounded the area, ready for the challenge ahead. One of the troops threw a strange grenade over the wall, and with a flash of red lights, 10 outlines appeared, one of them a large, hulking figure. On the count of 3, Lady Nagant took the first shot, and the men destroyed the front gate. Breaching! Breaching! Shouted Immortal. Go, 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 urged Spartan. You should not be here, begone, a voice warned. Incoming! It's Rikiya Katsukame, called Immortal. Leave him to me, David said, stepping forward. And me, SA added, ready for the confrontation. The 3 men faced each other. ISA summoned a key-shaped sword that resembled his old weapon, the claymore known as Lunatic. As he looked up at the rising full moon, a wicked grin spread across his face. Do you feel the moon's power? SA asked, his eyes gleaming. Rikiya looked confused, while the others backed away. SA began to float, his body glowing with a faint blue light. The moon shines down on us, he declared, entering a berserker state. With a primal roar, ISA's blue aura intensified with each blow he delivered. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he pummeled Rikiya with superhuman strength. Caught off guard by ISA's sudden transformation, Rikiya raised his arms in a desperate block. The metallic outlines shimmered as ISA's attacks landed. Don't mess around, he has a draining quirk, David warned. Right, ISA replied, focusing on the fight. ISA charged forward for another swing but missed as David grabbed a smooth, pointed rock and readied it in a sling. Rikiya began to use his quirk to drain ISA's power, but ISA was closing in fast. Moon-breathing 8th form, Moondragon Ringtail. ISA shouted. A massive, long-range curved slash, leaving dozens of crescent moon blades in its wake, headed for Rikiya. He narrowly avoided it, but the attack struck the compound, leaving deep cracks. Rikiya retaliated with a punch, sending ISA flying across the courtyard. David positioned himself in front of ISA, entering his wingless angel state. He released the sling, and the rock flew through the air, striking Rikiya in the forehead, breaking his mask and knocking him out. The crew cheered and rushed into the compound, while some stayed behind to secure Rikiya with strong anti-quirk HNDCFFS and chains. You okay? David asked, turning to ISA. Yeah, just drained, ISA replied, his eyes flickering from intense blue back to their normal color. Wow, that was powerful. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from within the compound, followed by a shrill scream. David glanced toward the breach in the walls. Looks like things are heating up inside. We can't rest here, he said, helping ISA for support. Are you good to keep going? I should be. Let's just take it easy for a while, ISA replied. David nodded in understanding. Together, they limped toward the battle within the compound, David on guard and ISA leaning on him slightly. The fight was far from over, but with their combined skills and determination, they were resolved to see it through. Meanwhile, Izuku and Leah burst through the front door as alarms blared throughout the hideout. The remaining low-ranked officials rushed to stall them until overhaul arrived. Izuku easily dispatched them, leaving only the officers and admins. Boss, we have a situation here, one of the officials reported. What kind of situation? Overhaul asked, concerned. We are under attack, surrounded by the offspring of Seraph and Jophiel and their fighters. They've taken out all the cannon fodder. Only the higher-ups are left. Are you kidding me? We are supposed to be the most notorious gang in the country, and you can't deal with one of them. Overhaul exclaimed. Well, boss, they are extremely powerful. I don't know how long we can hold on, the official admitted. I am on my way. Just hold them off until I get there, Overhaul instructed. Understood, the official replied, hanging up. Boys, we must stop this intruder at all costs. The remaining members scrambled to prevent the team from getting too close to the lab. Chronostasis prepared quirk-erasing bullets, while Mimic took a quirk-enhancing drag to alter the hallway and stall the intruders. However, Shaka used his earth manipulation to counter Mimic's efforts, capturing him instead. Tenji and Rappa combined their powers to take down Izuku. Rappa charged in with a series of punches, but Izuku skillfully dodged them, and Daniel quickly took over the fight, activating a special belt. The battle continued, tension rising as both sides fought fiercely. It had been a week since the Dawn Agency took down the Shai Hassikai, and news of Overhaul's defeat by the mysterious Shinigami dominated the headlines. Public opinion was divided. Some hailed Shinigami as a hero, a symbol of hope in a world plagued by villainy, while others, especially within the Hero Commission, feared a vigilante with unknown motives. Back in his apartment, Izuku struggled with these conflicting narratives. The news blared in the background, intertwining praise and suspicion. He longed to be a hero like All Might, to wear the mantle of justice openly. But Eri's well-being came first. He couldn't risk exposing her to the dangers of the hero world. He glanced at Eri, a tiny figure curled up on the couch, fast asleep. Her small hand clutched a stuffed animal, a symbol of normalcy amidst the chaos of her life. A tender smile tugged at Izuku's lips as he vowed to protect this precious light in his life, the beacon of hope that shone brighter than any public opinion. Caesar will handle the adoption papers for now, he whispered, running a hand through Eri's hair. But one day, Eri, when you're ready, we'll be a proper family. Eri stirred slightly in her sleep, a whimper escaping her lips. Please don't go, I'm scared, she murmured. Izuku's heart ached. He gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and offered her soft reassurance. Don't worry, Eri. I'm not going anywhere. You're safe with me and my family. He vowed silently, not just to Eri, but to himself. He would find a way to be the hero he yearned to be, a way that protected both his family and the world at large. Eri opened her eyes halfway and saw Izuku sitting next to her. I had a bad dream, Papa. I saw my real dad go away and my real mommy left me at Batman's house. I saw horrible things, but then you and Grandma, Grandpa, aunts, and uncles came and saved me. Have no fear, Eri, because I am here, and I am not going anywhere. Not for a long time. She moved closer and hugged him tightly. What is going to happen to me now? She asked. For now, Grandpa Caesar is going to find a way to become one of us. Although I doubt they would allow me to be your dad because I'm 15 years old, but... Izuku hugged Eri back, his heart swelling with fierce protectiveness. Don't worry about that, Eri. Caesar's going to take care of the adoption papers, and even if it takes a while, we'll be a real family. You'll have a dad, a grandma, a grandpa, and even aunts and uncles who all love you very much. Eri sniffled into his shoulder, a flicker of doubt lingering in her eyes. But what about being a hero? You saved me and you seemed so strong. Izuku pulled back slightly, wiping a stray tear from her cheek. I will still be a hero, but being a hero isn't just about fighting bad guys, Eri. It's about helping people in any way you can. Remember how scared you were at overhauls? Eri nodded, her lower lip trembling slightly. Well, heroes help scared people. They stand up for what's right, even when it's hard. And sometimes, the bravest thing a hero can do is protect the people they love. Eri pondered this for a moment, a spark of understanding flickering in her gaze. So you can still be a hero, even if you can't be Shinigami? Izuku looked at her with determination in his eyes. There are many ways to be a hero, Eri. Maybe I can't be a flashy hero like All Might or the rest of the Michaelis family, and I don't want to be a clone of them, but I can still train and get stronger. I can learn more about quirks and how to use them to help others. Maybe someday, I can help people train to become heroes themselves. A small smile tugged at Eri's lips. The idea of using her quirk for good, not for the horrific things Overhaul forced her to do, was a new and exciting prospect. Can we train together, Papa? She asked, her determination shining through. Izuku's heart soared as he playfully ruffled her hair. Of course we can. We'll train together, learn together, and grow stronger together. And who knows, maybe someday, you'll be a hero right by my side, using your amazing quirk to make the world a better place. For the first time in a long while, Eri's smile bloomed into a radiant grin, the fear and trauma of her past momentarily eclipsed by the promise of a brighter future. With a newfound sense of purpose and a loving family by his side, Izuku felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Meanwhile, Lady Nagant, who had been listening in on their conversation, felt a warm sensation in her chest. She walked into the room, making her presence known. Hey, Shini, I hate to interrupt your father-daughter time, but your dad wants you in his office at the agency. Pronto. He has the papers you wanted. Eri looked at her with confusion, but Izuku nodded and spoke up. Okay, tell him that we're on our way. She nodded and stepped aside. I know that you would be a good father, and any woman would be lucky to have a man like you. I know that I would. As she walked away, Izuku felt a slight blush creep onto his face. Eri got up and held his hand, her gaze darting between Izuku's blushing face and the retreating figure of Lady Nagant. She tilted her head in confusion, her innocent eyes wide. Papa, why are you red? Izuku blinked, jolted back to reality by Eri's question. The unexpected compliment had caught him off guard, and he forced a smile, trying to appear nonchalant. Well, Papa doesn't get a lot of compliments growing up, and I've always been a nervous guy. But we can talk about it later, we can't keep Grandpa waiting. Right. Right? Eri agreed. They went upstairs, changed into a new set of clothes, and headed outside. Lady Nagant was already waiting for them near her car. The three of them got in and drove away, heading to the outskirts of Tokyo to a facility that resembled a military outpost. After parking, they walked inside and made their way to the top floor. They knocked on the door and were invited in, finding Caesar speaking with a group of men in suits. "Hey, Dad, it's been a few days," Izuku said. "Indeed it has. Do you feel better?" Caesar replied. "Yeah, a little, but the feeling is still there, and Eri still has lasting trauma." "Understood, my son. If you need anything, let me know. I can help you." Izuku looked around the room, his curiosity piqued. "Yes, sir, but who are these people?" Caesar gestured to the individuals seated nearby. "The two closest to me are representatives from the U.S. Council. They are here to help negotiate with the Japanese government to make Eri an American citizen. Next is Mr. Minamoto Jinga from the adoption agency. Lastly, I have two lawyers who specialize in this area. Now, please take a seat. Callie, you stay with us." "Yes, sir," Callie replied, settling in beside them. As Caesar opened a folder, he began, "Let's get down to business, shall we? I have the adoption papers here, but it has started to become more trouble than it's worth." Izuku's expression shifted to one of frustration and confusion. "In what way?" "Lawyers," Caesar replied, motioning for the two lawyers to step forward. They opened the folder and revealed two sets of papers. "In my hand, I have paperwork for a regular adoption," said lawyer, "and in my hand, I have paperwork for a special adoption," added lawyer. Izuku frowned. "Special adoption? What's that?" "In short, it allows a child under 6 or 8 years old, or anyone with medical issues, to become part of your family permanently," lawyer 2 explained. "The regular adoption keeps her original family or other legal guardians in her life, which means they could take her back whenever they want," lawyer 1 added. Eri, visibly frightened, interjected, "No, no, no. I don't want to go back there." Izuku quickly responded, "I object to that as well. I choose the special adoption." Caesar smiled clearly. "Please. I knew you would choose that. I already selected it for you." "Thanks, Dad," Izuku said, a hint of relief washing over him. Jinga cleared his throat. "However, we have more to discuss." Izuku braced himself. "This is where the bad news begins, isn't it?" "Unfortunately, yes," Caesar confirmed. "Jinga?" "Yes," Jinga replied, adjusting his glasses. "Unfortunately, you must be at least 25 years old, be in a stable marriage for about 3 years, be in good health, have a stable home, a good source of income, and fulfill various other bureaucratic requirements before you can adopt her. The main expectation is that you have a wife who is 25 years old or older when you apply," lawyer 1 added. "Which is age 20, Jinga chimed in. Callie, with a slight blush, asked, "You mean like me?" Caesar nodded. "More or less." Izuku felt his face heat up at Callie's comment, momentarily distracted from the seriousness of the situation. He stammered, "No, Callie, that's not what this is about." Sensing Izuku's discomfort, Caesar interjected. "Ahem, while Callie's offer is well-intentioned, it's not exactly the solution we're looking for here." He turned back to the lawyers. "As you were saying, Jinga, please elaborate on these requirements for the special adoption." Jinga continued, seemingly unfazed. "The special adoption process is indeed faster than the regular adoption. However, it comes with its own set of hurdles. As I mentioned, Mr. Midoriya, the age requirement is significant. Ideally, the adoptive parent or parents should be at least 25 years old and financially stable." He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. Izuku felt a knot of worry tighten in his stomach. He was far from meeting those criteria. Additionally, special adoption prioritizes cases where the child's biological parents or legal guardians are deemed unfit or unable to care for them. While Eri's situation certainly qualifies, there's still the matter of. Jinga's gaze flickered toward Izuku. "The unconventional nature of your involvement, Mr. Midoriya. You see, the Hero Commission, who would be facilitating this adoption." Izuku's expression hardened. "What does the Hero Commission have to do with this?" "They are conducting a background check to see if you have a criminal record. If they find out that you're the vigilante, they will reject your application to adopt her," Jinga explained. A wave of fear washed over Izuku and Eri. The thought of a background check by the Hero Commission was daunting. He gripped the armrest of his chair, knuckles turning white. "So, there's no chance?" Izuku's voice was filled with despair. "Not necessarily, my boy. There is a way around the background check, or at least to mitigate the damage, Caesar replied, a flicker of hope igniting in Izuku's chest. How? Izuku asked eagerly. Caesar glanced at Callie, a silent conversation passing between them. Then he turned back to Izuku, who was holding Eri tightly with anticipation. The Hero Commission's involvement is a double-edged sword. On one hand, their scrutiny could expose you. On the other hand, their interest in Shinigami's power might expedite the adoption. A glimmer of hope flickered in Izuku's eyes. So, you're saying we could use their interest to our advantage? Caesar nodded slowly. Perhaps, but it would require delicate negotiation. We'd have to convince them to overlook certain details about your past in exchange for something. Eri, sensing the shift in the conversation, leaned into Izuku's embrace, her large eyes searching his face for reassurance. The thought of being separated from him again filled her with dread. What kind of something? Izuku asked, knowing there wouldn't be a free pass from the Hero Commission. Caesar met his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes. That's what we need to figure out. They want to control Shinigami's power, but what if we could offer them something more? Intrigued, Izuku leaned forward. More valuable than Shinigami's power? What could that possibly be? Caesar stroked his chin thoughtfully, a spark of strategy lighting up his expression. We need to think outside the box. They want to contain Shinigami's power, regulate it, and ensure it's used for their ends. But what if we offered them understanding? Izuku furrowed his brow, unsure where Caesar was headed. Understanding? How do you understand a power like that? A hint of a smile played on Caesar's lips. Perhaps not understand it completely, but we can offer them information. Information about the quirk itself, its potential limitations, and maybe even. Eri, nestled in Izuku's arms, tilted her head curiously, her brow furrowed in confusion. Izuku, she said softly, are you sure about this? Caesar leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. This family is the only one who knows what this power is capable of. Let's just say I have a few contacts, people who are eager to learn about Shinigami's quirk. Knowledge the Hero Commission would be very interested in. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over Izuku. The idea of bargaining with the Commission using potentially dangerous secrets was unsettling. Yet, the prospect of a safe and secure future with Eri was undeniably tempting. This is a big gamble, Dad, Izuku replied, his voice filled with uncertainty. Are you sure about this? Caesar placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, his voice firm. We're doing this for Eri, Izuku. We have to take some risks to give her the life she deserves. Besides, it's too late to turn back or give up now. The weight of Caesar's words settled on Izuku. He glanced down at Eri, who was gazing at him with trusting eyes. He knew Caesar was right. He would do anything to protect her and build a future together. All right, Dad, Izuku said, taking a deep breath. Let's hear this plan of yours. The excitement crackled in the air as Izuku tightened the straps of his backpack. Months of grueling training had paid off. He now wielded his quirk with newfound confidence, mastering everything from plant manipulation to sonic attacks. Today was the UA entrance exam, the gateway to his dream of becoming a hero. Hey Dad, I'll call you after the exam. Wish me luck. Izuku called out. You don't need luck, son. You've got everything you need right there. Now go show them what you're made of. Caesar replied, a proud smile on his face. With a determined nod, Izuku slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed out the door. Today, he wasn't just Izuku Midoriya, he was a hero in the making. As he stepped outside, Sebastian appeared. Hey, I can take you to the school. Sure, Sebastian, Izuku replied. Aizu, a familiar voice called out. Izuku, he responded, spotting Himiko Toga. The two teens embraced. Are you ready to get started with the exam? Toga asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. More than ready, Izuku replied. They climbed into the limousine and headed to the school. As they drove, Izuku texted the girls to see if they were participating in the exam. Are you ladies going to take the exam? He messaged. Yes, we are, came the replies from Kyoka, Mina, Toga, and Ibara. No, sorry, I'm getting in through recommendations, Momo texted back. That's okay, Izuku responded. What about you? I will be taking the exam, he added. Nice, Ibara replied. Momo, I want to talk to you when you are done, Momo said. Sure, Yaoyorozu, where do you want to go? Izuku asked. Dagoba Beach, she replied. All right, I'll be there, he promised. Can we come too? Others chimed in. Sure, you can come with him, Momo said. Thanks, Yamamo Yayorozu, they replied. I've got to go, I'm almost at the school, Izuku said as he put his phone away. Toga looked at him thoughtfully. You know they want to confess their feelings to you, right? Yeah, I know, but I already have 2 admirers, Lady Nagant and you. Plus, I don't want to break their hearts, they are too good for that, Izuku admitted. I don't mind sharing you with them, Toga said, her voice steady. Are you sure about that? It could get complicated, Izuku warned. Yes, I know the risks, but we can handle it together. Besides, communication is the best policy, Toga replied. Izuku took a moment to think and then let out a sigh. Very well, we can give it a try. She kissed his cheek and rested her head on his chest, while he kissed her head and hugged her. As they pulled up to the gate, everyone was curious about who had arrived. When Izuku stepped out, the crowd gasped, especially Bakugo. Deku, what are you doing here? Bakugo shouted. I'm here to take the exam like the rest of you, Izuku replied calmly. Fine, but stay out of my way, got it? Bakugo warned. Crystal, Izuku assured him. As Bakugo entered, he accidentally knocked over 2 girls. One had warm brown hair that fell to her shoulders, and the other had light brown hair that reached the upper part of her back. Izuku quickly rushed to help them. Are you girls okay? He asked. Yes, I'm okay, the brown-haired girl replied. I'm fine now, good looking, the fawn-haired girl said with a smile. Sorry about that, he can be a bit rough, Izuku explained. It's okay, they both said. We should get inside before they kick us out, Izuku suggested. Yeah, let's go, they agreed. They walked into the school and went their separate ways after exchanging names. The brown-haired girl was Ochako Uraraka, and the fawn-haired girl was Kami Utsushimi. Izuku managed to find a seat and began the written portion of the exam. Staff entered the room, collecting the tests and distributing papers to those who had applied for the hero course, while the candidates for general studies and support course exited. The lights dimmed, and in the center stood Hisashi Yamada, known as the voice hero, present mic. What's up, my fellow listeners? Let me hear you say yeah, he exclaimed. Izuku, feeling a bit shy, responded, yeah. Thanks for the encouragement, young listener. You've got 5 stars in my book. Now, let's talk about the practical exam. You will be fighting robots. There will be 3 robots that will award points ranging from 1 to 3. However, the 4th robot is an obstacle and does not award points. You can choose to avoid it or engage in combat. Its purpose is to test how well you react to unexpected situations and strategize. The training ground's name is on the paper you received. Now go, the buses are waiting for you. Izuku arrived at Training Ground Beta, dressed in gym clothes adorned with the Tython Academy logo. Scanning the area, he realized he didn't recognize anyone. It seemed they had been separated to prevent teaming up with familiar faces. Spotting Uraraka and Utsushimi stretching nervously by the gate, he decided to approach them, but a boy with engines protruding from his calves blocked his path. Don't even think about it, engine boy. These girls look nervous and I want to help them. Plus, 2 of them are close friends. What kind of man would I be if I didn't comfort them? Now, please put your hand away before I do something that might get us both in trouble, Izuku said firmly. The boy hesitated, and Izuku released a hint of his killer intent, causing him to back off. Sorry you had to see that, Izuku apologized. It's okay, they replied. I just want to wish you both luck. There's no need to worry, he encouraged. Thank you, they said in unison. As the gates began to open, Izuku took off running into the city. Hey wait, where are you going? Uraraka called after him. The test has begun. They're treating it like a real-life emergency, so there won't be a countdown, he shouted back. As he spoke, everyone surged toward the city gate just as Present Mike announced the start of the exam. In a dark room, the teachers and staff observed the applicants, impressed by the new batch, particularly the green-haired boy. This kid is incredible, Aizawa remarked. Indeed, it looks like he has some strength and speed-enhancing quirk, Nizu added. Yagi thought to himself, that's my successor. Caesar entered the room with Miriam on one arm and Eri in the other, taking a seat to watch the proceedings. I see you're interested in our son, Caesar said. He's your son, the others exclaimed in surprise. Yes, but not by blood. We've cared for him for many years, he explained. He's just like him and even more powerful than the rest, Miriam added. Let's see about that, Nizu said, pressing a red button. Izuku had amassed 270 points in just 20 minutes when the ground suddenly shook, and a massive robot emerged. While others fled in panic, Izuku heard a cry for help. He turned to see Uraraka and Utsushimi trapped under rubble and rushed toward them. "Ladies, now it's time to behold my wonders," he declared. Entering his wingless angel state, he took flight, channeling one for all into his fist. "Heavenly barrage," he shouted, smashing through the robot's arm and soaring toward its chest, wielding Oathkeeper and Oblivion. Final touch. Omni-slash. The robot crumbled into countless pieces. Everyone watched in astonishment as Izuku gently floated back down to check on the girls. "Are you both okay?" he asked. Uraraka and Utsushimi, still in shock, nodded to indicate they were fine. "Let me fix that for you." Healing light. Izuku created a green and gold dome around them, healing their injuries and restoring their stamina. Present Mike announced the end of the test, sounding the alarm. Izuku concluded the healing, helped the girls to their feet, and exited the area, with Kami following closely behind, eager to get to know him better. Meanwhile, the staff in the observation box were taken aback by Izuku's strength, except for the Michaelis family. "I want this kid in my class. That power feels familiar. I haven't felt this since Shimigami took down the Shai Hassikai," Aizawa stated, and everyone agreed. "If you want to know about Izuku's quirk, it depends on what you plan to do afterward," Miriam warned. The staff nodded in understanding. Then, the two transformed into their angel forms, surprising everyone. "Izuku has the same quirk as us. We gifted it to him during a difficult time in his life when he refused to give up," Caesar explained. "And just to clarify, this girl is not my daughter, she's Izuku's." Nisa's eyes widened. "So this is the girl you mentioned?" "Yes, Izuku saved her from Overhaul and his minions," Caesar confirmed. "Wait, you don't mean," Nisa began, shocked. "Yes, Izuku is the vigilante, Shinigami. Everything you received from the police was true. He only eliminates villains who can't be redeemed. There are several reasons he hasn't used his quirk openly. He doesn't want to endanger others. We advised him to keep it a secret. He was previously in life or death situations until we told him otherwise, and yes, we permitted him to take down the Shai Hassikai, so you can't arrest him for that. Lastly, for his safety, many people are only interested in others for their quirks and power. After the Shai Hassikai massacre, he is now hunted by villains wanting to recruit or eliminate him, as well as by you. You and the staff wanted to train him to be a hero properly, while others like Endeavor sought to arrest him for being a vigilante or for using his quirk without a license. The staff was shocked at first, but after Caesar explained everything, they understood his reasons. Nisa looked at Caesar and said, "So I see that you fulfilled your end of the deal." Caesar nodded. "Yes, I brought you, Shimigami, and I have a squad of my Spartans and Immortals on standby. Did you get your end of the bargain?" "Naturally. Also, Izuku is welcomed at UA," Nizu replied. "Good," Caesar said. Nizu got out of his chair, retrieved a suitcase, and took out a folder, handing it over to Caesar with a grin. Caesar chuckled. "Pleasure doing business with you, old friend." He handed Nizu 2 business cards. Nizu asked, "Do they do construction?" "I'm planning to make dormitories. I have a contractor who can handle that, Atlas Construction. They will work as long as either the Spartans or Immortals are nearby to ensure it gets done quickly," Caesar explained. "That will do," Nizu replied. Caesar's phone buzzed, and he saw a text from Izuku saying he would be a little late coming home. "Good, more time for us to prepare," he said, then called Callie. "Hey Callie, it's me, can you take Eri?" Callie appeared at the door. "Of course, sir." "Come on, child." "Okay, Miss Talone," Eri replied. Caesar hung up the phone. "Hold on. Make sure that he gets this folder." As he handed over the folder, Callie noticed the word adoption on it. "Is that?" she started. "Nope, that's not something I need to know. Izuku needs to see it," Caesar said, a smirk on his face. Callie nodded and took Eri with her, while Caesar and Miriam left soon after to make plans at home. Meanwhile, Izuku was at the beach with Mina on his left and Jiro on his right. Toga and Ibra followed closely behind. They spotted Momo on a beach blanket and walked over to her. "There's my Yaoyorozu," Izuku called out. "Hey Yaoyorozu," the girls chimed. "Hey everybody. How did you do?" Momo asked. They all sat down on the blanket and discussed the exam. Izuku shared that he had scored at least 270 points and had saved 2 girls from a dangerous situation while others had run away. My Midoriya, you had your day cut out for you, didn't you?" Momo remarked. "Yes, I did, Yaoyorozu," Izuku replied. "So, what were their names?" Momo inquired. Their names are Achiko Uraraka and Kami Atsushimi, Izuku answered. Did you call? Kami asked as she leaned on the railing nearby. Atsushimi? Did you follow us? Izuku exclaimed. Of course. Do you think I could let a handsome man like you pass me by? Kami teased. Not so fast, he is not yours to take, Momo interjected. That's right, the other girls chimed in. I second that, Callie added, appearing behind Kami with her quirk activated, shocking everyone except for Izuku. Izuku floated up to their level and landed next to Callie. Callie, put the gun down, she's not worth you going to jail over. Besides, there's plenty of me to go around, so let's not fight over me, he said. For your sake and your family I would stand down, Callie replied. As do we, the others agreed. Kami smiled. I see that you are growing a HM, how glamorous. Can I join your group? Not yet, I don't date anyone I just met. Let me form a connection with you on my own terms, not based on looks, money, or quirk, Izuku explained. I understand. I will let it grow a little. I want to know what your quirk is, Kami said. I'll tell you soon. For now, only a few people know what my quirk is, Izuku replied. I can't wait until that time. Can I sit down with you all? Kami asked. Sure, Atsushimi, you can sit with us, Izuku said. Thanks, handsome, Kami replied. No problem. However, if you're here, then that means. Izuku started, just as Eri walked out from behind Callie. Hey Papa, Eri called. Hello, Snowball, Izuku greeted as Eri ran to him and hugged him tightly. Eri, meet some of your potential moms, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Jiro, Mina Ishido, Ibara Shiozaki, and Kami Atsushimi. You already met Himiko Toga and Callie Talon, he introduced. Yeah, I've. Hello, I am Eri, just Eri, she said shyly. Hello there. Why is it just Eri? Momo asked. Well, my daddy is no longer around, and my mommy left me with a group of bad men who did bad things to me, Eri explained. What kind of bad things? Mina asked, concerned. Toga and Callie showed her pictures that revealed Eri's past, leaving the rest of the girls horrified. What happened next? Ibara asked. She managed to escape from them and bumped into me. The one responsible for her suffering was Kai Chisaki, better known as Overhaul, Izuku explained. The girls gasped in shock. The leader of the Shai Hassikai, they exclaimed. Yes, Izuku confirmed. Then that means that. Ibara began, looking at Toga and Callie. Izuku received nods from Toga and Callie, and he looked at Eri, who gave him a confident look and a thumbs up. He walked to his backpack and took out the mask of Shingami and a hoodie, putting them on before turning around. They were shocked at his transformation, while Toga, Lady Nagant, and Eri approached him. Yes, I am Shingami. However, despite what the news said, I had permission to use my power from Seraph and Jophiel, and I fought to save her, he stated. No doubt that judgment had been made, Ibara said. Yes, consider him cast down to the fiery pit, Izuku replied. A fitting end to a vile man like him. But what about her and you? I pray that things will be all right, Ibara said. Izuku took off his hood and mask, looking at them with determination. Don't worry about that, Shizuki. Seraph managed to get the pros and the press off my back for a while. Plus, my main mission besides going to UA to be a hero, is to make Eri part of my family. And on that note, your prayers are already answered, Callie said, handing him the folder. As he slowly opened it, fear and anticipation coursed through him. Inside, he found a letter that read, Dear Izuku Midoriya Michaelis, on behalf of the State of Japan, we have reviewed your application and are happy to inform you that the adoption process has gone through. As of today, Eri is officially yours. Izuku's heart soared. Eri, the little girl he'd sworn to protect, was finally safe and sound, his family. A surge of determination coursed through him. He wouldn't just be fighting for his future today, but for hers too. Izuku squatted down to Eri's level and looked into her eyes. Eri, say goodbye to your bad memories, your Yakuza grandpa, and the ones who treated you poorly. Because as of this moment, you are now Eri Midoriya Michaelis. Eri's eyes widened in surprise. You mean? He smiled and nodded, showing her the paper. Tears of joy filled her eyes as she hugged him tightly. Welcome to the family, Eri. Thanks, Daddy, she replied, her voice filled with warmth. The rest of the group congratulated them with a group hug and began sharing their experiences from the entrance exam. After an hour of talking, they went their separate ways. Back at the Michaelis residence, Izuku called out, Mom, Dad, we're home. Hello, Izuku, the angels replied in unison. Inko looked up from her cooking. Hey honey, how did you do on the exam? I did awesomely. I'm sure I got a perfect score on the written exam and at least 270 points on the practical exam. And I have more good news, if Dad didn't tell you first. He handed over the paperwork, and Inko read it with growing excitement. That's excellent news, baby. As a celebration, I will make your favorite food. Awesome! Izuku exclaimed. 3 weeks later, it was time to receive the exam results. Izuku was playing with Eri, Toga, and his siblings while Inko prepared dinner with the staff. Miriam and Caesar were on business calls with their agency. After dinner, Alfred entered the room with the mail. I got the mail, sir. Good. Go ahead and put them in my study, Caesar instructed. Right away, sir. Oh, and Mrs. Izuku and Himiko, you got a letter from UA. Thanks, Alfred, they replied in unison. Izuku took the letter and went to his bedroom. He opened it, and a hologram disc emerged. Hello, my son. I'm here to tell you about your results, Caesar's hologram announced. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. Dad? What are you doing here? Surprise. I was offered to be a teacher. Anyway, you got a perfect score on the written test and the practical exam, and you received the highest score in terms of villain points. I'm proud of you. But that's not all. You saved 4 girls who were trapped under the rubble and from the zero-pointer robot. A girl with shoulder-length brown hair had even asked to give some of her points to you. You're kidding, Izuku said, astonished. Not at all. Here, look. Caesar played a recording of Uraraka asking Present Mike to give some of her points to Izuku. That's nice of her to do that for me, Izuku said, touched. Indeed. What you did for them earned you extra points. The judges decided to give you 150 hero points, bringing your total to 420 points. You are now the representative of the first-year students, surpassing All Might's record of 300 points overall. Izuku felt a surge of joy as he entered his angelic state. Thanks, Dad. After the message ended, he began to text the girls. Hey ladies, I passed. That's great. We did too, they replied. Awesome. Well girls, school starts next week, so I will see you there. See you soon, Izuku, they all chimed. Turning to his family, Izuku shared the news. I passed the test. Inko's eyes filled with tears of joy. Congratulations, my baby. Eri cheered, hooray. You did it, Papa, and hugged him tightly. Caesar and Miriam gave him a thumbs up. I didn't do this without all of you, so thanks for everything, Izuku said gratefully. You're welcome, everyone replied in unison. And with that, the first chapter of their journey came to a close. Michaelis resident. 1 week had passed since Izuku received his acceptance letter. He and Caesar had practiced on his judgment path, while the girls trained with Miriam on the basics. Izuku gathered his school supplies and prepared to leave. Hey Dad, who do you think will be my homeroom teacher? Izuku asked. It will most likely be Shota Aizawa. His hero name is Eraserhead. Just a word of warning, he is a strict teacher and won't hesitate to kick you out of class or even the school if you don't meet his standards. I heard he expelled an entire class last year for not taking things seriously, Caesar replied. He did what? Izuku exclaimed. Yes, he expelled a whole class because they treated it like a game. If he tells you to do your best, you better listen. Understand? Yes, sir. But what about my quirk? Izuku inquired. If you're worried about the staff arresting you for being Shimigami, remember they are among those who want to help train you. You can trust them, Caesar reassured him. Thanks, Dad. No problem. Oh, and one more thing. Caesar formed one wing, took some feathers, and handed them to Izuku. If you break one of these, you can summon me. The multicolored ones are mine, and the yellow ones are Miriam's. Thanks, Dad. Nizo hired some of our construction contractors to build dormitories and some of our men for extra security, Caesar added. With me, Justinian Belisarius and Darius Ibn Zir as commanders, Callie chimed in. Do Uncle Cyrus and Leonidas know about this? Izuku asked. They do, but they're not in Japan right now. Cyrus is in Amman, Jordan, and Leonidas is in Krakow, Poland, Caesar explained. Why? Izuku wondered. They have a mission to defend the neighboring countries. Maria, David, Daniel, and I are going to support them. We might not be back for a while, Marcus said. Oh well, I hope you all come back soon and safe, Izuku replied. We will. Good luck at UA, his older siblings assured him as they walked out the door. Izuku took a deep breath. Well, I'm off. See you later, Caesar said. Need a ride? Callie offered. Sure, why not? Izuku agreed. They headed to the garage, climbed into a 1967 Chevrolet Impala, and drove away. I can tell you're nervous about your first day, Callie observed. How can I not be? It's a new experience, and I can't help but think about what's going to happen. But at the same time, I'm excited since it's my dream school, second only to Tython, Izuku admitted. I bet. I felt the same way when I started high school, but that was before. Callie paused. The hero commission, Izuku finished for her. Yeah. I came in as an eager young woman with a dream to make a difference in the world, but I left feeling bitter, having become a part of a system that didn't care about anyone outside its influence. But you, Michaelis, and Eri brought me back to the light, Callie said. You're not the only one. Himiko Toga was the same. She had the power to transform into anyone by consuming blood. I was the first person to accept her for who she was, and Dad gave her a purpose, Izuku shared. That sounds like a tale fit for a storybook, but the world isn't black and white. Many people do good for the wrong reasons, and others do bad for the right reasons. The heroes of myth and the monsters born evil are long gone, Callie reflected. Yeah, I've seen that for a while. It's sad but eye-opening. It shows how complacent everyone has become, and unfortunately, collapse is imminent. It's only a matter of time, Izuku said. Yes, but it's not our job to dictate their lives. We just need to do whatever it takes to make this place better. I'm here to help guide you on your hero path. I am your ally and confidant now. Since you helped save me, I will do anything for you and them now and forever, Callie promised. I will do the same for you now and forever as well. Once I become the world's greatest hero, I will create a system that helps everyone in need, Izuku vowed. I hope so, Shini. Callie placed her hand over his, and he firmly grasped it. But they arrived at school on time, exchanged hugs, and entered the Class 1A room. Izuku noticed Bakugo and the boy with engines in his calves from the entrance exam arguing. The blue-haired boy introduced himself as Tenya Ida and apologized for his actions during the entrance exam. Izuku accepted the apology, explaining that he hadn't known about the hidden part of the exam. I recognize that messy hair from anywhere. You're the boy who saved me, Uraraka said. Hello, Uraraka. How are you holding up? Izuku asked. I'm well, what about you? She replied. I'm good. We should sit down before our teacher gets here, Izuku suggested. Yeah, okay, Uraraka agreed. They settled into their seats just as Shota Aizawa walked in. It looks like you're all settled down good. My name is Shota Aizawa, and I will be your homeroom teacher. Now go change into your PE clothes and meet me outside, he instructed. A few minutes later, they changed into their gym clothes and went outside, where Aizawa explained what they would be doing. Today, we will do a quirk assessment. Test, he announced. A quirk assessment test? The class exclaimed. What about the entrance exam? The orientation? Uraraka asked. You are all heroes in training, you don't have time for that. This school's selling point is how unrestricted its traditions are. That's how the teachers run their classes. You've been doing physical fitness tests without using your quirks since junior high, right? The country still uses averages taken from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. The Ministry of Education is procrastinating. Bakugo, you got a decent score on the practical exam, right? What was your best result for the softball throw? Aizawa questioned. It was 67 meters, Bakugo replied. Okay, now go into that circle and try doing it with your quirk. You can do whatever you want, but stay in the circle. Give it your all and make it quick, Aizawa instructed. Bakugo stepped into the throwing circle. As he stood there, Mr. Aizawa threw him the ball. After stretching for a moment, Bakugo threw the ball while shouting. Aizawa pulled out his phone, which read 700 meters. Wow, 700 meters. That's impressive, a voice exclaimed. This is going to be fun, Mina said, her excitement palpable. Izuku face-bombed internally, thinking, Mina, why did you just say that? Aizawa looked at the class. It looks fun, huh? You have 3 years to become heroes. Will your attitude stay the same after that? Let's make it a bit more interesting. Whoever gets the lowest score in 8 tests will be expelled. Gasps filled the room. You can't do that. This is only our first day of class. That's not fair. Uraraka protested. Do you think natural disasters, colossal accidents, and dangerous villains are fair? Aizawa replied. The world is full of unfairness. Izuku added, the ones who embody unfairness are the remaining 20% of the world's population, the quirkless. They have dreams to be great, but when they find out they don't have powers, they're told to forget it. Some are bullied to the point of despair, and others face neglect or abandonment by their own families. The class fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. Momo, Jiro, and Mina, who understood his experience, approached him for a comforting hug. Indeed, I can't say it better myself, Aizawa acknowledged. Thanks, Aizawa-sensei, Izuku replied. Alright, class, the test will include the 50-meter dash, grip test, standing long jump, repeating side jump, softball throw, sit-ups, push-ups, and long-distance run. For the 50-meter dash, Izuku was paired with Bakugo. Prepare to eat my dust, Deku, Bakugo taunted. We'll see about that, Izuku retorted. As the robot signaled the start, Izuku took off and reached the finish line in a flash, while Bakugo activated his explosions to finish in 1.14 seconds. I won, Deku, Bakugo declared. Think again, my explosive friend, Izuku replied with a smirk. Bakugo, shocked and angry, exclaimed, What? How did you get here so fast? I was here for 1/12 of your time, just 0.095 seconds, Izuku explained. Bakugo walked away, seething with anger. For the grip test, Izuku took first place by default after breaking the device. In the long jump, he simply levitated off the ground. He secured second place in the sideways jump, following a small boy with purple hair. When it was time for the softball throw, Uraraka threw the ball, and her score read, Infinity. Izuku contemplated revealing his true strength but decided against it, opting to throw the ball with his natural ability, achieving a distance of 120 meters. Disappointment spread among his classmates, except for Bakugo, who smirked, having thrown the ball farther. I was wondering when you were going to use your quirk, Aizawa-sensei, or should I say the underground hero, Eraserhead? Izuku asked. I see someone on the staff told you everything about me, Aizawa replied. Yes, and you know why I can't risk using my true power here, Izuku explained. That may be so, but you barely have much of a choice. You are here to go beyond plus ultra. If you want to keep it simple, then go somewhere else, Aizawa said firmly. Izuku turned to his classmates. Don't tell anyone about this. Understand? Yeah, sure, we won't tell a soul, they all replied, except for Momo, Jiro, Mina, and Bakugo. Whatever, that. It doesn't matter what you do, you can never be stronger than me, Bakugo sneered. In response, Izuku transformed into his angelic form, leaving everyone except the four girls in awe. Aizawa thought to himself, I guess Caesar wasn't joking about the fact that you are Shinigami. Now, let's try that again, Izuku said, combining the strength from his angelic form with some of one for all. He threw the ball once more, and it soared beyond the planet's atmosphere. Aizawa checked his phone, which displayed error, and awarded Izuku an infinity score. Deku, you damned BT. How could a quirkless loser like you get a better score than I did? Bakugo shouted, ready to attack. Before he could act, Aizawa used his capture gear to restrain him. Stop making me use my quirk, it gives me dry eye. That's a shame because it's a good quirk, someone remarked. Izuku powered down and added, it's not like primary school. If you attack me or anyone else here with your quirk outside of training, you will get suspended or expelled. I know you don't care about that, but how does it look when you want to become a pro and it says you were thrown out of the best school in the country? You win this round, Deku, but mark my words, I will destroy you, Bakugo vowed. Everyone was confused by Bakugo's statement, but they began to understand the weight of Izuku's words. You don't mean? Uraraka began. Yes, I was quirkless. Bakugo was the primary cause of my torment. He bullied me every day until Seraph put a stop to it, Izuku revealed. The class was shocked and appalled by Bakugo's past actions. Don't worry, I have my mom and dad who believed in me no matter what happens, Izuku reassured them. The class felt relieved that he had found support. The rest of the test results were announced, with Izuku at the top. Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Mizo Shoji, Mashireo Ojiro, Ajiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Achiko Uraraka, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, Tsuyu Azui, Yuga Oyama, Antasiro, Denki Kaminari, Kyokujiro, Toru Hagakure, Minoru Mineta. A voice piped up, Oh come on, Mr. Aizawa. I can't leave like this, I wasn't made for this. The girls collectively wished for him to leave, while Izuku felt a surge of anger at his words. Aizawa then revealed, About the expulsion thing I lied. No one is getting expelled. What? It was a ruse, the class exclaimed in disbelief. Yeah, of course it was. If we knew it was a test with no consequences, we would have done our best, Momo said. Izuku added, Aizawa-sensei wasn't lying. I heard from one of the staff that last year he had expelled an entire class of students because they didn't meet his expectations. After he said that, all of my classmates looked shocked, their mouths agape, as if they had seen a ghost. Izuku remarked, we are all just lucky that he sees potential in all of us. If you all feel like you belong here, then you better prove it, because there are other students eager to take your place. They nodded in agreement, and we continued with the rest of the day. Later that day, Izuku was about to head home, followed by his friends, Uraraka, Ida, a red-haired boy, and a boy who resembled Zuko. Hey, Midoriya, can I join you? Ida asked. Sure, Ida, Izuku replied. Is there room for one more? The red-haired boy chimed in. Sure, why not? Izuku said. Awesome. I'm Eijiro Kirishima, the red-haired boy introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Kirishima, Izuku responded. I'm Izuku Midoriya Mikis, he added. Hey, you guys, I'm Shoto Todoroki, the Zuko lookalike said. Uraraka looked puzzled. I thought your name was Deku. Yeah, that was a name that Bakugo used to insult me. It means, defenseless Izuku, Izuku explained. Oh, Uraraka replied. I like it because it sounds similar to Dikaru, meaning you can do it. Yes, you can call me that or just Izuku, he said. Anyway, my real last name is Midoriya. The name Mikis was given to me by the Seraph, that is his last name. I see, Ida said. By the way, I noticed a picture of a girl on your phone's wallpaper. Who is she? This is Eri, Izuku said. She is my daughter. The others gasped. You have a kid? They exclaimed. Yes, but she is adopted, Izuku clarified. Have you heard of the vigilante Shinigami? Yeah, we all have. Why? Uraraka asked. Because she was the girl who was abused by the Shai Hassikai, Izuku explained. The biggest reason I didn't reveal my quirk earlier is that I am Shinigami. The group looked surprised. You were the one who took down the Shai Hassikai? They asked. Yes, but I wasn't alone. However, since I took down their boss, now the villains are after me, either to recruit me or eliminate me, while most of the pro heroes want to arrest me. The number 2 hero, Endeavor, is the most determined to catch me. Shoto frowned. So you hate my father? Yes, Izuku admitted. I never liked him. Plus, Shoto, you don't have to tell me about your past. I know what Enji has done to you and your mother. He has let fame and power go to his head and pushed his family away to pursue his dream, which will end up being more bitter than sweet. Put your trust in the Mikis family, we will help you take your father down a notch, Izuku assured him. I will, Shoto replied. It's getting late, we should head home, Izuku said. Yeah, everyone agreed. They walked to the train station and began to part ways. When Izuku arrived home, he shared stories about their day with Inko and Eri. They had dinner and prepared for class the next day. At the Mikis residence, Caesar said, tomorrow will be the start of hero training. Inko on the phone asked, are you sure that Izuku is ready for it? Of course, Inko. We've been doing this for years, we know he's ready for anything, Miriam replied. If he has to fight that Bakugo kid, I hope he remembers the trick I taught him, Caesar added. Same here, Miriam agreed. Okay, if you say so, neither of you has let me down yet, Inko said. That's the spirit, Inko, Caesar replied. By the way, Miri, have you chosen who will carry your power? Not yet. They all show some promise, Miriam answered. Okay, once Izuku becomes a principality, I will lighten the load, Caesar said. Thank you, honey, Miriam replied, leaning in for a kiss. Good night. Good night, mi amor, Caesar said. Sweet dreams, you too, Inko said over the phone. Good night, Inko, they both replied. And that was the end of this chapter. But it was a new day, and after finishing English class, the students were gathered in their classroom, eagerly awaiting their hero basic training teacher. I wonder who will be our teacher for this, Izuku pondered aloud. Me too, Momo replied, sharing his curiosity. Suddenly, the door burst open, and All Might entered with his signature flair. I am here, he announced, though his entrance was met with surprise. The rumors about him being a teacher were confirmed, but Izuku already knew thanks to Caesar. You call that a heroic entrance, All Might? You disappoint me. Izuku, can you do the honors? Caesar challenged. With a smirk, Izuku responded, Sure, Dad. He stepped to the front of the class, took out a multicolored feather, and placed it on the ground before stomping on it. A brilliant pillar of light shot up, revealing a figure that rose to their feet, wings unfurling. The class gasped, impressed that someone had outdone All Might's entrance. Izuku felt a surge of excitement, especially for Momo, Jiro, and Mina. Greetings and bienvenue, students. My name is Caesar Michaelis, the figure announced. Wait, are you related to Midoriya? Ada asked, puzzled. No, I'm his stepfather. I'm also sure he told you my hero codename, Caesar replied. Is it the Seraph? Ada guessed. Precisely. Now, I know you have many questions, but we need to focus. Today, we will be doing some combat training. Combat? Bakugo exclaimed. Training, Izuku added. Right now, go change into your hero costumes and meet us at Fake City Beta, All Might instructed. Yeah, the class chorused. Hold up, not yet. One of you needs some improvements, Caesar interjected. Oh, and who's that? All Might asked. You'll find out. Everyone go. Toru Hagakure, you stay, Caesar said as the rest of the class exited, leaving only a floating mass of clothes behind. Am I in trouble? Toru asked nervously. No, I set you aside because I didn't want to embarrass you in front of your friends, Caesar reassured her. Why? She inquired. Forwards. Even if you are invisible. Izuku can see you too, he explained. A deep blush spread across her face. If she had one we could see, Izuku joked, causing laughter to ripple through the air. If I can guess, your hero costume is just you running around with gloves and shoes, isn't it? Caesar teased. Yes, Toru admitted sheepishly. I thought so, but I can fix it for you, Caesar offered. How? She asked, intrigued. You'll see, but I need your permission, he replied. Whatever it is, do it, Toru said, determination in her voice. Okay, Caesar said, placing his hand on her head. 3, 2, 1, execute. Minutes later at Fake City Beta. All Might stood by the gate, waiting for the students to showcase their hero costumes. One by one, they emerged, proudly displaying their outfits. Hey, where is Midoriya-kun? Uraraka asked. Maybe that nerd decided to quit while he was ahead, Bakugo scoffed. Think again, my old nuclear Pomeranian friend, Izuku declared as he stepped out, wearing a cloak with chainmail underneath. He was immediately surrounded by the girls. There you are, Izuku. Momo exclaimed. Yeah, I'm here, but you know they won't approve of that hero costume of yours, he replied. I know, but my quirk needs bare skin to work properly, Momo explained. True, but I'd rather have it be practical than just for looks, Izuku countered. Okay, I'll get it altered later, she agreed. Come on, Izzy, you know you enjoy it, Mina teased. Perhaps, but none of you have the most revealing costume here, Izuku said with a grin. We don't, they asked in unison. No, that honor belongs to Toru Hagakure, he revealed. Why? They asked, confused. At least you all have clothes on. She doesn't, except for gloves and shoes, Izuku pointed out. Oh right, they realized. Not anymore, Caesar announced as he approached, a floating watch beside him. Hey, Dad, I'm sure you fixed her quirk, Izuku said, intrigued. See for yourself, Hagakure, Caesar said, gesturing for her to touch her watch. With a touch, Toru revealed a sleek black and white spandex suit and a helmet. She waved her hand over her face, making her features visible along with her long, messy, wavy chartreuse hair, accented with pink specks. Surprise! It's me, Toru Hagakure, she declared. Eesh, the class exclaimed in unison. Yeah, it's me, she confirmed, smiling. How did this happen? I thought you couldn't turn it off, Mina asked, astonished. I couldn't, but Michaela-sensei did it. I don't know how, but he did, Toru explained. That was a collaboration between me and Izuku. We discussed your quirk, and when your name came up, we saw potential, Caesar elaborated. In what way? Momo asked, intrigued. We thought you might have the power to reflect light, Izuku added. So, I enhanced that ability while allowing you to remain invisible, Caesar concluded. Then we created a new suit that complements your powers and looks great on you, Izuku said proudly. What's better, what you were wearing or this? Caesar asked, holding up the previous outfit. Everyone pointed at Toru's new suit. Hey, I thought so, he said with a grin. Ahem. Now can we move to the event? All Might interrupted, drawing their attention. Okay, today we will be doing heroes versus villains. This is not graded, no one is getting expelled, and no killing. I will pair you into teams of 2, All Might explained. Mineta protested, "Hey, no fair. Why does he get a girl while I don't?" Caesar pulled out a recorder and played back Mineta's earlier comment about not touching anyone's melons. "Does this ring a bell? This is your punishment. You're lucky I told you not to beat you up or expel you for that comment. If it were up to me, you would have been out of here already." "Wait, he said that?" All Might asked, surprised. "Yes, and that's not how a hero in training should act, especially towards someone who isn't interested in him," Caesar replied. "Do you know who they are interested in?" All Might asked. "Yes, but it's not my place to say," Caesar answered. "I understand. Anyway, the synopsis is that the villains have hidden a weapon in their hideout. You have 15 minutes to find it. The hero team wins by either taking down the villains or touching the weapon. The villain team can win by taking down the heroes or stalling them until time runs out. Now, let's get this show on the road." All Might declared, setting the stage for their training. First up, Team A is the hero team and Team D is the villain team. Team A had 5 minutes to prepare a plan while Team D set up. Team D moved into the building to secure the weapon and prepare for defense. Bakugo crossed his arms, a frown on his face. "Do you think Deku has a quirk?" Ida nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, I believe he does. You saw his transformation, there's no way he's making this up." Bakugo shrugged dismissively. "I don't care. He must have been hiding it for years, and now he's probably looking down at me." He turned to his teammates. "You stay here and protect the bomb, I'm going after Deku." Meanwhile, outside the building, Uraraka looked at Izuku, her brow furrowed. "So, what's the plan?" Izuku glanced up at the structure. "I think the weapon is on the top floor, and if I know Bakugo, he'll be coming after me." He sighed, wishing he could have brought one of Dawn's investigations. It's a tactical grenade called a threat grenade. It scans the area within a 46-meter radius. Uraraka's eyes widened. "That sounds amazing. But unless it helps your quirk, it's against the rules." Izuku nodded, understanding the implications. "I know. Plus, I don't want you to get hurt. If Bakugo comes for me, I want you to go ahead and deal with Ida." Michaelis Mansion. As night fell, most of the younger kids were tucked in bed. Izuku was finishing his homework while Lady Nagant conducted her nightly patrol. Toga, on the other hand, was engrossed in Izuku's hero notebook, UA edition. "Your classmates are interesting, Izu," Toga remarked, flipping through the pages. "But there's something off about the French one. I don't like Bakugo for what he did to you, and Pika over there seems like a complete buffoon. Great boy? Total weirdo. I'm surprised they let him stay, let alone join in." Izuku, wrapping up his work, replied, "What can I say? He saw potential in all of us. You might be surprised if he changes after all for one is gone." "I hope so, Izu. Besides Yamamo, Rockstar, and Pinky, I think Frog Girl and Kirby are cute. Too bad I can't see Miss disappear. She looks promising." "Hold on, I forgot to update it," Izuku said, moving closer to her. He brushed his fingers over the paper, revealing a new character's appearance and quirk, light bending. Toga's cheeks flushed as she admired the picture. Well, where has she been? I've never seen a girl like that who is so pretty." "She just got that look today," Izuku said, playfully tapping her on the head with a roll of paper. "Chill out. I know you're bi, but I've already dealt with 2 perverts. I don't need another one." "Sorry, Izu, I just couldn't resist." "Okay, enough of that." He took the notebook and tucked it into his backpack. "Come on, Izu. I was reading that." "No. Please. No. I'll tell you everything about the quirks of Class 1B and who could join our HR." Izuku groaned. "All right, fine." He pulled out the notebook again and began to jot down everything Toga said. Just as she was about to share the new additions, Lady Nagant entered the house. "All is well, Sheenie," she said. "That's good, Callie. Why not take it easy for a bit?" Izuku suggested. "Sure, Sheenie." She kissed him on the cheek before walking away. "By the way, how did she get into the picture?" Toga asked. "Long story short, she was put into a rehab program after Big Brother and Sister brought her to the agency, and she ended up with us. She grew fond of me as a reminder of her past before joining the Hero Commission. She also cares for Eri." "How much?" Izuku blushed. "Enough to be willing to marry me to adopt Eri." Toga's eyes widened. "She what?" Callie returned with a glass of water, setting it on the table before hugging Izuku from behind. "Sorry, little sister, but you snooze, you lose." "And you might as well say she added herself to this," Izuku said, pointing playfully at Callie. Toga let out a fake laugh, followed by an annoyed groan. When are you going to propose to me? 2 things. 1. After AFO and his cronies are taken care of. 2. I can't do it here, I'm still 15. I have to be 18 to propose. You're joking, right? Unfortunately, no. In Japan, ladies can marry at 16 with their parents' consent. I would have to wait until my 18th birthday to pop the question. 20 without permission. Toga huffed in frustration. I'm going to bed now. Don't bother me. She stormed off, leaving the two alone. You know Dad would have made it happen if we asked, Izuku said. Callie sat next to him. I know that, Izuku, but you know that after AFO falls, a new villain will rise to take his place. You won't have much time for romantic feelings. Izuku sighed. I hate to admit it, but it's true. I might not have a lot of time for love, but I would cherish every moment with all of you without regrets. Besides, All Might, Caesar, Miriam, Eri, my mom, Zian, and the rest of the family drive me to be a true hero. You and Toga reinforce my longing because of your past, and I care about you both a lot. I know, and I love that. I'm sure Toga does as well. Just promise us that no matter what happens in the future, you'll never change who you are. I promise. They stood and hugged each other, while Toga, nearby, listened and shed a few tears. The dormitories are ready. Want to see them tomorrow? Yeah, can I bring Eri too? Izuku replied. Of course. I can never separate her from you. We'll leave first thing in the morning, don't be late. Never. They headed to their rooms and went to bed. Halfway down the hall, Izuku stopped and called out, How much did you hear? Enough, and I'm sorry, Toga said, on the verge of tears. I was just looking forward to being yours forever. Izuku turned around and gently kissed her head, a silent way of saying she was forgiven. Come on, we can share a bed tonight. Okay. The next morning, Izuku woke up at 5, gently rousing Toga as he got ready. He left a note saying they had left early and joined Callie and Eri at the door. Morning, Daddy and Mama Toga. Eri greeted cheerfully. Morning, Snowball, they replied, hugging her and kissing her forehead. Let's get started, we do not want to be late, Callie said. Right? They all agreed. Callie took the driver's seat, while Toga and Eri settled in the back, and Izuku rode shotgun. As they drove down the road, they noticed news vans and cameras near UA. Oh great, the paparazzi are here, Izuku groaned. What is a paparazzi, Papa? Eri asked. Paparazzi are independent photographers, and they can be extremely annoying. They follow you everywhere without giving you a moment of peace. And one of them is called a paparazzo for a boy and a paparazza for a girl, Callie added. What language is that? Eri inquired. It's Italian, Toga explained. Why are they here? Eri asked. They probably heard that All Might and Surf are here and want an interview or something, Izuku replied. Do you think they could get in? Eri asked, looking concerned. No. UA has an anti-trespassing gate that closes quickly after anyone who's not welcome approaches. With me and the rest of the guards on duty, no one is getting far. So you'll be nice and safe with us, Callie reassured her. Okay, Mama Callie, Eri said, smiling as they drove into the parking lot and walked toward the dorm complex, Height Alliance. As they approached the Class 1A dormitory, a man stepped out to greet them. Hello Mr. Izuku, Miss Himiko, Miss Callie, and Miss Eri, he called out. Hello, Michelangelo, they replied in unison. I received word that everything is ready, Izuku said. Yes, Mr. Izuku, but I have my orders not to let you in until your teacher gives me the go-ahead. An inspector is coming today for the final walkthrough before we open, Michelangelo explained. Okay, but what can you do for us? Izuku asked. I can give you a visual walkthrough, Michelangelo offered, pulling out a laptop to show them a floor plan. On the outside, the Heights Alliance dormitories are large buildings with 5 floors, separated into 2 wings. Each building has its respective class name displayed above a sign that reads, Alliance. Surrounding the buildings are low hedge bushes that create a path to the entrance, which consists of 2 sets of double doors. Along the pathway, there are 2 park benches and 2 light towers. The first level of the building is white, while the upper levels are brown. There's also a courtyard outside the first level. He continued, inside, each dorm building is designed to accommodate 1 class of 20 students, though it can house as many as 32. The first floor features a common area with couches, tables, televisions, kitchens, bathrooms, and laundry rooms. Dorm rooms begin on the 2nd floor and go up to the 5th floor, with each floor containing 8 rooms, 4 for males and 4 for females. Males are assigned to the left wing and females to the right. Each student's room is equipped with air conditioning, toilets, beds, fridges, closets, and a balcony. However, each room is unique thanks to a special device outside that customizes it to the residents' desires. The group stared in awe at the plans, clearly impressed. Incredible! I'm looking forward to moving in, Izuku said. Thank you, Mr. Izuku. It's an honor to build it for you, Michelangelo replied. Just then, Izuku's phone rang. It was Caesar. Hello, Izuku answered. Hello, Izuku, is Callie with you? Caesar asked. Yes, she's standing next to me, Izuku replied. Okay, put this on speaker, it's urgent, Caesar instructed. Izuku complied and let him continue. I sense that we have a traitor among us, one of the first-year students. What? It's not me or my girls, Izuku exclaimed. Relax, it's neither of you, but this person was quirkless like you. However, All for One approached them and made a deal. He would grant them a quirk in exchange for becoming a spy. I will be talking to their parents and checking the Book of Life. You and the girls need to look for clues among the students. Be cautious, and if you find the mole, bring them to me unharmed. Understand? We understand, Seraph, but should we follow protocol? Callie asked. Not this time. To 90% of them, the mole is a villain, but they are a victim of circumstance. Once the truth is revealed, they would become a loose end, and this is how loose ends are handled, Caesar warned, sending a video that left them in shock. Toga quickly covered Eri's eyes while Izuku covered her ears, their expressions filled with horror, rage, sadness, and disgust. He expects you to pledge your loyalty, but when he no longer sees you as useful, he will dispose of you. It's more likely that the spy will try to flee the country when caught rather than face imprisonment or risk AFO harming them and their family. Do whatever it takes to find the spy, as long as it's legal, and be careful. I can sense the seeds of war being sown right now. As you wish, Dad, Seraph, Grandpa, they all responded. You are dismissed, Caesar concluded before hanging up. Toga turned to the group. We need a plan. Yeah, and I know that if they want a distraction, the press would make a good cover, Izuku suggested. Leave that to me. If I need anything, you two can find me, Callie said confidently. Okay, they both agreed. And with that, they prepared for the challenges ahead. The entrance. Izuku, the girls, and Eri were on their way to class when the media approached them, eager to discuss the rumor that All Might was teaching at the school. They quickly made an excuse to escape the reporters, who then turned their attention to other students until Shota Aizawa intervened and asked them to leave. One news reporter attempted to enter the school, but the security system promptly kept them out. Class 1A room. Izuku and Eri separated from Toga and entered the classroom. Momo, Mina, and Kyoto followed, surrounding Izuku as he settled Eri on his lap. The class looked at him in confusion, surprised to see a child with him, but before anyone could comment, Mr. Aizawa entered the room. Good morning, class. Before I tell you what we'll be doing today, I need to address a few things. I've seen all of your fighting footage. Good job, everyone. However, Bakugo, you need to keep your anger in check. You can't be a hero with an attitude like that. Bakugo merely scowled in response. Aizawa continued, Michaelis, you did great, but please don't show off your powers too much, alright? Yes, sir, Izuku replied. Now, you kids are going to do something important today. The class collectively braced themselves. Please don't let it be a pop quiz or more battle training, they thought. You will be electing a class representative, Aizawa announced. Oh, something normal, they sighed in relief. Who do you want to be your class rep? Everyone immediately voted for themselves and began discussing their plans, but the conversation took a turn when Mineta crossed a line. If I'm class rep, I would make all girls skirts. Izuku swiftly grabbed him by the collar. Don't you dare finish that sentence. I know you want to suggest something inappropriate, but that is not the role of a class representative. Such matters belong to the principal or the superintendent of the school. Midoriya, please have mercy, Mineta pleaded. You're lucky I have a child here. Otherwise, I would have given you a lesson you wouldn't forget, Izuku said, releasing him. Sorry you all had to see that. I can't stand perverts. Ida interjected. As much as I want to do this democratically, I already know who we're going to vote for. In the end, Izuku was elected almost unanimously. Well, I'm class rep, no surprise there, he said. Who is your second in command? Aizawa asked. My right hand will be Momo Yaoyorozu. Then it is decided, Izuku Midoriya Michaelis will be the Class 1A representative, and Momo Yaoyorozu will be the class deputy. Cafeteria. A few hours later, they gathered in the cafeteria for lunch. Eri, the girls, Uraraka, Ida, Kirishima, and Todoroki sat down to eat. Congrats on being class rep, Midoriya bro, you earned it, Kirishima said. Thanks, Kirishima. I figured all of you voted for me, Izuku replied. Of course, it's the least we can do to repay you for dealing with that situation, Momo said. There's something I want to ask. What is it? Izuku inquired. Why did you choose me as your deputy? Izuku smirked. It's because I voted for you from the start, and I know you're capable of handling the responsibilities. Momo blushed. You chose me instead of yourself, and you have confidence in me. Thank you. She leaned in, but Izuku gently stopped her. Not here, Queen. I'm not in the mood to hear Ida talk about the entire rulebook today. You're no fun, Zuzu, Momo pouted. Come on, don't be like that. You know Ida's lectures can get annoying after a while. Sorry, Ida. It's okay. I can get too dedicated to things sometimes, Ida admitted. Momo sighed. I guess you're right, Izuku. I can wait until later. Good girl, Izuku said with a smile. Uraraka chimed in. Ida, why are you so formal? Are you from a high-end family? At first, Ida hesitated to answer, but after some encouragement from Izuku and Uraraka, he revealed that he came from a long line of heroes and was the younger brother of the pro-hero engine. Everyone was impressed. Todoroki then noticed Eri sitting on Izuku's lap and asked what was on everyone's mind. By the way, who is the girl? I saw her with Michaelis-sensei, he inquired. Oh, that. Everyone, this is Eri. Eri, these are my friends, Tenya Ida, Ochako Uraraka, Injiro Kirishima, and Shoto Todoroki. She is my daughter. The four were about to shout in shock, but the girls stopped them as Izuku explained that she was adopted and how he had saved her. That's really admirable, bro. You did all of that for her, Kirishima said. Yes, I did, Izuku replied. What happened to the drag they were making? Ida asked. We decided to destroy it. If the villains hear about it, they'll try to take it and make their own batch. It's too risky to keep it around. The group nodded in agreement that it was not worth the risk. Suddenly, the alarm went off, and panic spread throughout the cafeteria. Izuku quickly gathered Eri, Momo, Jiro, Mina, Ibara, Toga, and Kami to ensure their safety. Looking out the window, he saw that it was just the reporters. He used his presence to calm everyone down, assuring them that everything was all right. That was until... Put. Gunshots echoed through the building, causing chaos. Izuku and Toga knew they had to act and moved toward the source of the noise. Meanwhile, Lady Nagant was in pursuit of a young man with light blue hair and a grazed arm, fleeing from Nizu's office. He reached the stairs but found himself surrounded. Just as they closed in, a dark purple portal appeared behind him, and he used it to escape. Though frustrated, they were relieved that no one was hurt and had evidence that someone had been there. Izuku and Toga rushed toward them. I'm fine, you two. Thank you for checking, Callie reassured them as she hugged both of them. Report, people, what's going on here? Caesar demanded. A man matching Tamura Shigaraki was here, just as you suspected, sir, Spartan 3 reported. I managed to wound him, but I'm afraid he escaped, Callie added. No matter. He got the message that bringing down UA will be more difficult than he thought, and you all are alive and unharmed. Give us as much information as you can so we can prepare for the future. Yes, sir, they replied in unison. Callie Talon, you deserve a reward. Step forward, Caesar instructed. She complied, and he placed his hand on her head and shoulder. After a brief flash, she noticed a multicolored feather on her left wrist and a Coptic cross on her right wrist. Callie looked at Caesar, bewildered. What have you done to me? I gave you an upgrade to your quirk, Caesar explained. Now you can feel air currents, and I've given you a diluted version of my power to help you get the hang of it. The group cheered, leaving Callie speechless. Hey Izuku, can you and the girls come see me? We need to talk, Caesar said. We'll be right there, Izuku replied. 5 minutes later, they arrived. What's going on? Izuku asked. I brought you here because when the media came in, we noticed that part of the barrier was disintegrated, Caesar said, his expression serious. Miriam, Shota, and Izuku considered this, but Principal Nizu had assured them there was nothing to worry about. However, Caesar's concern was evident. He transformed into his power form. Visionary timeline. Caesar remade the history leading up to the media being taken away. They watched as a 20-year-old man approached the gate and destroyed the barrier in front of everyone. The media entered the perimeter, and the slender, pale blue-haired man sneaked into the school, aided by a mysterious figure. After a chase, he vanished into a portal. Mina gasped. You mean our lives are in danger? Unfortunately, yes, Izuku confirmed. Tomorrow, you'll be doing rescue training, and All Might will be there. We suspect this man will set up an attack on the facility. Why not tell Mr. Aizawa or the staff? Momo asked. We're going to do that tomorrow and request backup, Miriam replied. Do you know who he is? Izuku inquired. Yes, Caesar said. His name is Tamura Shigaraki. His real name is Tenko Shimura. His quirk is called Decay. He can turn you into dust by touching you with all 5 fingers. He came from an abusive home, always hated heroes, and after a traumatic event, he harmed his family. He's a newcomer, so he's not on the official records. Everything I told you is from the Book of Life. Izuku's expression turned serious. I understand. That could have been me or Eri if you two hadn't shown up when I needed help. We need to stop him at all costs. Indeed, Caesar agreed. The reason you 5 are here is that we have decided to give you our gift. The girls exchanged excited glances. You mean? Yes, as Izuku's girlfriends, we will grant you power. Awesome, they exclaimed. Okay, gather around, Caesar instructed. He and Miriam transformed into their search form. Do you swear to uphold the safety of the world and family? I do, they all replied. Miriam continued, as his partners, are you willing to love him unconditionally and never hurt him? Yes, my lady, they affirmed. Then, with the power invested in us, we will grant you our abilities, both Caesar and Miriam declared. They performed the ritual, and after 5 minutes, the girls transformed into angels. This feeling is amazing, Momo said, awed. You're right, Yamamo. I've never felt so light, Jiro added. I'll try to fly. Mina exclaimed, but after jumping and crashing, she groaned. What happened? I thought we could fly right away. No, it will come while you sleep, Izuku explained. Say what? Kami exclaimed. Yeah, you only have strength and speed for now. The rest will come by tomorrow, Izuku clarified. Ugh, figures, Toga muttered. The girls sighed in unison. Okay. All right, we're done here for now, Caesar said. Run home, your parents are probably wondering where you are. Yeah, sure thing, Caesar-san, they replied. See you later, Caesar said, mentally adding, your training begins tonight. The group went their separate ways. A few hours later, they settled into bed, unaware of what awaited them. Dreamworld. Momo greeted her friends. Oh hey Mina, Jiro, Ibra, Toga, and Kami. Hey Yamamo, they replied. Suddenly, they all froze in shock. Wait, what are you guys doing in dreams? Caesar, Miriam, and Izuku entered the scene. We're here to train you, Caesar announced. Momo raised an eyebrow. Okay, but why here? Time in the dream world moves faster than in the real world, Caesar explained. Mina nodded. So what powers do we have? Izuku never told us. Izuku shared the details of their new abilities, including their immortality and immunity to toxins. The girls gasped. Wait, we're immortal now? Yes, but it only pertains to aging and illness. You can still be harmed physically or through grief, Izuku clarified. Oh, I see, they replied, processing the information. Since there's going to be an attack tomorrow, you must be prepared to protect yourselves, Caesar instructed. Understood, Caesar-san, they responded. Now, shall we begin? He asked. Yes, my lord, they chorused. They trained diligently, and by morning, they had made significant progress in their element manipulation and could lift 200 pounds with telekinesis. Okay, it's almost daybreak. Get ready for class today. Your skills will be put to the test, Caesar said. Izuku, stick around for a bit. We need to discuss something, he added. Okay, see you later, the others said as they left. Izuku turned to Caesar. What's up? We now have the girls' hero suits ready, Caesar revealed. Awesome. When do I get them? Izuku asked eagerly. Just pick them up before class, Miriam replied. Okay, Rebecca-san, Izuku said with a grin. What will you wear for the show? Sunday's best or the vigilante suit? Caesar inquired. I'm putting the Shinigami suit back on, Izuku decided. Good choice. You know what to do if they come, Caesar reminded him. Indeed I do, Izuku affirmed, speaking in Elvish, Navar Nana Ar Ada. Both responded in Elvish, Navar Ion Neen. That marked the end of this part of their journey. Izuku woke up to the sound of his alarm clock, which read 6:30 in the morning. After taking a shower and making some last-minute adjustments to his vigilante suit, he headed to the kitchen for breakfast. He prepared a bowl of cereal just as Eri and his mom entered the room. "Good morning, Mom and Eri," he greeted. "Good morning, Izuku," Inko replied. "Morning, Papa," Eri chimed in. "How are you both?" Izuku asked. "Good, and you?" they responded in unison. "I'm good. Today, we're going to an off-campus facility called the Unforeseen Situations Junction, or USJ for short. It's for rescue training," he explained. Inko raised an eyebrow. "That's good to know, but you look a bit concerned. Is something wrong?" Izuku shared everything that had happened the day before, including the potential threat of a villain attack at the facility. "What? And they're okay with this? Why didn't Caesar and Miriam say anything?" Inko exclaimed. The staff wouldn't believe them. They'd think they were being overprotective or paranoid. So they decided to handle it themselves. "Don't worry, they're strong. Plus, we're not alone." He pulled out a picture of himself and his friends in their angel forms. Inko's eyes sparkled with pride. "My baby is growing up so fast. I'm sure you can take care of each other, right?" "Yeah, we will," Izuku assured her. Eri's eyes widened with excitement. "So they have the same powers as you?" "Exactly, they'll have the same abilities," Izuku confirmed. "Really? This is so exciting. I want to see it." Eri exclaimed. Soon. "But I have to go now. As class rep, I need to arrive early," Izuku said. "Okay, Izuku. Be safe," Inko replied. "I will," he promised. He grabbed his backpack, took Eri's hand, and they stepped outside, where Lady Nagant awaited them in her new suit. "Morning, Sheenie," Callie greeted. "Hello, Callie. I love the suit," Izuku complimented. "Thanks. It's the uniform for my new task force, Phalanx International Legion," she explained. "It looks great on you," he said. "Come here, Eri." Eri ran to hug Callie. "I was ordered to take her to Tython and meet you there." "Okay, just please don't be late," Izuku requested. "I won't, Sheenie." Callie removed her helmet and kissed his forehead. "I'll see you soon, Eri," Izuku said. "Please don't be gone long," Eri replied. "I won't," he assured her, giving her a hug before placing her in her booster seat. He stepped back as the car quickly drove away and then flew to UA, entering the building. He arrived in class before most of the students. The day proceeded normally until the announcement for rescue training was made. "Hey class. Today, for your basic hero training, we'll be doing rescue training. I, All Might, and a third teacher will supervise you. And no, the Michaelis is not joining us. You can choose whether or not to wear your hero costume. Since the facility is off campus, we'll be going there by bus. That's all, now get dressed and meet me outside," Aizawa instructed. They suited up in their hero costumes. Izuku donned his Shinigami suit, tucking his mask into a pouch. He noticed Momo in her new hero suit, which featured a similar color scheme but with protective mesh covering her chest, sleeves, legs, and back. "Hello, Midoriya. I see you're going back to the basics," Mina said. "Yeah, it's for a special occasion. You know I'll do anything to keep you all safe," Izuku replied. Momo smiled. "That's why you're our knight in shining armor." As the bus arrived, Ida whistled to get everyone's attention. "Okay, everyone listen up. We're going to line up in groups of 2 and come in nice and orderly." "Thanks, Ida, but I'm the class rep. Plus, I doubt we'll be riding in a regular school bus," Izuku said. "Oh, I did it again, didn't I?" Ida realized. "Yes, you did, but it's okay," Izuku reassured him. "Thanks for your understanding," Ida replied. As they boarded the bus, Momo and Kyoka sat on Izuku's right, while Mina took the left. Halfway to their destination, Tsuyu Azui turned to Izuku. "Hey, Midoriya," she called. "What is it, Azui?" he asked. "Please call me Tsu," she requested. "How can I help you?" Izuku replied. "It's about your quirk. It's similar to Seraph and All Might," she noted. Izuku paused, gathering his thoughts. "I can't tell you everything, but my power was a gift from Seraph. I was born without any supernatural powers. He took my mom and me in when nobody else would and became family. My other power is known as stockpile. Stores power until I need it and releases it as a shockwave. I was obsessed with heroes, especially All Might." He pulled out a picture of his bedroom filled with All Might memorabilia. "Wow," everyone exclaimed in unison. Yeah, it got to the point where I wasn't just a fan, I wanted to be him. But then Seraph told me that I wasn't him or All Might, I shouldn't try to be them. What worked for them might not work for me. That made me think, especially after watching how his employees worked with All Might and other pros, often with varying degrees of success. He's the kind of guy who attacks first and asks questions later. His words caused everyone to reflect, showing newfound respect for him, especially Shota, who appreciated that Izuku wasn't just trying to be an All Might Jr. I want to know more about this, but we're here, Aizawa announced. They disembarked from the bus, and Mr. Aizawa introduced them to 13, who explained the facility. Izuku noticed 13 and Aizawa discussing All Might's absence, with 13 indicating that he had run out of time. Just before they could enter, Caesar arrived with Kami, Ibara, and Toga, accompanied by several pro heroes and members of the Phalanx International Legion in squad cars. Michaela-sensei, what's going on? Ida asked. I feel like all of you are in danger. I think the alarm yesterday was no accident, Caesar replied. Are you saying we're going to be attacked by villains? Mineta asked, his voice trembling. Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if about 100 villains found a way in without triggering the alarm, and they have something or someone that could take down All Might, Caesar warned. The students exchanged shocked glances. Don't panic, we have a plan. The pros and us will handle this while Caesar gets the rest of you out of here, Callie instructed. Are we clear? The teacher asked. Yes, ma'am, the students replied in unison. As they entered the building, they marveled at the facility, the lights, and the villains emerging from the portal. Is that them? Kirishima asked, pointing. It's them, Aizawa confirmed. Students, stay back. This was a real villain attack. Everyone was determined to protect the students at all costs. Allow me to introduce ourselves, Shigaraki announced. We are the League of Villains, and we are here to kill All Might. Wait, where is he? And why are there so many pro heroes here? Someone wondered aloud. With a sigh, Shigaraki added, I guess he will show up after we take care of you all first. Get them, he shouted, and the villains charged forward. Caesar stepped in front of the students, taking a deep breath. Effus Rodith, he yelled, sending the villains flying. Izuku quickly turned around and opened a portal back to UA, urging most of the students to run through and warn the staff. That was cool, Izuku said, impressed. Yeah, and now it's time to take out the trash, Caesar replied. I still can't believe your prediction was right, Aizawa remarked. What are you talking about? Shigaraki asked, confused. In response, Caesar revealed what had happened the night before and the events leading up to their arrival. You mean you knew I was coming? Shigaraki asked, incredulous. Yes, and I know everything about you, Tamura Shigaraki, or should I say, Tenko Shimura? Caesar challenged. Who told you that? Shigaraki demanded. That doesn't matter, Caesar said firmly. I am here to stop you from hurting any students, especially my family. Everyone, let's rock and roll, he declared. Caesar walked forward slowly, with Izuku, now wearing a mask, closely following behind. His group, the Legion, trailed behind him, including Leah, Isa, and a few others. They descended the stairs, with Kami, Mina, Toga, and Callie standing to Caesar's left, while Izuku, Momo, Ibara, and Kyoka stood on his right. The rest of the group positioned themselves behind them. They transformed into their angel forms. You, the one with the mask, are you Shinigami? A random thug asked. Yes, I am, Izuku replied confidently. Now this is your last chance. Surrender now and no one will get hurt. No way. You're worth too much money to just let go, a villain retorted. How much are we talking about? Caesar inquired. 239,580,746 yen, the villain answered. Caesar smirked. That's less than both All Might's hero bounty and All for One's villain bounty. Very well, since you didn't surrender, you will suffer. Shota, Caesar, Izuku, and Momo remained in the courtyard while Lady Nagant provided overwatch from the rear. The rest of the group scattered throughout the building to deal with the other villains hiding in various rooms. They quickly dispatched dozens of foes until only Shigaraki, Korjiri, and the monstrous Nomo remained. No, my army is getting creamed. Shigaraki shouted. That's it, I'm going to use it. New attack. What is that thing? Izuku asked, alarmed. A Nomu, Caesar explained. That creature was once human, but after some experimentation with quirks, it was transformed. I don't know if it was done willingly or while it was unconscious or dead. Take it out and show no mercy. They charged at the Nomu and struck it in the stomach. Shigaraki laughed, boasting that it was designed to kill all might and had shock absorption. Before the Nomu could retaliate, Izuku jumped back, and the girls attacked with their bladed weapons. The Nomu swatted them away and began to regenerate its injuries, but Izuku and Caesar managed to protect them. Izuku then transformed into his archangel form and pressed the attack. He gained the upper hand, sending the Nomu crashing to the ground. By this time, the pro-heroes had arrived to deal with the lower-ranked villains and were watching the fight unfold. "What are you doing, Nomu? Kill him!" Shigaraki commanded. The Nomu struggled to rise, but Izuku approached it, prepared to finish it off. Just then, another Nomu with blades appeared from behind, aiming to stab Momo. Izuku quickly pushed her out of the way but was pierced in the chest instead. The heroes gasped in horror, and the girls and Caesar's followers were devastated. Shigaraki was about to celebrate his victory until Izuku began to move. His green hair darkened to black and red, and a bone-like armor formed around him. With a powerful roar, he pushed back the beast and swiftly dispatched the first Nomu by snapping its neck. He then tore the second one limb from limb before crushing its skull. He started walking toward Shigaraki, breaking into a sprint. However, before he could reach him, Korjiri used his quirk, Warp Gate, to escape. Izuku let out another roar before being struck with 3 darts in his neck, back, and arm. As he fell, Momo caught him and hugged him tightly, but he instinctively bit her hard. The last thing he saw was Caesar rushing toward them. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, the sharp scent of rubbing alcohol filling his nostrils. As he attempted to move, a wave of weakness and pain washed over him. Glancing down, he noticed stitches hidden beneath bandages. Just then, the doctor entered his room, quickly rushing out to inform others. The door swung open, and in came his family, friends, and a few familiar faces. Caesar stepped forward, his expression a mix of relief and concern. "Izuku, thank goodness you are all right." "Dad, where am I?" Izuku asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "You're in the Dawn Agency's medical center," Caesar replied, his tone steady. Leah chimed in, "They had a second Nomo behind you. You saved Momo, but it stabbed you in the chest? Extremely close to your heart." BnHA added, "If it had been just 2 centimeters to the left, you would have died." The gravity of those words drained the color from Izuku's face, and he slumped down against the bed. "Stay with me, son. What was the last thing you remember?" Caesar urged. "I saved Momo, and then everything went dark. I heard a dark voice in my head telling me to keep going, not to stop until all was right. Then all the horror stories about the world and the experiences I and others suffered started flooding in." "What happened?" Izuku's voice trembled with fear. Caesar pulled out his phone and showed Izuku the entire incident on HeroTube. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as he realized he had become a monster. Just then, Momo entered the room, her arm in a sling due to her broken shoulder. "Momo, I am so sorry for what I did to you. I wasn't myself and," he began, but she interrupted him with a warm hug and a gentle kiss. "I know it wasn't your fault. I got too close to a dangerous situation and paid the price," she reassured him. Caesar continued, "It turns out one of the villains was live-streaming the attack for clout. Now everyone knows what we're capable of, and you've become the #1 vigilante." "That's not what I wanted at all," Izuku exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. The group erupted into laughter at his predicament. Meanwhile, on Island, a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing glasses, sat in front of a computer screen, captivated by videos of the downfall of the Shai Hassikai and the fight at the US. 2 more videos caught her attention, one of Izuku battling an army of 2,000 battle droids, and another featuring Caesar facing waves of troops. Her father walked into the room, noticing her interest. "Is my little girl interested in the #1 vigilante?" Startled, she blushed and stammered, "Dad. Come on, you can tell me," he encouraged, sitting down next to her. She nodded and he smiled. "Okay, I'll call Uncle All Might and see if we can find him." "Okay," she replied eagerly. The next day, as the students enjoyed their 2-week break following the USJ incident, the teachers had decided to enhance security measures. Izuku and his family spent time together with Momo, Kyoka, Mina, Ibara, Himiko, Kami, and Lady Nagant when a figure in a royal blue cloak appeared. "Hello, Caesar. It has been a while," the figure greeted. "Indeed it has, St. Michael. I assume you're here to take Izuku away for the rite of passage?" Caesar asked. "Yes, I am. I will also be taking the girls," Michael replied. The group gasped in unison. "Wait, what?" You're taking us too. Yes. You have all shown great promise, and you are allowed to take this journey with you, Michael explained. Rebecca spoke up, Okay, my lord, just give us a moment to say goodbye and give them their council marks. Granted. I will give you 1 hour, Michael said before vanishing, leaving the group to prepare for the departure. Caesar explained the Archangel's power, the 12 paths, and what to expect on their journey. You will be taken to the realm between life and death. On the right, you will see a mountain known as Delectable, but it is guarded by a lion, a panther, and a wolf. Why is that? Izuku asked. Caesar replied in Latin, Quat sit scala ad coelum. Because it is the stairway to heaven. It's the easy way into heaven. They will try to attack you if you get too close. Go find Virgil. He will be your guide through Yuden. We better get going, Izuku said, determination in his eyes. One more thing to tell you, Caesar added. What's that? Izuku asked. Beware of the 7 princes of Yuden, Caesar warned. Who are they? Izuku inquired. They are Beelzebub, prince of gluttony. Satan, prince of wrath. Belphegor, prince of sloth. Leviathan, prince of envy. Asmodeus, prince of lust. Mammon, prince of greed. Lucifer, prince of pride. They will be scattered across the realm. They will try to lure you into their ways or make you think I am holding you back from your true potential, especially wrath and pride. Many have attempted this journey, but few have made it to the end. Thanks for the warning, Dad. We'll keep an eye out for them. See you later, Izuku said, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. Goodbye, son, Caesar replied, his voice filled with pride. Come back soon, my child, Miriam added. I will, Mama Miri, Izuku promised. Be safe, Izuku, Inko said, her voice filled with concern. I will take care of Eri for me, he assured her before stepping outside to find the girls ready to embark on their journey. Izuku looked at the group of girls with excitement. Hey ladies, are you ready to go? Momo smiled back. Yes, we are, Zuzu. We're just waiting for Michael to arrive. I have to ask, though, why did Miriam-sen make us sign so many discretion papers? Izuku's expression turned serious. It's because many have attempted the test, but only a few have made it out. They likely want to avoid any lawsuits if something happens to any of you. The girls exchanged worried glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Just then, Michael appeared and opened a portal that led into a dark, eerie forest. He wished them luck before disappearing. The group stepped into the woods and wandered for a while until they spotted a figure in the distance. The man had a white feathered wing on his right side and a black bat wing on his left, adorned with 1 horn and half a halo, wearing black and white armor. Izuku approached cautiously. Excuse me, sir, are you Virgil? The figure shook his head. No, my name is Ishmael. I am Caesar's right-hand man and will guide you through this realm. You must be Izuku Midoriya. Yes, that's me, Izuku replied, gesturing to the girls. This is Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Jiro, Mina Ashido, Ibara Shizaki, Himiko Toga, Kami Atsushimi, and Kali Talon. Ishmael nodded. Nice to meet you all. Now, follow me into the underworld. It's the fastest way to reach heaven, aside from going back to that mountain. As they walked, they reached a clearing where a cave stood, marked with strange writing. Kami turned to Izuku. Can you read it? I can, but I dislike it, and the two forbid it, he admitted. Momo frowned. It's demonic, isn't it? Yeah, Izuku confirmed. Kyoka urged him, we won't tell them you did it. Please, just do it for us. Mina chimed in, I want to know too. With a sigh, Izuku relented. I guess I can't convince you to let it go. Here it goes. He recited the inscription. I am the way into the city of woe. I am the way to a forsaken people. I am the way into eternal sorrow. Sacred justice moved my architect. I was raised here by divine omnipotence, primordial love, and ultimate intellect. Only those elements time cannot where were made before me, and beyond the time I stand. Abandon all hope, all ye who enter here. It means that any soul who comes here stays here, he explained. As Caesar said before, many have come, but only a few made it out. If we die here or give in to our desires, we will be stuck forever. The girls understood the seriousness of their situation and entered the cave. After a while, they witnessed a chaotic scene. People were running after a flag while being chased by giant hornets and wild animals. Izuku, confused, asked, What was that about? Ishmael replied, Those are people who tried to play both sides of the conflict between good and evil. Momo pondered, so there are gray areas here, not just black and white? Exactly. Ishmael affirmed. You are either good in life or not. There are neutral paths here. Cammy asked, is there a way to make it stop? The only way to end it is to cross the river Acheron and enter Yuden proper, Ishmael explained. They nodded and continued on their journey, defeating various wild animals and low-rank monsters along the way. Eventually, they reached the river, where they encountered the infamous boatman, Sharon. Well, if it isn't Virgil, Sharon said with a grin. You've brought more recruits. Ishmael introduced the group. This is Izuku Midoriya Mikis, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Jiro, Mina Ashido, Himiko Toga, Ibara Shiozaki, and Kami Atsushimi. Ah, another Mikis, how exciting, Sharon remarked. Come aboard, and I will take you to the first level. As they boarded the boat, Sharon began to row across the river, reciting a poem in a strange tongue. The group listened intently, feeling the weight of their journey ahead. As they entered the second level of hell, known as the Lust Ring, a light rain fell, accompanied by fierce winds. Careful, it's very windy here, Izuku warned. Kami noticed something unsettling. Hey, does anyone hear miming in the background? They all nodded in agreement. Yeah, we do hear it. Ishmael explained, welcome to the second level of hell. This circle is reserved for those with lustful tendencies. Izuku nodded, understanding. That explains a lot. I'm sure the wind is part of their punishment. Yes, Ishmael confirmed. Those who end up here are blown away by hurricane-force winds and crash onto sharp rocks. Since they sought SXL pleasures in life, they will never find satisfaction here. Ibara remarked, how sinful. Izuku turned to the girls. All right then, enough said. Who here wants to send Mineta and Kaminari down here if they try to see you naked or make a move on any of you? All the girls raised their hands. Me. Motion carried, Izuku declared. As they continued their journey, the Prince of Lust appeared before them. Well, look who's here, Asmodeus said with a sly smile. If it isn't the Mikis kid. I see you have your lady friends with you. How splendid. I'm sure Caesar told you about me. Yes, he did. You're Asmodeus, the Prince of Lust, Izuku replied. You're a wise one, I like that, Asmodeus said, his tone shifting. However, your journey ends here. With a swift motion, Asmodeus released a cloud of pink and purple gas toward the group. They tried to cover their mouths, but it was too late. Izuku coughed. What the heck was that? Asmodeus smirked. You will see soon, but for now. He blew a war horn, signaling the approach of demons. The group quickly fell into their battle stances, ready for what lay ahead. As they neared their destination, all but one of their companions fell, overwhelmed by an unexpected urge. Kami spoke up, her brow furrowed in confusion. Does anyone else feel strange? The others nodded in agreement, equally perplexed. Ishmael, their guide, explained, the mist you inhaled is designed to heighten your instincts. Normally, you'd be overwhelmed by it, but your angelic powers are keeping it at bay. Momo asked, is there an antidote? Yes, Ishmael replied, but it's located in the palace. However, I must warn you, the place is filled with traps and false towers. He's known to switch the antidote with a love potion, or only prepare enough for one person. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Let me guess, he sent you here to stall us until the effects take hold? Ishmael nodded, confirming his suspicions. I can lead you to the palace. Kyoka raised an eyebrow. But why aren't you affected by this? I'm a Nephilim, Ishmael explained, revealing his unique heritage. An angel-demon hybrid. It gives me strength, but it also means I sometimes struggle with my dual nature. This mist doesn't affect all demons. Izuku pressed further, what about your parentage? I don't know my father, but my mother is a succubus, specifically a Lilim, the offspring of Lilith. I can share more later, but we need to move. As they traveled, they soon spotted a grand palace adorned with 2 statues. Is this it? Izuku asked, pointing. Yes, Ishmael confirmed. The palace always features a statue of itself and the queen of the succubi. Izuku's eyes widened. You mean Lilith is here? Yes. How do you know her? Ishmael inquired. Let's just say she has a history with Caesar, Izuku replied cryptically. Momo looked puzzled. What do you mean? Izuku explained, Lilith was Father Adam's first wife. She wanted to dominate the relationship, but both he and the father refused. She left him for Samuel, who became Lucifer. After that, she transformed into a demon and is known to target certain individuals. The girls exchanged worried glances, realizing the implications of his words. Mina asked, "So once we have children, we have another enemy to worry about?" "Yes," Izuku affirmed. "She may try to harm or take your child, especially if it's a son." Kyoka added, "So Caesar and Miriam have children of their own?" "Yes, they chose to leave paradise long ago to become heroes on Earth. They're free to form families now." Momo nodded, understanding the connections. "I see why you mentioned their history." "Exactly," Izuku said. "And since you are all important to me, I wanted to share this information. I will do everything to protect you and our family." The group agreed, but they knew they needed to find the antidote quickly. "Where is it located?" Izuku asked. "In the basement, but it's crawling with demons," Ishmael warned. "We'll have to either fight our way down or blend in," Izuku suggested. "Blending in seems safer for now," Momo agreed. "I can distract them while you sneak inside," Izuku offered. "Are you sure about that?" Kami asked, concerned. "Yes, they want me on their side because of my connection to Caesar," he replied confidently. Toga interjected, "No, I'll go for the antidote. I can use my upgraded abilities to get in unnoticed." The group hesitated. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Toga insisted. "I can transform my body and adapt to the situation. I'll be fine." Izuku admired her determination. "Alright, good luck." Toga transformed into a blue, scaly figure, showcasing her abilities before she dashed off. "What was that about?" Kami asked, bewildered. "I think she just mimicked my quirk," Izuku said, a hint of concern in his voice. "How is that possible?" the others wondered. "I believe she learned how my quirk operates during her training. But we need to move before they catch on." "One more thing," they said in unison. "What is it?" Izuku asked. "Let us handle Lilith. You and the Michaelis family have treated us well, and we want to return the favor." "Alright, I'll leave Lilith to you. Just be quick and come to me as soon as you can," Izuku instructed. They nodded, determination in their eyes, and charged toward the palace, breaking through the door. As alarms blared, the guards rushed to the entrance, but the group swiftly dealt with them. Meanwhile, Toga snuck into the basement, where she discovered 2 barrels filled with potions. "Which one is it?" she asked Ishmael. "The pink one is a love potion, the black one is the antidote," he clarified. With a deep breath, Toga drank the black potion, coughing as the mist left her body, signaling her cure. "I had my doubts, but you've proven yourself," she said, relieved. "Now we need to get some of this to Izuku, in case the prince tries to trick him," Ishmael urged. Toga quickly filled glass bottles with the antidote and raced back up the stairs, encountering Izuku and the others battling demonic figures along the way. Izuku fought valiantly, carving a path toward the throne room, reassured by Toga's message that she was safe and on her way. He pressed forward, determined to confront both the Prince of Lust and Lilith once and for all. Izuku barged into the throne room, where the Prince of Lust and the Queen of Yuden, Lilith, awaited him. "Welcome, Izuku. You have come to my corner of oblivion," Lilith said, her voice smooth yet commanding. "Of course I did, Granny. What kind of angel would I be if I didn't?" Izuku replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. Lilith raised an eyebrow. "I'm more surprised you haven't gotten involved with those girls by now." Asmodeus chimed in, "Me too. Tell me, child, why have you held out for so long?" Izuku hesitated for a moment. Caesar and Miriam's experience with Remy. Both Lilith and Asmodeus exchanged knowing glances. "Oh him, we remember now. He tried to drag them both," they said in unison. "Looks like he increased your poison resistance even higher," Ishmael added, stepping forward. "Ah, there he is, my boy," Lilith exclaimed, beckoning him closer. "Come here and hug your grandma." Ishmael rolled his eyes. "Keep your hands to yourself, you old bat. We may be blood relatives, but we're not family. You created me to kill Caesar after your best subordinate failed to stuck him." Lilith's expression darkened. "That was because he destroyed everything we hold dear and turned your mother against us." "You're lying," Ishmael shot back. "She chose to live for herself and fell for him. You made her collect his ism and then killed her after I was born for not agreeing with you. Are you forgetting something?" Izuku interjected. "Right," Asmodeus said, shifting his focus. "Anyway, here is your prize." Izuku took the bottle, but instead of drinking it, he threw it on the floor, watching as the pink liquid spilled out. "Did you think you could trick me?" I already know that the antidote is black, this is pink. Asmodeus, shocked and angry, asked, "How do you know that?" Before Izuku could respond, a familiar figure appeared. "Did we miss the action?" Momo called out. "No, Queen, you all made it here just in time," Izuku replied. "Awesome," Kyoka added, excitement in her voice. Asmodeus glared at them. "Oh, I see how it is. Let's go, Lilith. It's time to teach them a lesson." "Of course," Lilith agreed, her demeanor shifting. Izuku, the girls, and the demons powered up into their angelic and demonic forms and charged forward. Izuku and Asmodeus clashed, exchanging blows. Izuku gained the upper hand, delivering a downward slash across Asmodeus's chest. He followed up with a blast of fire, but Asmodeus countered with a strong gust of wind. Emerging from the smoke, Izuku unleashed a flurry of punches. In a moment of apparent triumph, Asmodeus stabbed Izuku in the chest, believing he had won. The girls gasped in horror, but Izuku had a trick up his sleeve. "Die with the anger of 1,000 birds, Chidori," he shouted, stabbing Asmodeus with a surge of lightning. Asmodeus gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he realized he had been deceived. His body vanished, revealing it to be a clone. Izuku then severed Asmodeus's head and placed it on the throne, burning the rest of the body. The girls were relieved to see Izuku alive, but Lilith was devastated by the loss of someone close to her. In her rage, she transformed into a snake and began to attack indiscriminately. Izuku dodged her strikes and landed several hits, while Callie shot her in the eyes, and the other girls joined in, stabbing the snake. "Great fire annihilation," Izuku shouted. "Rest, kamikaze," the girls echoed. They burned Lilith's form to a crisp. Though she reverted to her normal self, she was badly injured but refused to give up. She summoned a whirlwind, but they blocked it, continuing their assault with a series of cuts and slashes. Just as they were about to finish her off, the Prince of Gluttony intervened. "Lily, are you okay?" "I felt your power increase and came to see what was happening," Beelzebub said, concern etched on his face. "No, Beel, I'm badly hurt and Asmodeus is dead," Lilith replied, her voice weak. "I know, I tried to get here sooner, but I was too late." "I'm sorry," Beelzebub said, his voice heavy with regret. "It's not your fault. Just get me out of here," Lilith coughed, and they hurriedly grabbed Asmodeus's head and fled. As they escaped, an overwhelming sense of power filled the air. Unbeknownst to them, they had angered the entire hellish court. Momo handed Izuku the antidote, and they prepared to descend to the third level of hell, the Bog of Gluttony. In the fortress of Utumno Dis, Beelzebub rushed in. "Boss, Lilith has been badly hurt, and I think she is dying. Get her to the hospital immediately," Lucifer commanded, his voice booming. "No, Lucy. It's too late." "For me," Lilith gasped. "This is the last command. From your queen, avenge me." And Asmodeus. With those final words, Lilith passed away in Lucifer's arms. His anguished cry echoed throughout the underworld, and the news of her death spread across the cosmos. Demons mourned, angels celebrated, and Adam reveled in the chaos, but the ones who were happiest were the Michaelis family. Caesar chuckled. "Grandpa, what's so funny?" Ari asked, curious. "Your mom and dad defeated a monster that attacked babies and little kids," Caesar replied, pride swelling in his chest. "Really? That's amazing. They are so cool," Ari exclaimed. "Indeed, child, they are great because they were created to be that way," Caesar said. "I can feel it. Bro did it." "Ha." Isaac added, joining in the celebration. As they reveled in their victory, Miriam and Inko entered the room with their respective children. "You mean we can have kids without worrying about her coming over?" Miriam said, joy lighting up her face. "Yes, she is gone. We are free," Caesar replied, equally elated. "That's great news. And there's one more thing," Miriam said, a smile spreading across her lips. "What is it?" Caesar asked, intrigued. "I'm expecting children," Miriam announced. "Really? How many?" Caesar inquired. "2, she replied. "How long?" he pressed. 1 month along, Miriam said proudly. Inko chimed in, "She's not the only one." "Wait, you too, Inko?" Caesar asked, surprised. "Yes, I am. To be honest, I thought I couldn't have more kids." "I'm happy to have more to love," Inko said, her eyes shining. "That's wonderful. We should celebrate even harder today," Caesar declared. Yeah, everyone cheered, their spirits high as they embraced their newfound freedom. Izuku and the gang stood at the border between the second and third levels when they heard the echo of a distant scream. What was that? Izuku asked, concern etched on his face. I just got word that Lilith is dead, Ishmael replied. The group gasped in shock. You mean we killed the Queen of Yuden? They exclaimed in unison. Yes, congratulations to you all. You have avenged the lives of countless people, but you've angered the entire hellish court. Expect more demons coming after you, Ishmael warned. Understood, Ishmael. Let's go, the group responded, determination in their voices. They jumped down into the third level of hell, greeted by the dreary atmosphere. Great, more rain, Izuku remarked, glancing up at the dark clouds. Hey, is that hail? Momo asked, rubbing her arm. Watch where you step, there's a lot of sleet and snow on the ground, Mina cautioned. This is the third level, Ishmael explained. Here, souls are punished for the sin of gluttony. So, as punishment, they wallow in the mud, sleet, and snow like pigs? And if they feel hungry, they can never satisfy their appetite. Izuku questioned. Exactly. Beelzebub is usually here, but I think he's in the city mourning for Lilith. A beast is roaming around though, Ishmael added. What beast? Cammy inquired, her curiosity piqued. Before Ishmael could respond, demonic growls and roars echoed through the area. That's him, hide. Ishmael urged. The group quickly found cover as a monstrous roar resonated nearby. Out came Cerberus, Hades' guard dog. Is that Cerberus? Izuku and Momo whispered in disbelief. Yes, he was once renowned as the guardian of the Greek underworld, but since he consumed souls trying to escape, he ended up here, Virgil explained. Cerberus lingered for a few moments before leaving. The group emerged from their hiding spots and swiftly dealt with the demons in the area. Just as they were about to leave the third level, Cerberus returned. Oh great, Cerberus is back, Izuku said, bracing himself. We can't run or hide, let's fight, Toga declared, her determination shining through. Cerberus charged at them, but they managed to dodge his attacks. He retaliated by launching fireballs, which Izuku, Momo, and Mina countered with a massive blast of water. They charged forward, attacking Cerberus with a series of strikes. Cerberus swatted them away with his head and tail, but Izuku quickly recovered and pressed on. Heaven's light, he shouted, delivering a powerful uppercut to Cerberus' underbelly, sending him soaring into the sky before crashing back down with a fierce axe kick. Hell's Gate! Izuku called out as he landed. Toga seized the moment, drawing her sword. Octaslash! She exclaimed, slicing Cerberus 8 times with precision. Now it's my turn. Water style, water shockwave. Mina announced, conjuring a massive wave. Momo and Izuku jumped onto it, swords in hand. Oblivion! Momo shouted as she leaped off, executing a series of quick slashes as she passed Cerberus. Finish touch! Izuku added, following up with an Omni-slash. Cerberus fell to the ground, injured but not defeated. Izuku rushed over to him. Don't worry, Cerberus. I will help you. You're more than a beast, you're just a puppy looking for a better trainer. With that, Cerberus stood up, allowing everyone to climb onto his heads and back. He then skirted them out of the third level and into the fourth. I wonder why Cerberus wants to come with us, Mina pondered. It's likely because we treat him like a normal dog rather than a monster. He prefers our company, Ishmael explained. Okay then, Mina replied, satisfied with the answer. As they approached the fourth level, they encountered Plutus, the classical Greek god of wealth, who was about to judge them. Upon seeing Ishmael and Cerberus, he paused. Oh, it's you, Virgil. I understand why you're here, but why is my dad's dog here? Plutus asked, bewildered. We showed him kindness, and he's here to repay it, Ishmael replied. All right, since he's not going to listen to me, you can keep him around as long as you want. Welcome to level 4, Plutus said, gesturing for them to enter. Thank you, Izuku replied as they stepped into the fourth level, the Valley of Greed. This is the fourth level of hell. Here, souls are punished for their greed in life, Ishmael explained. What do they do? Izuku asked, intrigued. They're divided into 2 groups, the misers, who hoard their possessions, and the spendthrifts, who wastefully spend everything they have, Ishmael continued. Izuku and the girls exchanged glances, realizing how similar this was to modern-day behavior. Their punishment is to push or carry giant boulders around in a jousting manner. The weight corresponds to how much money they hoarded or spent over the years. Look, there's one now, Ishmael pointed out. They looked down at the valley and saw two men struggling to push their boulders, colliding with each other and arguing about their financial habits. They eventually pushed the boulders back to their respective sides, only to repeat the CYC. As they continued on their way, they encountered Beelzebub and Mammon. Beelzebub and Mammon. I thought you two were still in Utumno, Izuku exclaimed. We were in the city, but since we lost contact with the gluttony level, we came down to check it out, Mammon explained. However, since you're here, it explains everything. Now prepare to die, Beelzebub threatened. I'll hold them off, Beel. You need to warn the boss that they're almost in the city, Mammon instructed. Are you sure about that? I can help you take them down, Beelzebub insisted. You're the second in command here. If you fall now, our plans will be ruined, Mammon urged. Fine, but please come back to us alive, Beelzebub replied, reluctantly agreeing. I'll try, Mammon promised, steeling himself for the confrontation. Beelzebub returned to Utumno. Mammon transformed into his demonic form, took out a horn, and blew it. The horn echoed across the valley, summoning every demon and cursed soul who had accepted their offer to gather at his location. Mammon commanded them to attack. As they charged, Izuku and his companions swiftly took down most of the army of Greed and pursued the Prince of Greed, while Cerberus and Andrew battled the remaining soldiers. On the border between the 4th and 5th levels, Mammon made his final stand. He powered up into his demonic form and unleashed an onslaught. He emitted a shriek to stun the group, but Kyoka countered it with her quirk. He then hurled a massive boulder at them. Izuku, help me with this, Mina said. Of course, Izzy, she replied. Together, they called forth a massive water dragon to confront Mammon. He laughed, thinking they had lost their minds, but the boulder began to crack. How is that possible? Mammon exclaimed. Mine was water, while hers is acid, Izuku explained. Damn it, I should have known, Mammon muttered. The group closed in, delivering a series of stabs and slashes. In retaliation, Mammon summoned a massive meteor, but Izuku had prepared for this moment. Girls, I need you all to stand back. I don't want you to get hurt, he instructed. Sure thing, Zuzu Izu Izzy Midori Moped Angel. Just be careful, the HRM replied. I will. He turned to Mammon. Now burn away with the heat of 7 suns, strike of the 7 stars. Izuku unleashed 7 miniature suns toward Mammon. The attack obliterated the meteor and began to scorch him. The explosion illuminated the underworld, its magnitude felt for miles around. As the battle concluded, Mammon crashed to the ground, his body bearing severe burns. Do you think that you won? We always come back stronger than ever. Hell will take over paradise. Do you hear me? He taunted. Do you want us to end him? Momo asked. Yes, I took out one, and we shared Lilith. Now it's your turn, Izuku replied. With pleasure, Kyoka said. Momo crafted a blade of ice. Kyoka formed one of lightning. Mina shaped hers from stone. Ibra created hers from thorns. Toga wielded cold steel, and Kami formed her blade from light. They plunged their weapons into his chest, delivering the final blow. Izuku severed his head and ignited his body. Amaterasu, he declared, setting Mammon's corpse ablaze with black flames from his left eye. As it turned to ash, the group turned to find Ishmael and Cerberus. Cerberus rushed up to them, followed closely by Ishmael. The two explained that when the flash of light appeared, everyone had fled, worried that something had happened to them. Izuku and the girls recounted their encounter with the prince, and the two were relieved to hear they were safe. They took a moment to rest before continuing down to the 5th level. Meanwhile, in Utumno, Beelzebub spoke to Lucifer. My circle was compromised and I think Mammon is dead. What are we going to do? Lucifer replied, we grow in number. We grow in strength. You will lead my army. Death will come for them. For now, build me an army like the cosmos has never seen before. Yes, my lord, Beelzebub responded. Satan interjected, this is getting out of hand. I know, but we can use it to our advantage, Lucifer replied. The Hollow, Satan suggested. Yes, if we can get him to use that power exclusively, that boy will be ours, Lucifer said. We'll see, but he must suffer tenfold, Satan warned. Indeed, he will soon be laughing out of his chest. Silly, silly angel. The group had been resting on the border of the 4th and 5th levels for a few minutes before continuing their journey. As they entered the 5th level, they noticed that the ground was a bit slippery and the stream was black. Ishmael spoke. Here lies the 5th circle, the swamp of wrath. This level is for those who let their anger get the best of them. Their punishment is to relive their anger outbursts and are doomed to fight each other in this muddy swamp. One of the group members remarked, "Sounds like Bakugo would fit right in." Ishmael continued, "As we go deeper into the circle, we encounter the sullen, those who are gloomy and depressed. They just sit there, singing songs of regret about being born." Izuku asked, "How many more do we have to go through?" "There are 4 circles left," Ishmael replied, "but levels 7 and 8 have sublevels." "At least we are halfway there," Izuku said, trying to stay optimistic. "Yes, but it only gets worse from here. Level 6 is for the heretics, level 7 is for the most violent people in history, level 8 is for those who committed fraud, and finally, level 9 is for those who committed treachery." The group was taken aback, eager to know what lay ahead. Ishmael explained, "Level 6 is a graveyard full of tombs that are always burning. Level 7 has 3 sublevels, one for violence against others, where the punishment is to stay in a boiling river of blood, one for violence against oneself, where the soul turns into a tree with poisonous thorns, and one for violence against nature and art, where the punishment involves lying on burning sand while being pelted by fire from the sky. The fraud circle has 10 sublevels, each with different punishments, which I will explain later. The last level is a frozen lake for those who committed treachery, where they are frozen for various lengths of time." "Oh Lord, just when we thought it couldn't get worse, it did," one of the group members exclaimed. "That is Yuden in a nutshell," Ishmael replied. Izuku added, "I'm grateful that the Michaelis saved me back there." The girls chimed in, "We're glad you didn't go through with it." "Same here," Izuku agreed. Ishmael nodded, "You don't have to explain it to me. I was informed that you were bullied for not having any powers, and many adults either encouraged it or turned their backs on you. If it weren't for those 2 in particular, you might have ended up here or in the second part of the 7th circle." "Yeah, I know. I'm just happy to be alive, surrounded by people who care about me. That's better than being alone," Izuku said. "Good, we should keep moving. I feel like we are not alone in here," Ishmael urged. As the group traveled deeper into the swamp, Belphegor appeared. "Seeing that you are here in the Wrath Ring, you just defeated that greedy crow. You deserve a little congratulations," he said, clapping slowly. Izuku responded, "If you want to fight, you've got one." Belphegor smirked, "Not with you. I want them." He pointed to Momo, Mina, Kyoka, Kami, and Ibra. Izuku said firmly, "You're on." Momo interjected, "Zuzu, what are you saying? We can't beat him. He was a principality. We fought the Queen of Hell and the embodiment of greed and defeated them. You can beat him. I believe in you," Izuku encouraged. Belphegor added, "One more thing, envy and wrath are further up the road. I'm sure you can have a more entertaining time with them." "Why did you just sell them out like that?" Izuku asked. Belphegor shrugged, "We don't care about each other, except for Lucifer. In a place like this, backstabbing is commonplace. Trust and true loyalty mean nothing compared to fear." "Very well then. Ladies, Belphegor is yours. I'm going after Leviathan and Satan," Izuku declared. Kami pleaded, "Please don't do this. We do not stand a chance here, and we don't want to lose you." "I know, but he is at your level and I'm about to face another fallen seraph and a fallen cherub. I've been training for this moment for years, while you only started a week ago. Besides my mom, my godparents, and Eri, you 4 are my strongest earthly tether to the light, and I won't let anything happen to you, especially not because of me. I lost my light before, I don't want to lose it again." "We understand, but please be careful," they all said in unison. "I will. Come on, we have some princes to find," Izuku replied. Ishmael added, "You don't have to tell me twice." Callie said, "Right behind you." Toga chimed in, "Lead the way." Cerberus barked in agreement. The group raced past Belphegor to confront the princes of envy and anger, while the girls took on the prince of laziness. They charged forward, determined to bring down Belphegor. In response, he summoned 1,000 robots to wear them down, but they swiftly destroyed them. As the girls unleashed their attack, they called out, "Water wall." The collision of their powers created a cloud of steam that obscured their vision. Emerging from the mist, they launched a flurry of strikes at Belphegor. Meanwhile, Izuku and Callie pressed on toward Utumno, while Toga constructed a bridge. Upon reaching a ridge, they found Satan waiting for them. "I saw your battle with envy, and I must admit I enjoyed it," Satan said with a sinister chuckle. "Hello, General Dirtbag," Izuku replied. "Don't call me that. I am the Commander-in-Chief of Hell, and I demand respect. But enough talk, let's fight. I want to see you suffer. With that, Izuku and Satan powered up to their maximum and charged at each other. Satan delivered a powerful punch that sent Izuku flying. Callie attempted to assist with her quirk but missed. However, Izuku quickly regained his footing and countered. Going up, heaven's light, he shouted, launching Satan into the sky. As Satan attempted to slash at him, Izuku created a powerful gust of wind that sent him away. Going down, Hell's Gate, Izuku declared, sending Satan crashing back to the ground. Though bruised, Satan managed to rise and prepared a special attack. Whirlwind Slash. Satan yelled. Omni Slash. Izuku countered. The two attacks collided, but Moloch gained the upper hand and struck Izuku down. However, Izuku vanished in a puff of smoke and reappeared right behind Satan. Strike of the 7 stars, he called out. Hellfire. Satan retaliated. Their attacks clashed once more, initially holding steady, but then something deep within Izuku ignited. His attacks surged forward, overwhelming Satan and engulfing him in light. As the brightness faded, Izuku saw Satan on the ground, burned but still defiant. You've done well out there, Izuku said. You're not bad yourself, but it's not over yet, Satan replied, letting out a war cry. Suddenly, a pack of dogs appeared, led by the massive wolf, Fenrir Lokaisen. As Satan fled, Fenrir howled, commanding the pack to attack. On the other side of the ridge, Cerberus heard the call and rushed toward them, despite Ishmael's protests. The pack snapped and scratched at Izuku and Callie, but they held their ground. Just as the dogs surrounded them, Cerberus charged in, placing himself between them. Cerberus, we're glad to see you, Izuku exclaimed. Woof. Cerberus barked in agreement. Why are you helping them, Cerberus? They are the enemy. They killed our lords and destroyed our lands, Fenrir growled. I don't follow them anymore. The Michaelis are my family now, Cerberus replied. They have shown me love and compassion, even taking in those who were once considered enemies. A moment of silence fell over the group as the pack exchanged glances. One by one, they approached Cerberus, leaving only him, his sons, and a small brown Great Dane puppy. Please, brother, think about this. You have 3 sons. One you took in when nobody else would, Cerberus urged. He's right, father. I believe we can trust them, the puppy added. Fenrir looked at his sons, seeking their opinions. They nodded in agreement. Fine, you have one chance, Fenrir relented. But if you're wrong, I won't hesitate to end this, and our brotherhood will be over. You won't be disappointed, Cerberus assured him. I hope so for your sake. Pack, move out. Fenrir commanded. Izuku and Callie climbed onto Cerberus' back and approached Ishmael, who emerged from his hiding place, expressing his admiration for the battles he had witnessed. As they exchanged stories, the girls finally caught up with them. Together, they continued toward Utumno, and after a short while, they stood outside the city gates. Let's make our presence known, Izuku declared. Yeah. The group responded in unison. The sound of horns echoed throughout the city, startling everyone inside. The army quickly assembled, preparing to march out. Lucifer, furious that his top lieutenant had failed him, transformed into a 3-headed dragon and roared back in response to the angels. Guards. The gates began to open, revealing the army of the underworld. Mina observed, they must really dislike us to assemble an army like that. Izuku nodded. Yes, but I think their focus is more on me than anyone else. The group looked at him curiously. How come, they asked. Izuku sighed. Let's just say their leader has wanted me on their side from the beginning, and he aims to crush my hope as quickly as possible. Okay then, the others replied, accepting his words. All right, ladies, let's create some clones, Izuku instructed. You got it. The girls responded enthusiastically. Fenrir turned to Scrappy. Stay with the gun, lady. I don't want you to get hurt. But father, I want to help with my puppy power. Scrappy protested. Fenrir replied, I know, but I don't want them to take you away from me and use you against me. Cerberus added, besides, they have kids. Scrappy's eyes widened. They do. Izuku nodded. Well then, I'll stay for now, but if the fight continues, I want to splinter them well. The 7 created 7,000 clones each, while Callie stood on the ridge, preparing for the impending attack. For the Michaelis family and the father. Izuku shouted, charging into the fray, followed closely by the others as the army of hell surged forward. The 2 armies clashed, pushing back toward the city gate. Just before they could enter, the gate slammed shut. They attempted to break it down, but it wouldn't budge. Izuku suddenly had an idea. I have a plan, but everyone needs to take a few steps back and dispel the clones. We won't need them after this, he instructed. Okay, they agreed, stepping away and dispelling the clones. Callie, Pumpkin, Izuku called. Here you go, Callie said, handing over Pumpkin. Pumpkin, blade mode. Izuku commanded. Pumpkin activated its trump card, Overdrive, maximum firepower. With a powerful blast, Pumpkin destroyed the gate, the wall, and part of the city. As they advanced, any surviving military personnel were quickly dealt with by the group. Beelzebub crawled out from the rubble, trying to escape into the sixth circle, knowing he was too injured to fight back. But as he reached the entrance to the graveyard, Izuku and the girls were already waiting for him. Ah, leaving so soon, Beel, and without saying goodbye? Izuku taunted. Beelzebub chuckled darkly. It's over, I've lost. Let's just get this over with. For being a good sport, I'll make it as painless as possible, Izuku promised. Kami used her quirk to put him in a sleep-like state, while Momo and Kami forged a sword from fire, and Mina and Koida created theirs from wind. Izuku and Ibara formed their swords from light. Together, they plunged their weapons into his abdomen, ending his life instantly. They then departed from the ruins of Utumno and entered the 6th level. End of this part. Join me for the next exciting adventure. The group entered the catacombs and soon found themselves in the graveyard that Virgil had mentioned. Ishmael greeted them, explaining, "Welcome to Level 6, the Tombs of Heresy. This is where those who reject religious and political norms reside. They believe there is no afterlife or that the soul is immortal, and they live hedonistic lives. Their punishment is to be locked in a coffin that is perpetually aflame." The group exchanged glances, taking in the weight of Ishmael's words. They ventured deeper into the catacombs and soon discovered Lilith's tomb. The 6 angels placed their hands on her resting place, absorbing her power before preparing to leave this level for the 7th. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the catacombs. "Get down now!" Ishmael commanded. The group quickly found cover as the mythical guardian of the Circle of Violence, the Minotaur, emerged. "Is that the Minotaur?" one of them asked, eyes wide. "Yes," Ishmael confirmed. "He guards the entrance to the Circle of Violence. He's strong but not very clever." "I can handle this," Izuku declared confidently. "What are you planning to do?" Momo asked, concern in her voice. "Something reckless," Izuku replied with a grin. He stepped out, drawing the Minotaur's attention. "Hello, Minotaur. I challenge you to a battle," he called out. The Minotaur responded with a thunderous roar and charged at him. Izuku skillfully dodged the attack and struck the creature from behind. "Hurrah!" he cheered as he executed his bullfighting routine, allowing the others to sneak past. As they made their way to safety, Scrappy attempted to slip away but was swiftly caught by Cerberus. Momo communicated telepathically, urging Izuku to join them. "We're in the 7th circle. Hurry!" "On my way, princess," he replied, turning back to the Minotaur. "It's been fun, but this ends now." With a series of precise slashes, he defeated the beast, leaving it lifeless on the ground. When he returned to the group, the girls hugged him in relief, then playfully scolded him for worrying them. Ishmael welcomed them to Level 7, the River Phlegathon. This area is for those who have committed violence against others. Their punishment is to swim in a boiling river of blood, and if they attempt to escape, they will be attacked. "Who are they?" someone asked. "Out of the way." "We have a runner," a voice shouted as a group of centaurs chased after a soul trying to flee. They swiftly captured him, dragging him back into the river. "Were those centaurs?" Izuku asked, astonished. "Yes," Ishmael confirmed. "They serve as wardens here." One of the centaurs approached, demanding their names. The group introduced themselves, and when it was Izuku's turn, he added, "I'm Izuku Midoriya Michaelis." "Wait, you're a Michaelis?" the centaur asked, intrigued. "Yes, why?" Izuku replied. "I knew your ancestor. I am Chiron, king of the centaurs," he said, nodding in acknowledgement. The group bowed respectfully. "Nice to meet you, your highness." Chiron waved off their formalities. "Let's move on. Nessus, take the others while I accompany Michaelis and one of his companions." As they mounted the centaurs, Chiron explained the sublevel's purpose. This area punishes those who have committed varying degrees of violence. The more severe the crime, the deeper the punishment. As they crossed the shallow end of the river, Izuku heard a familiar voice. Well, look who it is," it sneered. "I should have known you'd be here, Kaichiski," Izuku replied, crossing his arms. You're here because you were killed, right? Kai taunted. Wrong. I'm alive, here as part of a rite of passage. And by the way, Eri is my daughter now. She's moved on from the pain you caused her. I'll escape and get her back, Kai vowed. You're mistaken. You're trapped here for eternity, and even if you manage to leave, you'll be quirkless, Izuku stated confidently. What? Yes, my family took your quirk before I ended your reign, Izuku added, revealing a cube containing overhaul. My father entrusted it to me in case I encountered you. Give it back. Kai shouted, desperation in his voice. Never, Izuku replied, turning away and leaving Kai behind. As Kai fumed, Ishmael intervened, showing him a vision of disappointment from his former boss, revealing the consequences of his actions. Overwhelmed, Kai broke down, tears streaming down his face. Will he be okay? Toga asked, glancing back at him. No, Ishmael replied. He's faced the reality of his failures. It's too late for apologies, he's lost everything because of his choices. As they moved deeper into the underworld, Izuku felt a sense of responsibility wash over him. We'll take care of Eri, he assured the group, glancing at the girls who nodded in agreement. The centaurs, having pulled overhaul from the river, bid them farewell as the group prepared to enter the second sublevel of the seventh circle. Ishmael, their guide, addressed them with a serious tone. Welcome to part 2 of the 7th level, the Suicide Forest. This place is for those who have been violent against themselves. The souls here transform into trees, adorned with poisonous thorns and surrounded by harpies. We should move through this area as quickly and quietly as possible. Let's do it, the group replied, determination in their voices. As they ventured into the forest, the disfigured trees loomed around them, resembling vague human forms. Suddenly, they heard the unsettling sounds of firewood crackling and wood creaking. The group exchanged nervous glances, but Ishmael seemed unfazed. What you're hearing are the trees communicating. They can only speak when their bodies are broken. We could talk to them if you wish, he offered. No thanks, we don't want to break any of their limbs, came the collective response. All right then, let's keep moving, Ishmael said, leading them onward. They pressed through the forest until a flicker of light caught their attention. They rushed toward it, emerging into a vast desert where flames rained down from the sky. This must be the 3rd sublevel, Izuku observed. Indeed, Ishmael confirmed. Here, souls are punished for blasphemy. They lie on the burning sand, scorched by the fiery rain. Those running in the sand are guilty of defiling nature. What does that mean? Someone asked. Ishmael sighed. In simpler terms, it refers to SXL activities that are not for procreation or involve humans and non-human creatures. The group grimaced at the explanation. I'm sorry we asked, they replied in unison. The ones sitting on the sand are usurers, Ishmael continued. They charged exorbitant interest rates. Is that all? They asked, relieved. Yes, nothing too extreme. Let's navigate around the edge of the forest and the desert, Ishmael suggested. They followed him, finding a small stream shrouded in mist. They waded into the water, seeking refuge from the burning sand and rain. Eventually, they reached the edge of the 7th circle, but a massive cliff barred their path to the 8th level. With a whistle, Virgil summoned a creature with a human head, a dragon's torso, and a snake's tail. This is Jirian, our ride to the 8th level. It's best if I sit at the back. If any of you are unaware of his capabilities, it could be dangerous, Ishmael warned. They climbed onto Jirian's back, and he soared down into the 8th level. Once they dismounted, Jirian flew away, leaving the group to carefully descend the mountain. Welcome to the 8th circle. I'm Albulge, the evil ditches. Here, souls are punished for fraud, divided into 10 canyons, each representing a different type of deceit, Ishmael explained. What are they? Izuku inquired. Let me show you, Ishmael replied as they approached a bridge leading to the first pit. This pit is for panders and seducers. In life, they treated people as objects, so in death, they are treated as slaves. The panders walk one way while the seducers go the other, both tormented by horned demons. The group nodded, understanding the grim reality. They crossed the bridge to the second ditch, where a foul odor assaulted their senses. What is that smell? They exclaimed. This is ditch number 2, the flatterers. For their false flattery, they are punished by being covered in filth, Ishmael explained. That explains a lot. Let's get out of here, they urged. They hurried across the bridge into the 3rd pit. I can breathe again. But where are we now? Izuku asked. This is the 3rd ditch, Simony. Those who sold religious artifacts and positions for money face the punishment of being buried headfirst with their feet set on fire, Ishmael detailed. That sounds uncomfortable, they replied, grimacing. It is, but there's nothing we can do, Ishmael said as they pressed on to the fourth pit. Now we enter the fourth pit, diviners. Souls guilty of sorcery and false prophecy have their necks twisted so they can only see what's behind them, Ishmael explained. Mina looked puzzled. What is soothsaying? Izuku answered, it's predicting the future, having foresight. Oh, okay, Mina replied, understanding dawning on her. Sir Knight, I will be here when his time comes, Izuku noted. Why? The others asked. His quirk is called foresight. He can see the future, Izuku explained. Oh, they murmured, realizing the implications. We should warn him when we leave, they agreed. They entered the fifth canyon next. This is the pit of the grifters. Those who lived as corrupt officials are punished by being dunked in boiling tar. If caught outside the pit, they face torture before being returned, Ishmael informed them. I'm glad we learned about these things, Izuku said. Absolutely, the girls echoed. Ishmael led them onward. Now we arrive at ditch number 6, where hypocrites face their fate. They wear monk-like robes, golden on the outside but heavy with lead inside, forced to walk for eternity. We can see the symbolism in that, they acknowledged. This is the seventh pit, the thieves. This ditch is filled with serpents and vengeful creatures that torment the thieves endlessly. Some thieves spontaneously combust from snake bites, only to regenerate from more suffering. Others lose their human forms and become reptiles, able to regain their shape only by stealing it from another sinner, a painful transformation for both, Ishmael warned. Yikes, that sounds terrible, the group responded, shuddering at the thought. We definitely can't imagine a life like that. It looks very painful down there. Number 8. Ishmael explained, here lie the souls who gave false or corrupt advice to others for their own benefit. Their punishment is to be set on fire and burned forever. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Okay, that's a little harsh, but all right, one of them said. Number 9. Izuku hesitated, peering into the darkness ahead. Suddenly he doubled over, feeling unwell. What's wrong, Izu? The others asked, concern etched on their faces. Izuku could only respond with another wave of nausea. What kind of place is this? One of them exclaimed. Ishmael replied, this is the realm of the Sowers of Discord. Sinners who promoted scandals and division in life are punished here. They are forced to walk around the circle, bearing horrible, disfiguring wounds inflicted by a great demon. He continued, the nature of their wounds reflects their sins. Some have only gashes or missing fingers and toes, while others suffer far worse fates. The group shuddered. Thanks, now this is going to haunt my nightmares. Can we get out of here? They began to run. Number 10. Ishmael called after them, good news, this is the last one, but the bad news is that it's the worst. The group stopped, apprehensive. Oh no, what do these people do? Ishmael replied, here lie the falsifiers. Their crimes include lying, alchemy, impersonation, and counterfeiting. Their punishment is to be afflicted with every disease known to man. Let's get out of here, one of them urged, and the group sprinted toward the center of the 8th circle. There, they encountered a group of earth giants and titans, most of whom were bound in chains. One of the giants approached and helped them access the 9th and final level of Yuden, the Lake of Treachery. And so, this part of their journey came to an end. They looked forward to their next exciting adventure together. Izuku and his friends had reached the final level of Yuden, Lake Cocytus, the realm of treachery. Ishmael addressed them, you are now on the 9th level of this wretched place, Lake Cocytus, the home of treachery. Izuku asked, I know that those who are punished here are frozen for various lengths of time. What are their crimes? Ishmael explained, there are 4 categories of treachery. The first is Kaina, named after Cain, for treachery against family, they are frozen up to their shoulders. The second is Antinora, named after Antenor, for treachery against one's country, they are frozen up to their necks. The third is Ptolomia, named after Ptolemy of Jericho, for treachery against guests and hosts, they lie on their backs, frozen up to their eyes. The last is Judecca, named after Judas Iscariot, for treachery against one's lord, the star, and benefactor, they are completely submerged in ice. The group exchanged glances, acknowledging the severity of these punishments. All these acts are terrible, but is there a catch? One of them asked. Ishmael replied, the worst among them will be chewed by Lucifer himself like a stick of gum. They all understood the gravity of their situation. Ishmael added, "Now, you must continue through this circle on your own. Good luck out there, kids." The angels bid farewell to Ishmael as he vanished, taking Cerberus and Fenrir with him. They ventured deeper into the circle, crafting coats to keep warm in the frigid air. Momo broke the silence. "What do you think Lucifer's fighting style is?" Izuku responded, "What my dad told me is that he wants to torment us one by one." "How?" they asked in unison. Izuku explained, "By suppressing our powers or erasing them entirely. He wants us to feel weak, to believe we've learned nothing, and to think he's the only one who can lead us to victory. He is, after all, the prince of pride and a deceiver." They nodded in agreement, realizing the truth in his words. Suddenly Lucifer's voice echoed, "I see now. With my army destroyed and everyone gone, you are now in my circle. Your reward awaits you further down." Mina questioned, "Reward? What kind of reward?" Izuku warned, "Torture or death. Stay alert." As they moved deeper, Lucifer taunted them about their impending fate. "Yes, further into the depths. So close. Your prize is waiting." Izuku steeled himself. "Here we go." Crossing into the fourth region of the ninth circle, they found Lucifer himself at the center. The girls gasped, "Who is that?" Izuku replied, "That's Lucifer's true form." "That's Lucifer," they exclaimed. "Yes," Izuku confirmed. "He took that form when he was cast out of paradise. His 3 heads represent ignorance, impotence, and hatred. The figures in his mouths are Marcus Junius Brutus, Judas Iscariot, and Gaius Cassius Longinus. The first and last betrayed Julius Caesar, while the middle one betrayed the son." "We understand. He knows we're here, let's not keep him waiting," Izuku urged. As they approached, Lucifer unleashed chains toward them. Izuku and Kali dodged, but the others were ensnared. Lucifer laughed menacingly, "You poor fools, do you think you can defeat me, the king of all things evil? He didn't bring you here to train you, he sent you here to die. Dark judgment." The girls called out their names in distress as they faced Lucifer's wrath. In a flash, Lucifer transported Izuku to an alternate version of Earth, where everything was ablaze. He saw the devastation, everyone he cared about was gone, and his friends had turned their backs on him, now embracing Lucifer, who stood with a massive army behind him. Lucifer sang mockingly, "This is the end of the world, you know. Thought you could save them. Thought you could be their hero. Time to put on a show. It's over now, we both know. Those silly quirks won't help you anymore. They're burned to dust just like that family of yours. So here we go, try to take on my army. Come on, let's fight, Greenie." Izuku, determined, picked up a sword and assumed a fighting stance, knowing this was an illusion. Lucifer continued, "Go ahead and try to beat me if you are able. You're no man, and it's making you feel unstable. You dare defy the power of my being. When I brought your town to its knees, everything you love has turned to ashes. I'm in control, and I'll strike the matches. This world of yours is crumbling, don't you miss it? Pretty soon, you'll go down with it." As Lucifer sang, Izuku charged at the demons, cutting down as many as he could, but soon found himself overwhelmed and bound to a crucifix. Lucifer taunted him, "I know who you are, I'll put you in your place. The next time you stand up, I will end this child's play. Where did all of you go? I killed them yesterday. Even you can't bring them back, and even you can't save the day." Izuku, defiant, stood tall despite the odds. "If you are torturing me, you have to do better than that." Lucifer, taken aback, asked, "How are you resisting that? My stepfather trained me for a long time. He went all out on me. You might as well kill me because you don't have time to break me." Lucifer, frustrated, prepared to strike. But just then the world began to crack. Back in Uden, a giant pillar of light appeared, startling Lucifer. As he gasped, Izuku re-emerged, surrounded by a white aura and 7 spirits. "No, not again!" Lucifer shouted. Izuku, unfazed, replied, "Ah, so you've seen this before. I don't know what it is, but I will take advantage of it." He turned to the spirits behind him. "I might not know who you are, but I know that you're all former users of One for All. Would you help me defeat him and end all for one once and for all?" Izuku asked, determination in his voice. His friends nodded in agreement, placing their hands on his back. A warm glow enveloped him, filling the air with energy. As the battle began, the 2 opponents exchanged powerful punches, their strength nearly equal. The girls watched in awe, relieved to see that Izuku was holding his own. Lucifer, with a swift motion, shattered some icicles and hurled them at Izuku. In response, Izuku summoned dark tendrils that destroyed some of the projectiles while redirecting others back at Lucifer. To his surprise, Lucifer managed to dodge them just in time. Before he could regain his footing, Izuku landed a dropkick squarely on his face. Lucifer staggered back, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. "Not bad, boy," Lucifer said, wiping his face with a smirk. "But you're no match for me." "We'll see about that," Izuku replied, determination burning in his eyes. The two clashed again, trading blows until Lucifer managed to push Izuku back. In a moment of strategy, he created a clone and sent it off as time resumed its normal flow. Izuku, recognizing the tactic, quickly formed his own clone and sent it away. "I might not be one for planning, but I'm not going to let you get away with this," Izuku declared. "We'll see about that, little man," Lucifer retorted as they resumed their fierce exchange of punches and kicks. Meanwhile, Izuku's clone reappeared next to the girls. "Momo, what is going on?" she asked, concern etched on her face. "The devil has made a clone of himself," Izuku explained. "I think he's trying to weaken me." "Where did it go?" Ibra inquired, glancing around. "No idea," Izuku admitted, "but I'm sure it's far enough to be out of sight yet close enough to assist the original." "Say no more, let's get out of here," Mina urged. Momo and Himiko quickly picked the lock, while Mina used her acid quirk to corrode the chain binding them. The clone released Kami's chains, and Callie shot the remaining chains to free Kyoka and Ibra. Just as they were about to make their next move, a haunting melody began to echo through the area, capturing their attention. Both Izuku and his clone dropped to their knees, feeling a wave of nausea wash over them. "Izuku!" everyone shouted in unison. Izuku realized, "Now I know what it is, he is using a song to weaken me." Ibra chimed in, "Whatever the song is called, it sounds like a dark version of Oh Holy Night." Momo nodded in agreement. "We need to find him and stop the music." "I wanted to stay with Angel and give him power," Ibra said. "How?" the others asked. "You'll see," she replied with a determined look. Kyoka added, "If you are staying and singing, then I will do the same." Himiko declared, "He saved me from myself, and I want to return the favor." She created her clone. "Go and put that infernal music to an end." The group nodded as the clone slowly got up and stomped his foot, pointing to the right before disappearing. Momo, Kami, and the Himiko clone rushed toward the sound, while the real Himiko and Mina hurried to Izuku. Kyoka and Ibra prepared to start singing Oh Holy Night. Meanwhile, Izuku faced Lucifer, who was laughing wickedly as he stomped and kicked him. "Get up, I dare you," Lucifer taunted. "You could have joined me, but no, that BS did got to you first." He stopped beating Izuku, grabbing his collar and lifting him to face level. "However, I will be merciful if you bow to me and offer yourself. This is the last time I will offer such a chance. Now bow to me." Izuku, now just a normal human, replied defiantly, "You can break every bone in my body, kill my friends and family in front of me, but I will never surrender to the likes of you. A strong man stands up for himself. A stronger man stands up for others." A moment of silence passed between them as Lucifer's expression darkened. He formed a sinister grin and tightened his grip around Izuku's throat. "Then I will enjoy watching you suffer, you foolish hero," he sneered. Hollow Izuku interjected, "Save your energy, sire. Let me handle this since he is my opposite." "Then so be it," Lucifer agreed. As he prepared to choke Izuku, the sound of Kyoka and Ibra singing Oh Holy Night reached them. Furious, Lucifer conjured an ice spear to throw at them. Summoning the last of his strength, Izuku grew his wings, hardened a feather into a makeshift dagger, and hurled it at Lucifer's face. The demon howled in pain, dropping Izuku to the ground. "You just love to annoy me, don't you? But now it's time to die," Lucifer shouted, raising his weapon. Just then, Toga stabbed Lucifer in the waist with a knife, and Mina quickly lifted Izuku onto her shoulder, carrying him to safety. "Izzy, are you still there?" Mina asked, concern in her voice. "Yeah, I just need some rest," Izuku replied. "Thank goodness. I'll leave you with Jiro and Ibra and help Toga," Mina said, setting him down near the two girls and kissing his forehead before rushing off. Meanwhile, Momo, Kami, Callie, and the Himiko clone raced to the clone's location. Upon arrival, they were met by two gunmen who fired bullets in their direction. One was a snake-like demon dressed in white cowboy attire, while the other was a blue alien in brown bounty hunter clothing. Behind them loomed the Prince of Wrath, Satan in his rage form. "Hello, little ladies. A peeling day, isn't it?" he greeted mockingly. Momo responded, "Indeed. Who are you people?" "That's none of your concern because you are going to die," he replied. "Very well," Momo said, throwing a flashbang. As it exploded, Momo conjured an assault rifle and a submachine gun, tossing the submachine gun to Cammy. The clones circled around them while Callie used her weapon to keep Satan at bay. A fierce gunfight ensued, with the two groups taking cover behind ice pillars. Whenever one of the girls needed to reload, the others provided covering fire. In the midst of the chaos, Toga stealthily approached from behind, transforming into Lilith. She caught the snake-like demon off guard, stabbing him in the chest before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. She sent out a flare that illuminated the area, signaling for help. Satan, enraged by his failure, powered through the gunfire, swinging his axe at anyone in sight. The girls narrowly avoided his attacks, but the distraction allowed them to regroup. Back with Izuku, he was meditating on the icy ground as chaos unfolded around him. As the flare became more visible, he rose to his feet, energized. "Time for round 2, he declared. "Be careful," Kyoka and Ibro warned. "I will, and by the way, once this is over, I'm going to make it up to all of you." "Something special," he winked. Both girls felt a blush creep onto their cheeks. "We can't wait." With a determined look, Izuku put his hands together and disappeared in a flash. He found Lucifer holding Toga in a chokehold while Mina was pinned beneath his foot. With a powerful kick, Izuku sent Lucifer flying across the room. He quickly picked up Toga and Mina, healing them slightly before charging toward Lucifer. "In it, boy, you're getting on my last nerves," Lucifer growled. "Then let's end it here. One shall stand, one shall fall." Izuku shouted. "Bring it on." Lucifer challenged. "Not me," Hollow Izuku replied ominously. The two fighters clashed with intense determination. Izuku swiftly dodged a punch and retaliated with a strike to Lucifer's face. "Texas smash," he declared, sending Lucifer stumbling back a few feet. But Izuku quickly closed the distance again. "Transmission, low gear," he continued, launching a rapid series of attacks. Sent flying at the speed of 152 miles per hour. Second gear. Sent back at 304 miles per hour. Third gear. He executed a roundhouse kick, the force propelling Lucifer at 456 mph. Top gear. With a powerful uppercut, he sent Lucifer soaring toward the ceiling at 608 mph, crashing into it with enough force to nearly bring it down. Enraged, Lucifer rose, summoning his suit of armor and a massive warhammer. "Not bad, you little fighter, but this is just the beginning," he growled, swinging his warhammer. Izuku quickly conjured a sword to defend himself. As Lucifer swung his mace 3 times, Izuku evaded each blow. Seizing the moment, he created a smoke screen to escape. "Full 100%, he shouted, sending a black tendril flying toward Lucifer, striking him in the head and knocking off his helmet. Lucifer grabbed the WHP and pulled Izuku closer, bashing him with the warhammer and sending him crashing into the ice. "That was a good fight, but it ends now. Die!" Lucifer yelled, throwing his warhammer at Izuku. But Izuku turned and punched it with all his strength, smirking as he rushed over to strike the other side of the hammer. The struggle continued until the warhammer became embedded in the wall. "I did it, I won." Lucifer laughed triumphantly. "I finally beat a Michaelis." He glanced at the girls, noting their horrified expressions. "Now to claim your corpse and take your women." As he took a step forward, time began to slow. Panic set in until he heard Izuku's voice. "Yeah, Lucy, did you miss me?" "Oh wait, you did?" "Deku, I thought I killed you," Lucifer exclaimed. "I stopped time before the last punch. Now be gone." "Overdrive," Izuku declared, hitting the ground with his knees at the speed of sound and delivering a powerful kick to Lucifer's chest. Time resumed, sending Lucifer flying back to where he had been chained, most of his armor shattered. The girls sighed in relief, glad Izuku was okay. He floated over to the Demon King, landing in an elevated position. "It's over, Morningstar. I have the high ground. Don't mock me, I am Lucifer Morningstar. I will tear you apart," Lucifer shouted. "I'd like to see you try," Izuku replied confidently. Suddenly, Satan charged toward them, the girls following closely. But before he could reach them, a sword pierced through his chest, decapitating him and slicing him in half. Hollow Izuku stood there, cleaning his blade and sheathing it. "I didn't do it to save you. I want you to live so you can fight me in the future." This world doesn't need two Izukus, one must fall, Hollow Izuku stated. You'll pay for that? Lucifer growled, preparing for his attack. Doom despair, he shouted, unleashing a black and red beam. Scala ad Coelum overdrive. Izuku countered, firing a white and golden beam. The two beams collided, struggling against each other. For several minutes, they fought for Dems until Izuku pushed himself to the limit. Lucifer's attack began to overwhelm him. What the hell? Lucifer yelled in disbelief. I cannot lose here, I am Lucifer. I am Lucifer Morningstar. As his body began to fade into nothingness, Izuku powered down, standing in triumph. This battle will be legendary. Although I know you'll return as long as evil exists, I won thanks to all of you, he declared. The figures of his friends smiled faintly before disappearing. With Lucifer gone, the chains binding Kyoka and Ibara vanished, freeing them. They rushed to Izuku, showering him with hugs and questions about what had happened. He explained Lucifer's plans and how he had escaped, and while they were upset about Lucifer's intentions, they were relieved he had triumphed. Okay, how are we going to get out? Kami asked. I don't know, but I know the exit is around here somewhere, Izuku replied. Allow me, Hollow Izuku interjected. This will lead you to purgatory. No tricks, Izuku warned. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it already. Besides, I don't fight the weak or kill innocents, Hollow Izuku assured them. Okay, we'll trust you, they agreed. Good, now go. We will meet again someday, Michaelis, Hollow Izuku said as they stepped into the portal, leaving Yuden behind and entering a new realm, Mount Purgatory. Ladies, welcome to MT Purgatory, the place where souls seek redemption, Izuku announced. Sweet. So all we need to do is climb it? They asked. Yes, and after this, we'll reach heaven and then go home, Izuku confirmed. Meanwhile, a three-headed dog roamed the overworld, spotting a mansion with a small pack of wolves following behind him. Excited to return home, he transformed into a German shepherd and ran toward the gate, where Caesar awaited him. Hello, Max, it has been a long time, Caesar greeted. The dog nodded in acknowledgement. And judging by your experiences, my son has made it out of hell. Cerberus howled in response. Excellent, I will do my part now, but first, come with me. The family has missed you, and we have some new additions for you to meet, Caesar said, leading the way to the backyard. The reunion was joyful, with Inko and Eri initially startled by Cerberus's true form but eventually growing to love him. They also met Fenrir and his pack, who received a warm welcome despite Fenrir's trust issues. Once upon a time in a bustling city, two friends, Alex and Jamie, found themselves caught in a whirlwind of unexpected events. They had always been close, sharing secrets and dreams, but this adventure would test their bond in ways they never imagined. One sunny afternoon, while exploring an old bookstore, they stumbled upon a mysterious book that seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. Intrigued, they opened it, and a rush of wind swept through the store, enveloping them in a magical aura. Suddenly, they were transported to a fantastical realm filled with vibrant colors and enchanting creatures. As they navigated this new world, they encountered a wise old wizard who explained that the book had chosen them as its guardians. Their mission was to restore balance to the realm, which had been thrown into chaos by a dark sorcerer. With determination in their hearts, Alex and Jamie set off on their quest, facing challenges and forging new alliances along the way. Through trials and tribulations, their friendship deepened, and they discovered strengths within themselves they never knew existed. With each step, they grew closer to their goal, learning the importance of trust and teamwork. As they approached the sorcerer's lair, the air crackled with tension. They knew the final confrontation would be daunting, but they were ready to face whatever lay ahead, united in their purpose. With courage and hope, they prepared for the battle that would determine the fate of the magical realm. Their journey was far from over, but together, they were ready to embrace the challenges that awaited them, knowing that their friendship would guide them through the darkest of times. The group walked to the mountain, and Miriam was sitting on a rock waiting for them. Miriam, is that you? They called out. Kids, Callie. You made it, she replied, and they hugged each other, excited to catch up. Izuku asked, so where is everyone else? Ish is still in hell helping a new batch of recruits, while everyone else is on Earth, Miriam explained. Are there any sublevels in this place? One of them inquired. Miriam nodded. Yes, there are. The first is the excommunicated, for those who died with their hearts set against a house of worship. They must wait here for 30 times the length of their sin before they can start climbing. The second sublevel is the late repentant, which includes the indolent, souls too lazy or preoccupied to change their ways, the unshriven, who seek redemption but die violently before they can begin their journey, and the valley of rulers, who are more concerned about their power. They are stuck here for one lifetime, meaning how long they lived on Earth. Okay, now let's get this show on the road, someone said. What are we waiting for? Yalla, Miriam urged, and the group began to climb the mountain. They passed a group of excommunicated individuals, spending some time with them before continuing. Soon, they approached the cave of the indolent and noticed a man nearby. Hello there, do you need any help climbing up the mountain? He asked. Yeah, we are on our rite of passage. We just got out of hell and are heading up the mountain, Izuku replied. Say no more, I will help you out, the man said. Thanks, mister. Izuku prompted. Sordello. I'm Sordello, he introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Sordello. I'm Izuku Midoriya Mikis, and these are Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Jiro, Mina Ashido, Ibra Shizaki, Himiko Toga, Kali Talon, and Kami Atsushimi. Nice to meet you all. Now let me tell you about this place. Empty Purgatory is a place of redemption, and beyond Anti-Purgatory are 7 levels, each corresponding with the 7 deadly sins. Also, you can't climb the mountain when the sun goes down. Okay, let me guess, the sun here is an allegory of the Father, and it can only be done by divine grace? Izuku speculated. Yeah, pretty much, Sordello confirmed. Okay then, lead the way, they said, and the group continued their journey up the mountain. They arrived at the camp of the indolents and the valley of the kings and princes just as the sun began to set. We can rest here for tonight, Sordello suggested. Okay, they agreed. They sat around a warm campfire, sharing tales about their lives and other stories they knew. As the 6 fell asleep, Virgil approached Sordello. You know that you are going to be their guide, right? Miriam said. Yeah, I know. Either the angels or eagles will take them to purgatory proper any time now, Sordello replied. Anyway, it's good to see you again, Miriam said. Yeah, you too, Miriam, Sordello responded. Suddenly, they heard a screech. Must be them now, they both said as a group of giant eagles arrived to take the group to the gate of purgatory proper. However, they left Sordello behind, knowing he was not ready to leave just yet. Izuku woke up to see Miriam. Hey, Mama Miri, he said, looking around. Where are we and where is Sordello? You and the girls were taken up to the gate to purgatory, but Sordello was not available to come with us, Miriam explained. Oh, it's not his time yet, Izuku realized. Sorry, Rebecca added as the group began to wake up and catch up on how they got there. They continued walking until they saw an angel sitting on a throne. Hello, children. I'm sure you are here to continue your rite of passage, the angel greeted. Yes, my senior. Please let us pass the gate, they replied. Your wish will be granted. But first, on your knees, the angel instructed. They bowed down, and the angel carved 7 PS into their foreheads. Why did you do that? They asked. It represents the 7 deadly sins. The higher up the mountain you go, the more of those PS will disappear, the angel explained. Okay, and what order do we have to go through? They inquired. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony and lust. Also, unlike Yuden, where sin is action, here it's based on motivation, the angel clarified. Okay, they said. Now allow me to open the door. Once I open it, you must never look back, or else you will be stuck here forever, the angel warned. Yes, sir, they responded. The angel took out 2 keys and opened the gate. Beyond it lay a long, narrow path. The group entered in a single file line, and after a while of walking, they reached the first terrace, Pride. As they entered the Terrace of Pride, Mina pointed to a carving on the cliffside. What is that? It depicts the motivation of that sin on one side and its opposite on the other. Here, you see Lucifer's arrogance that led to his rebellion on one side, while on the other, Roman Emperor Trajan stops what he is doing to help a poor widow as an act of humility, Izuku explained. So humility is the opposite of pride, Mina concluded. Yes. In normal circumstances, we should join in but can walk with them, Izuku added. What do you do to purge the sin of pride? The girls asked. Similar to the greed level of hell, you must put a boulder on your back and carry it up the exit of this terrace. The weight varies based on how prideful you were in life, Izuku replied. I see. Let's participate in this, the girls decided. Might as well, Izuku agreed. They picked up a large rock and followed the souls up the mountain. Though they were teens, they had been taught never to be overly prideful. They quickly made their way up the terrace until they saw a gate. That must be where the pride part ends, one of them said. Hello, children, a voice greeted them. Archangel Michael, you, the angel of humility? Izuku asked. Yes, and congratulations on passing the pride terrace. I'm impressed with what you did to my renegade brother. Nice work, Michael praised. Thank you, my lord, but I could not have done it without my girls and family, Izuku replied humbly. That is a good humble boy, I like that. However, although you have destroyed Lucifer's body, he is not destined to die until the end of days, Michael warned. Ugh, don't tell me he will be back, they groaned. Unfortunately, as long as evil and sin exist, he cannot die forever. But since you destroyed his body so badly, he won't be back for a very long time, at least 500 years. Now allow me to remove that P for you, Michael said. Thank you, they replied, and Michael removed one P from their foreheads, allowing them to pass into the next level. As they entered the Envy Terrace, the group began to hear tales of generosity. What was that? Kami asked, looking around. We must be in the Envy area, Izuku replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Here, the sounds of envy mingled with those of generosity, its opposite. One story echoed in the air, a reminder of how jealousy could lead to tragic decisions, much like the tale of Cain and Abel. Why is that? The girls wondered, puzzled. I don't know, there's someone over there. Let's go ask, Izuku suggested, leading the way. As they approached the source of the sound, they were met with a shocking sight. A soul with her eyes sewn shut with iron wire. They all screamed and began to run. That explains everything, one of the girls said, breathless. We were jealous of anyone better than us. But I don't want to be here anymore, another admitted. I was jealous of almost anyone with a quirk, but thanks to my family, I managed to overcome it, Izuku shared, his voice steady. I agree, I don't want to be here anymore. The group hurried to the gate that separated the Envy Terrace from the Wrath Terrace. Hey kids, a voice called out. They turned, relieved to see Kindness. Oh good, we made it. Please get me out of here. You saw the souls, didn't you? Kindness asked. Yes, they all replied in unison. I saw that coming, Kindness said with a knowing smile. Let me help you. The angel of kindness, Serial, gently removed one mark from their foreheads, allowing them to pass. Once on the next terrace, they found it shrouded in smoke. Okay, where to now? One of the girls asked. We're going to the Wrath level, Izuku explained. This level is covered in smoke, symbolizing how anger can cloud judgment. To move on from this, we need to show patience and peace, right? Momo asked, seeking confirmation. Yes, that's correct, Queen, Izuku replied. Kyoka chimed in, it also shows visions of anger and patience, right Aizu? Bingo, Songbird, he said with a grin. By the way, Izzy, how did you know about this place? Mina inquired. My step-parents told me stories about it, but they never gave me all the details. I was just a kid when it happened, Izuku explained. Oh, the group responded, understanding. Okay, let's do this, he said, determination in his voice. Yeah, the girls cheered. They walked into the smoke, skillfully evading the angry souls that tried to attack them. Callie lagged behind, her past weighing heavily on her. Eventually, they reached the gate and encountered the Angel of Patience, who removed another mark from their foreheads, allowing them to continue. Next, they entered the Terrace of Sloth, where they saw a soul running in circles. Let me guess, this is the lazy level, and the only way to get through is by showing diligence, Cammy said. That's correct, Misty Fawn. All depictions of sloth and zeal are communicated verbally by those souls, Izuku confirmed. Okay, the group replied, ready to move forward. They approached the running souls and followed them to the Gate of Zeal. The Angel of Zeal, Sandalphon, removed another mark from their heads, but since it was now sunset, he informed them they could not pass until morning. Izuku kissed the girls on the head, and they returned the gesture before drifting off to sleep. When they awoke, the gate was open, and they left the previous terrace behind. They entered the Greed level, where the souls lay face down on the ground. This is supposed to be greed, right? Momo asked. Yes, it is. This is how it can be cleansed, though I can't explain why, Izuku replied. Okay, the group said, continuing onward. As they climbed the mountain, the ground began to shake. Was that an earthquake? The girls asked, startled. Yeah, it was. An earthquake happens when a soul leaves this place and enters heaven, Izuku explained. Got it, they responded, pressing on until they reached the Gate of Charity, where Metatron, the angel, erased another mark from their heads. Next, they walked into the gluttony terrace, where they saw souls reaching for food just out of reach. That's what we expect to happen here, they all said in unison. The trees will tell tales of gluttony and temperance, Izuku added. Let us continue, the group agreed. They moved through the terrace and arrived at the gate of temperance. The angel of temperance, Raphael, removed the second to last mark from their heads, allowing them to proceed to the final level, lust. Okay, we have one more level to cross before we are free, Izuku stated. And that is lust, right? The girls confirmed. Yep. Beyond this point is a wall of fire representing lustful urges. To get through, we must wait for the angel of chastity to call us in, he explained. Understood, Izuku, they replied. They entered the lust terrace and waited for the angel of chastity, Gabriel, to summon them. As the sun began to set, Gabriel called them into the fire. Once they reached the last gate, the angel of chastity removed the final mark from their heads. Congratulations to all of you, you have made it past all the levels of sin on this mountain, Miriam announced. Thanks, Miriam-san, everyone replied gratefully. No problem. For now, get some sleep. We have a garden to reach, she said with a smile. The group settled down at the entrance of the earthly paradise and soon fell asleep. The group got up and entered the earthly paradise, also known as the Garden of Eden. Matilda greeted them warmly. Hello, Caesar students. I am Matilda. I'm here to ensure that you are all set to leave here. Thanks, they replied in unison. She guided them around the area, introducing them to the 24 elders, the general epistles, the 4 evangelists, the embodiment of Acts and Paul, and the representations of the theological virtues, love, hope, and faith. They also met the representations of the cardinal virtues, prudence, justice, temperance, and fortitude, as well as the representation of the Book of Revelation. Suddenly, they spotted someone familiar flying on a griffin. Hello there, everyone, Caesar called out. Dad. Caesar-san, the 7 exclaimed, rushing to hug him. What are you doing here? How long has it been since we left? I'm your guide through the heavenly spheres, he replied with a smile. You've been gone for 6 days. What? We've been gone for 6 days? They echoed in disbelief. Yes, you spent 3 days in Uden and another 3 here, Caesar explained. The girls exchanged worried glances. We bet our parents are worried sick about us. They were at first, but now they are proud of how far you've come, Caesar reassured them. How did they know? One of them asked. I provided them with 24-hour footage of your quest. They also permitted you to stay with us and to date Izuku. Momo's parents were aware of it before all of this happened. Awesome, they cheered. It goes without saying, but I'm proud of all of you. You entered the darkness of Uden and returned alive and well, Caesar said, his voice filled with pride. Thanks, Dad. Caesar-san, they replied gratefully. Now, get yourselves cleaned up, we will be heading out in a few hours, he instructed. Yes, sir, they responded eagerly. The 7 angels entered the river Lethe, cleansing themselves of the remnants of Uden. Once they joined Caesar again, he handed them cups filled with water from the river Yuno. This water will help you remember all the good things that have happened to you, he explained. With renewed spirits, they began to take flight into the heavenly spheres. The group flew away from purgatory and stopped at the gate to the heavenly realm. Caesar welcomed the children with a warm smile. Now, children, allow me to welcome you all to heaven, he said as he opened the gate. The clouds parted to reveal grassy meadows, dense forests, and an appealing city in the background. The kids gasped in awe, cheering at the stunning landscape, but none were more excited than Ibra, who was practically bouncing with joy. Is this the most perfect world in the cosmos? Caesar asked. It's more than that, it's a place more real than our own, an angel replied. Caesar chuckled. I knew you would say that. This place is based on the geocentric model of the solar system. Okay, cool, Izuku said. Mina and Kami exchanged confused glances. What is the geocentric model of the solar system? They asked. It means the Earth is the center of our solar system, Caesar explained. It was common in ancient and medieval eras. It goes like this: the Earth in the middle, followed by the Moon, Mercury, Venus, the Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, the fixed stars, and Prima Mobile. Got it, Mina replied. Now, without further ado, let's begin this part. The first one is, of course, the Moon, the inconstant. This place is for those who lost their faith and courage, just like how the moon waxes and wanes over time. Okay, that's cool. What's next? The group asked eagerly. Let's go, Caesar said as they moved on to the second sphere. This is Mercury, the ambitious, he announced. This place is for people who were too ambitious in life and were too busy trying to be famous, Izuku added. Just like how Mercury is difficult to see because it's close to the sun. Bingo, Izuku. They do good for fame and not for goodness sake, Caesar confirmed. They greeted Emperor Justinian before entering the third sphere. Welcome to Venus. This place is for lovers. They are good people, but they put their love life ahead of everything, Caesar explained. It's a nice place. We don't mind being here, the group agreed. They left the third sphere and entered the fourth. We are now in the sun. This place is for the wisest people in the world, Caesar said. That's fantastic. Izuku and Momo exclaimed. The group spent time talking to great minds like King Solomon, Albertus Magnus, Thomas Aquinas, Sir Isaac Newton, Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison, and Albert Einstein before moving on to the fifth sphere. We are now on planet Mars, home of the warriors, martyrs, and heroes, Caesar announced. That explains why there are a lot of soldiers here, they noted. They conversed with figures like Joshua, Judas Maccabeus, and Charlemagne until 7 additional figures approached the group. Izuku Midoriya, I presume? One of them asked. Yes, and who are you? Izuku replied. I am Yoichi Shigaraki, or One for All user number 1. The first figure introduced himself. The name is Kudo, or One for All user number 2. My original quirk is called Gearshift. I can change the speed and velocity of my target by touching it, another added. I am Bruce, user number 3, my original quirk is called FA Gene. I can use kinetic energy in blasts of power and speed, a third said. My name is Haikage Shinomori, OFA user number 4, another introduced himself. Are you the one that died of old age because One for All drained your life force? Izuku asked. Yep, that's me. Unlike everyone else here, I never fought against All for One because I knew I was no match for him due to my quirk, Danger Sense, Haikage replied. Your power is the ability to detect attacks coming your way, Izuku noted. Right, but it can also detect negative emotions like anger, hate, anxiety, and malice. It would drive you crazy in a crowd, and it doesn't work against someone who knows how to hide their malicious intentions, Haikage explained. Thanks for the tip, Izuku said. Anyway, my name is Daigoro Banjo, and I am the 5th user of One for All. My quirk is named Black Whip, another introduced himself. Ah, so that's where the black tendrils came from, Izuku remarked. Yeah, it's tied to your emotions, primarily anger. It's more likely to go berserk if you're not careful, Daigoro warned. Oh joy, more pain, Izuku sighed. My name is Entayutai, OFA user number 6. My quirk is called Smokescreen, another said. Lastly, I am Nana Shimura, number 7. My quirk is called Float, the final figure introduced herself. So you are All Might's teacher and Tenko's grandmother? Izuku asked in surprise. Yeah, I am, Nana confirmed. No way, the girls exclaimed. Believe it or not, it's true, Nana replied with a smile. Momo then asked, what is One for All? This quirk is a power that can be transferred from one generation to another. It started with Yoichi's transfer quirk mixed with his villainous older brother's stockpile quirk, and boom, you got One for All. Each time the quirk is passed to a new host, it becomes stronger, Izuku explained. Wicked. Who has it now? The girls asked. After Nana, All Might had it for a while until he gave it to me. I'm Izuku Midoriya, OFA user number 9, he said proudly. How did you get it? The girls asked in disbelief. Caesar transformed into All Might and placed his hand near his head. Already young Midoriya, you deserve it. Now eat this, he said. Wait, what? The girls gasped. To get the quirk, I had to consume the DNA of the previous holder of the quirk that he or she willingly gave away, Izuku explained. You're joking, right? The girls asked, looking pale. Unfortunately, no, Caesar and Izuku replied. Not joking at all, the previous OFA holders added, making the girls feel queasy. On top of that, it's best to give it to a quirkless person because if it's given to someone who already has a quirk, it could slowly kill them, Izuku warned. The girls began to panic a little. Welcome to Jupiter, home of the just rulers. Here, the great kings of the past look down on us and guide us through the day of life, Caesar announced as they arrived. That is amazing, the group marveled. Oh look, the sky is giving us a message, Caesar pointed out. The sky lit up with a spectacular display. After a while, the light spelled out, Diligite Iustitium Qui Iudicatus Terram, and the last letter transformed into an eagle that flew away. Do you know what it means? Caesar asked. Yes, it means, love justice, you who judges the earth, in Latin, they replied. That is correct, Caesar smiled. I see 2 more stars here, and they're bright. What is that? Izuku asked curiously. I haven't told you everything about me. As you know, I'm not from your universe, I'm from an alternate world, but I'm also a king, Caesar revealed. Wait, what? You're a king? That means Miriam-san is… They trailed off in shock. Yes, she is my queen. And those 2 stars are us, Caesar confirmed. That is crazy, the group exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, who is in control of your kingdom? Izuku asked, curious. Caesar replied, my firstborn son, Shaka. He is 21 years old now. The group, except for Izuku, exclaimed in awe, wow. How many more do you have? One of them inquired. 7 for now. For sons and 3 daughters, Caesar answered. Whoa, they all responded in unison. Wait, for now? Are you expecting more? Another asked. Yes, we are expecting more kids. 1 or 2 from Miriam and 1 from Inko, Caesar confirmed. Congrats, Caesar, they all cheered. Izuku's eyes widened. Does that mean that I'm a prince? Yes, my child, you are a prince, but you are at the bottom of my line of succession. Anyone born out of wedlock, adopted, or not born from my main consort tends to be at the bottom of all lines of succession. Izuku nodded, understanding. Is there a way that I can rule it? Only as a regent or if my sons and daughters either die or refuse to take the throne, Caesar explained. Okay then, Izuku replied. The girls chimed in. Besides, we don't want that, you are still our Izuku no matter what. Thank you for, he said, feeling grateful. As they shared a moment together, King David, King Hezekiah, Emperor Trajan, and Emperor Constantine approached to greet them. After a brief conversation, they departed, and Caesar led the group to their next destination. Welcome to planet Saturn, House of the Contemporaries, Caesar announced. So it's more or less full of sages and other contemporaries? One of them asked. Yeah, that's right, Caesar confirmed. Next, please, they said eagerly. Got it, Caesar replied, guiding them onward. Welcome to the edge of the old universe, the fixed stars, Caesar introduced as they arrived. In this sphere lies the souls who conquered all of their temptations, he explained. Ibra, feeling elated, thought about never coming back down. Good to know we need some wisdom here, one of them remarked. They were greeted by the Virgin Mary, St. Peter, St. James, St. John, and Adam, who offered them wisdom and advice. Adam expressed his gratitude for their efforts against Lilith. Next, they entered the 8th sphere. This place is where the angels reside and the last place where we can stand on the mortal plane, Caesar said. That must be them now, someone noted as they spotted the angels. Hello everyone, Michael greeted them. Lord Michael, it's an honor to see you again, they replied in unison. It's good to see you too. I'm here with my colleagues. Meet Gabriel, Raphael, Ariel, Uriel, Kimo, Jophiel, Arzel, Rugel, Tsakiel, Metatron, and Seraphon, Michael introduced. Greetings, council members, they said respectfully. It's an honor to see our students' apprentices for the first time, the angels acknowledged. We won't hold you long, the Father is waiting for you on the next level. Okay, how do we get there? They asked. Caesar dipped 7 cups into a river. Drink this. It will help transcend the physical realm better. They took a sip and entered another plane of existence. Welcome to the last leg of your journey. This is the Empyrean, the maker of all things resides, Caesar announced. Awesome, where can we find him? They inquired. Look up, Caesar instructed. They looked up to see a giant white rose and a brilliant ball of light. That above you is the celestial rose where souls who go beyond the call of duty live, and past that is the throne room. He is in there, Caesar explained. Okay, let's go, they said, filled with determination. The group flew past the rose and into the throne room, where they bowed respectfully. Hello, Father, Caesar greeted. Hello, my child. I see that your students are here with you, the father replied warmly. Yes, sir. Allow me to present my student and my adopted son, along with his potential companions. Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Jiro, Mina Ishido, Ibra Shiozaki, Himiko Toga, Kali Talon, and Kami Atsushimi, Caesar introduced. Hello, children, I have been experiencing great things from you, and I'm not disappointed, the father said, pride evident in his voice. Thank you, my lord, they responded in unison. I am proud that you ventured into the darkness of the underworld and returned alive and unharmed. What is even better is that you destroyed Lucifer's army, the father praised. We were trained by the best, they replied, beaming with pride. That's right. You also have a choice to stay here and become a part of my army or return to Earth and stay for a while longer, the father offered. We thank you for the offer to stay. This place is amazing, but we have family and friends back at home that we cannot just leave behind, they explained. I understand that. Remember, you all always have a place here, and if you think your time in that world is over, you are welcome to come back here with open arms, the father assured them. We will, father, they promised. May the Father of Understanding guide you all, he concluded. May the Father of Understanding guide us, they echoed. A bright light flashed, and the 6 teens awoke in their beds. At first, they thought they were dreaming, but when they got downstairs, they were surprised to find their friends and families gathered to celebrate their return. Eri, in tears, ran to Izuku and hugged him tightly. Papa, you are back. I was scared that I would never see you again. Izuku hugged her back, reassuring her, Of course, I would come back, Snowball. It will take a lot to get rid of me. The group looked around, wondering, how long were we gone now? A whole week, Caesar replied. We have been in heaven for a day. Consider these few days a restful one. You all deserve it. Thanks, Dad Caesar-sen, they said gratefully. They celebrated for a few hours, and as most of the girls went home, only Izuku and Caesar remained. How do you like your newfound power? Caesar asked. This is amazing. I never thought I could get this powerful. I'm now a virtue, and the girls are powers at least, Izuku exclaimed. Great progress. Oh, and by the way, since you took the rite of passage and chose to return to Earth, you are now free to pursue a relationship with them, Caesar added. Izuku felt a slight blush rise to his cheeks. Good to know. I will be enjoying it when the time comes. Good, Caesar replied with a smile. But there's one thing bugging me. Izuku hesitated. Want to get married early? Caesar asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, is it possible? Izuku inquired. Here, no. In the US, yes, in most states. However, you need a parent or guardian's permission, or you must be working or living independently. But as your dad, I would recommend finishing your education and finding a good-paying job before you go through with it, Caesar advised. I understand, but I want this, not just for me, for Eri too, Izuku insisted. Caesar sighed. I'll see what I can do, but don't get hitched until after All for One and Tenko Shimura are dealt with. Yes, father, Izuku agreed, feeling determined. Meanwhile, in the middle of nowhere, a portal opened, and a figure emerged, Hollow Izuku. Free at last. Now on to my plan to take over the world and more, he declared. A voice interrupted, Can I help? He turned to see a woman with red skin and black hair, sharp tendrils on her cheeks, and bone-like protrusions on her forehead. Who are you? Hollow Izuku asked. My name is Lana Beniko. You and I are the same, she replied. In what way? He questioned. You are the dark side of Izuku, and I am the dark side of his girls, mostly Himiko Toga and the woman formerly known as Kana Tsutsumi. With a flicker, she transformed into a young woman with blonde hair and yellow eyes. You're perfect. I can see us doing great things together, he said, a grin spreading across his face. As do I, my lord. I am yours as you see fit, Lana responded. And I am yours until the end of our days. All I want is for you to be my confidant and wife, he declared. I accept, she said. Please, don't call me that. I want to separate from my original self, he insisted. As you command, my love. What do you want to call yourself? She asked. How about Lazus Malgus Mar? He suggested. That would do, darling. Now let's get to work, she said. Hold up, let me change forms, he replied, transforming into a young man with red hair and yellow eyes. I am ready, he announced, extending his hand. Let's go, she said, gripping his hand tightly. The two villains walked into the sunset, plotting their next move. Michaelis Manor, 6 days later. It had been almost a week since Izuku and his friends took their rite of passage. He and his family were at the mansion, playing with Cerberus and Fenrir, while Eri enjoyed time with Scrappy-Doo. How do you like the overworld? Izuku asked. I love it here, it's better than what Warner Brothers did to me, Scrappy replied, now a Great Dane Malamute hybrid. Indeed, we love being here. As long as Scrappy and my pack are happy, then I'm happy, Fenrir added, disguised as an Alaskan Malamute. I told you so, barked Cerberus, a Caucasian shepherd. Well, my home is your home, Caesar said. Thank you, Fenrir replied. As they relaxed, Alfred came outside. Mr. Michaelis, you're needed on the phone, he announced. Who's on it? Caesar asked. It's All Might, he wants to talk to you, Alfred replied. Okay, hand it over, Caesar said, taking the phone. Hello, he answered. Hello, Caesar, am I interrupting anything? Toshinori asked. No, we're just taking it easy after an intense workout, Caesar said, putting the call on speakerphone. Oh good. I received a call from a friend and sidekick during my time in the US. He owns a hero support company and is interested in meeting you and young Midoriya, Toshinori explained. I'm listening. Who is this person? Caesar inquired. His name is David Shield, Toshinori replied. Wait, David Shield? The scientist who designed Island, the support capital of the world. Caesar exclaimed. You know him? Toshinori asked. Miriam and I admire his dedication to making this world a better place. We would hire him if we could, Caesar said. Chuckling, Toshinori continued, I knew you would. Anyway, he and his daughter Melissa want to meet you personally, and she wants to meet Shinigami. Are you in? Caesar looked at everyone, and they all nodded in agreement. All Might, you've got a deal. Tell him we accept his invitation. Just say when and where, Caesar confirmed. You got it, Caesar. Let me email him and see what he has planned, Toshinori said. Understood. See you later, Caesar replied before hanging up and handing the phone back to Alfred. Inko looked concerned. Are you sure about this, honey? Absolutely. The man and his company can be a valuable asset to our cause, and a friend of All Might is a friend of mine. Plus, his daughter and Izuku have something in common, Caesar explained. What's that? Izuku asked. She's quirkless, both Caesar and Miriam replied. Caesar looked at the group and said, yeah, she was born without any supernatural powers. Miriam chimed in, just like you. Izuku, dancing a little jig, laughed and exclaimed, finally, someone who understands my pain. I can't wait to meet her. Eri, dancing along with him, added, me too. Caesar raised a hand, now, patience, children, all in good time. Isaac interjected, besides, save some ladies for the rest of us. Izuku shrugged, I have no interest in repopulating the earth, my parents have that covered already. Caesar and Miriam nodded in agreement. Izuku smirked, see? They admit it. Isaac rolled his eyes, yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm off to hang out with Beatrice. See you. He created a portal and left the yard. Izuku called after him, Drama King. Eri looked at Izuku and asked, do you think he will be back? Izuku replied, eventually. Caesar clapped his hands, okay, that's enough of that. Why don't you take Eri out for a daddy-daughter day since you'll be going back to school tomorrow? Izuku smiled, sure. Eri cheered, yay, we can finally spend time together. Ruth and Aster chimed in, can we have one too, Dad? Caesar nodded, sure. Xian, are you coming? Xian shook her head, no, I have training with Roxas today. Caesar replied, okay, just come back safe. Xian reassured him, no need to worry, father. I will be fine. She hugged him, Inko, Miriam, her sisters, Izuku, and Eri before creating a portal and leaving. Caesar turned to Izuku, do you need any transportation? Izuku responded, yeah, but I got this. He took a deep breath and called out, hey Callie, Eri and I need a ride. Callie barged into the backyard, you called Shini? Izuku explained, yeah, Eri and I are going on a day out, but we need a ride. Callie smiled, gladly. Anything for you too. Izuku and Eri said in unison, that's good, let's get moving. Bye, everyone. The group waved, see you later. The three of them walked out of the backyard and into the garage, quickly getting into the car and driving away. Eri asked, Papa, while you were in the underworld, did you see Birdman there? Izuku nodded, yes, we found him trapped in a tub full of boiling water. Callie added, he talked to him, but it got intense. Eri's eyes widened, what happened? Izuku explained, he threatened to break out, harm us, take you back and continue his work. Eri looked frightened, but Izuku continued, then Uncle Ishmael came and put him under a spell. He saw his old boss, your grandpa, looking at him angrily and telling him that the gang is gone because of him. That news really affected him. Callie reassured Eri, so there's no need to be scared, he won't be coming back for a long time. Eri took a deep breath, okay. They drove for a bit until they arrived at an outlet mall. Callie said, "I'll be back in 1 hour." Izuku replied, "Make it 2, unless something bad happens." Callie agreed, "Deal? Be safe." Izuku smiled, "You know I will." They shared a quick kiss before Callie drove away. Eri looked up at Izuku, "Are you ready, Daddy?" Izuku grinned, "Yeah, let's go." Eri took his hand tightly as they walked into the mall. Many women admired Izuku for how well he treated kids, while some men looked on with envy. He first took Eri to a merry-go-round. Eri pointed, "What is that?" Izuku explained, that Eri is a merry-go-round. It goes by many names: carousel, galloper, or roundabout. It's an amusement ride with a rotating platform and seats for riders, often shaped like horses. Eri's eyes sparkled. "Can we go on it, please?" Izuku smiled, "Sure." They made their way to the front of the line. Eri climbed onto a horse with Izuku's help, and he stood beside her to ensure she wouldn't fall. The ride started slowly, then picked up speed before coming to a gentle stop after a few minutes. Eri beamed, "That was fun. Can we go again?" Izuku chuckled, "Maybe another time, we have more things to do." Eri nodded, "Oh, okay." They wandered through various shops, and soon Eri's stomach growled. Izuku laughed, "Sounds like someone's hungry." Eri admitted, "Yeah." They spotted a store selling sweets. Izuku said, "Not a word about this." Eri promised, "You have my word, Daddy." As they entered, a clerk greeted them, "Oh, hello, welcome to Sakura Treats. How can I help you today?" Izuku replied, "We'll see what you have and then decide." The second clerk added, "We have candy, ice cream, mochi, and other delights." The first clerk continued, "Plus, today is our 10th anniversary, and we're running a contest to win today's special. This year it's the #1 vigilante, Shinigami." Izuku raised an eyebrow, "That sounds interesting. How can I participate?" The second clerk explained, "Just sign your name and answer 5 questions about Shinigami." The first clerk added, "Get 1 right, and you win the Seraph cake and a matching plush. Get 2 right and you get the All Might sundae and plush. 3 right, and you win the friend or foe cookie with twin USJ Shinigami and demon plushies. 4 right, and you get the Shinigami sundae and his debut plush. Get them all right, and you win everything and whatever you longing." With that, the adventure continued. 2 hours before dawn, next day. Michaelis Mansion. Izuku woke up after a night filled with sugary treats. Despite a slight headache, he managed to rise from bed and began his early morning exercises. While he was doing planks for 5 minutes, Callie stepped onto the patio to do her own workout. "Good morning, Callie," Izuku greeted her. "Good morning, Shini," she replied with a smile. He stood up and embraced her warmly. "Did you sleep well?" she asked. "Sort of. I didn't get to sleep until 10 after finally tucking Eri in bed. I still can't believe that Mom and Miriam finished off the All Might sundae and Seraph cake by themselves," he said, shaking his head in disbelief. "Well, cravings can be intense. You better be prepared for the day when we have a baby. You never know how we might react or what we might want," Callie teased. "I know. I'm scared and excited at the same time," he admitted. "If you can take care of a 5-year-old girl on your own for a year, you can handle it," she reassured him. They both nodded and continued their exercises until the first light of dawn broke. Afterward, they went inside, grabbed a Gatorade, and took separate showers. Izuku brushed his teeth and got his UA uniform ready just as Eri woke up. "Good morning, Eri," he said cheerfully. "Good morning, Father," Eri replied, rubbing her eyes. "Did you sleep well?" he asked. "Yes, and you?" she responded. "Yeah, I did. Now come on, it's time to head back to you," he said, helping her get dressed and gathering his things. At the door, Callie and Toga were already waiting. "Good morning, Toga," Izuku greeted. "Good morning, Moms," Eri chimed in. "Ready to go?" Callie asked. "Yeah," they all replied in unison. They walked outside, got into the car, and drove to school. Upon arriving, they made their way to class. As they approached the classroom, they overheard their classmates discussing the USJ incident. When they entered, everyone turned to look at them. "There you guys are. What happened?" "You disappeared for a long time," a classmate exclaimed. "You wouldn't believe us if we told you," Izuku replied. "Try me, Deku," Bakugo challenged. "Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you," Izuku said, sharing a vision of their recent experiences, omitting any details about attacks he hadn't revealed yet. The classroom fell silent, filled with shock and amazement. "It's a hell and lived," one student stammered. "Yeah. We got out of the frying pan and into the fire. Villains won't just sit back while we grow stronger. They'll try to stop us before we reach our peak, Izuku explained. Oh, and Bakugo, when you say, go to hell, or I will send you to hell, remember, we've been there, and it's not a place we want to revisit, he added. Bakugo seethed with a mix of anger and envy, frustrated that Izuku had experienced something he hadn't. Just then, Shota entered the room and began class. Although it's good to see you all again, your fight is not over yet, Aizawa announced. Fight? Don't tell us there are more villains, the class exclaimed. The UA Sports Festival is underway, Aizawa revealed. Oh, it's just that. Why do you keep giving us heart attacks? A student complained. Some students were skeptical about holding the sports festival so soon after a villain attack, but Shota explained that it was a great opportunity to showcase their skills. Soon they were all pumped up. And we have built dormitories for you to stay in, he continued, pulling up a PowerPoint presentation. The Heights Alliance dormitories were impressive, large buildings with 5 floors divided into 2 wings. Each building had its class name displayed above a sign reading Alliance, surrounded by low hedges leading to the entrance, which featured double doors. Along the pathway were park benches and light towers. The first floor was white, while the upper levels were brown, with a courtyard outside. Inside, each dorm building was designed for one class of 20 students, though it could accommodate up to 32. The first floor featured a common area with couches, tables, televisions, kitchens, bathrooms, and laundry rooms. Dorm rooms began on the second floor and continued to the fifth, with 8 rooms per floor, divided by gender. Males were assigned to the left wing, and females to the right. Each room came equipped with air conditioning, toilets, beds, fridges, closets, and a balcony, with a special device provided by Dawn that allowed residents to customize their space. Whoa, the class gasped in awe. Now these are your rooms, Aizawa said. Izuku, you're on the top floor. Here are your keys. I and Nizu will have spares in case you lose them, but if you do, you'll lose 25 points off your grade point average and face detention for a week. The students wanted to complain but quickly reconsidered after hearing about the potential 1-month penalty. As the group prepared to go for lunch, Uraraka shared her reason for wanting to be a hero, so I can help my family. The class applauded her heartfelt response, just as Caesar approached to speak with the 7. As you know, the sports festival is coming up. I wish you all the best of luck in showing the world what you can do, he encouraged. The 7 responded with enthusiasm. 3.5 hours later, as class was about to end, Class 1A found themselves surrounded by Class 1B. They issued a declaration of war, believing everyone in Class 1A was overly confident. After a tense exchange, Class 1B eventually left, and Class 1A made their way to the dormitories. Izuku was the first to arrive at Heights Alliance, stepping inside with Eri. They both took in the stunning scenery, their eyes wide with amazement. Izuku texted his father, Dad, can you give Michelangelo a raise for this? We're really enjoying it. Caesar replied, Granted. Let me know when you're in your room, there's a surprise waiting for you. Yes, sir, Izuku responded, putting his phone away. Come on, Eri, our room is waiting for us. Okay, Papa, Eri replied cheerfully. As they entered the elevator, the rest of their class joined them, mirroring their earlier excitement. They soon arrived at their floor, turned left, and walked to the end of the hallway, stopping in front of the door to their room. Okay, this is it, our stop. Are you ready? Izuku asked. Eri nodded eagerly. They counted to 3 together and opened the door. Stepping inside, they were awestruck by the futuristic room adorned with posters of their favorite heroes. They then walked around the corner to Eri's room, where they were greeted by 4 familiar faces they hadn't seen in a month. Marcus, Maria, David, and Daniel. Marcus, Maria, David, Daniel, they exclaimed in unison. The older siblings welcomed them with warm hugs. I'm glad you are all safe, Izuku said. We should say the same to you, Marcus replied. Maria added, Yeah, we heard you were attacked by villains at that training facility that was supposed to be secure, just a day after a villain snuck into the school. You turned into a monster, Daniel remarked, and had your rite of passage just a day after that. You really went through a lot in such a short time, David said. I'm sorry, Izuku said, feeling a bit guilty. Don't worry, all that matters is that you're still alive, Maria reassured him. Yeah, and we're here to watch the sports festival and provide added security, Marcus said. Nice, Izuku replied. David turned to Eri. So, how is our little niece doing? I'm fine, uncle. I'm getting better day by day since Papa took me in, Eri said with a smile. And we can see it too, Daniel said. When we first saw you, you were as thin as a twig and dressed in rags. But now you're a strong, healthy girl. You'll make a fine hero in the future. Thank you, Uncle Dan, Eri replied, beaming. Marcus then asked, and what about Miss Talone? Is she behaving? Well. Just then Callie called out, Izuku, where are you? Izuku walked to the balcony, opened the door, and draped a flag over the rails. Callie entered the room, glancing around before spotting Izuku with Eri and his siblings. Oh, Commander Shaka, Maria, Daniel, and David, what a surprise, she said. Indeed, we just arrived in Japan 4 hours ago, Marcus replied. Maria added, we hope you're not getting into trouble this soon. Callie shook her head. No, my lady, I just wanted to check on everyone. I was assigned here to protect Class 1A tonight, especially since one of the students here has a reputation. David nodded. So we've been informed. Daniel added, you're lucky that Father told us what you did for our niece, or we wouldn't have shown you any mercy. Or worse, put you in a prison worse than Tartarus, Maria chimed in. Callie nodded in understanding. Good girl. Now, leave guard duty to us tonight. Starting today, you and Izuku will be on patrol with us, beginning with me, Marcus instructed. Eri, Izuku, and Callie exchanged excited glances. Really? They asked in unison. Really, Marcus confirmed. Izuku chuckled. I would love to, but knowing my classmates, especially Mina, they might want to judge rooms this evening. The group shared a knowing look, silently agreeing. You have until 2,100 hours, or 9 p.m., to get ready and meet at the gate, or I will leave without you. Are we clear? Marcus stated firmly. Crystal, big brother, Izuku replied. I knew you would be, Marcus said, stepping out onto the balcony, followed by his siblings. Callie turned to Izuku. Here's the location of your friends outside 1A. Thank you, and here's the location of the girls here, Izuku responded. Great. What time do you want me to meet you at the gate? Callie asked. Best to meet at 8:45 p.m., Izuku suggested. Perfect. See you there, Callie said, sharing a quick kiss with Izuku before leaving the room. Eri looked up at Izuku. Do you think I will find someone like mommy or grandma? Someday, but for now, it's best to enjoy being a kid while you still can. Childhood doesn't last long, Izuku replied gently. Okay, Eri said, nodding. Good girl. Now let's get comfortable and meet with the rest downstairs, Izuku encouraged. Eri nodded and followed his lead. They walked to the common room, waiting for everyone to finish packing. After a couple of hours, the girls arrived and decided to hold a contest to see who had the best room. They started by visiting the boys' side of the dorms, skipping Bakugo and Mineta's rooms. They enjoyed Kaminari, Saro, Kirishima, Ida, and Sato's rooms the most until they reached Izuku's door. Now, before we go inside, imagine what my room looks like, Izuku said with a grin. Everyone exchanged curious glances. Izuku and Eri exchanged a knowing look. Wrong. This is what it looks like, they said in unison as they opened the door, their reactions shifting dramatically in an instant. Izuku called out, Hello, is anyone there? Hello. Kirishima responded, Who are you and what have you done with Izuku Midoriya Michaelis? I'm just broadening my horizons, Izuku replied with a smile. As they looked around, they noticed his past hero journals. The girls stumbled upon his Book of Life and Book of the Dead, which made Izuku a bit nervous. They continued exploring and soon found Eri's room, causing the girls to squeal at its cuteness. Just as they were leaving, Izuku pulled Momo and Kyoka back in. What's wrong? Momo asked. My older siblings are back for the sports festival and will be training with us until then, Izuku explained. Really? That's great, both girls exclaimed. Yeah, it is. Anyway, I'll be doing hero work tonight, and you two are the closest ones in class who can take care of Eri while I'm gone. Of course, Izu, but we want to help, Kyoka insisted. I know, but she means more to me than my career. I want you to keep her safe tonight. I'll give you a radio frequency to keep track of me. Call it Angel Watch. Sure thing, Izuku. But what are you going to wear? Momo asked. Izuku took out a remote control and pointed it at his closet. With a push of a button, the clothes moved aside to reveal a container. He placed his hand on it, and as he spoke a phrase, it opened to show 2 of his past super suits and the most recent one he had created. Say hello to the Revan Knight. Hopefully, this will be the last time I have to make a new suit, he said proudly. Best suit ever. 10 out of 10, the girls cheered. Thank you. Now let's get back to the others before anyone knows we're missing, Izuku said, leading them into the hallway. They checked on the girls' rooms before doing a vote, which Izuku won in a landslide. He took a bow as they applauded before heading to bed. Momo decided to take Eri to her room for the night while Izuku got ready to go. After preparing, except for putting on his mask, he picked up Eri's teddy bear and the Shinigami plushie and walked over to her room. "Hey, Papa, can you sing for me before you go?" Eri asked sleepily. "Sure, Eri," Izuku replied. Momo and Kyoka exchanged surprised glances. "You can sing?" "Yes, but I'm not the greatest singer in the world. Plus, I need your help, Kyo. The song I have in mind works as a duet." "What do you have in mind, Izu?" Kyoka asked, intrigued. He placed his hand on hers and used telepathy to share his idea. She nodded, and as he put on his mask, Momo began recording on her phone. "Somewhere out there beneath the pale moonlight, someone's thinking of me and loving me tonight," Kyoka began. "Somewhere out there someone's saying a prayer that we'll find one another in that big somewhere out there," Izuku continued. "And even though I know how very far apart we are, it helps to think we might be wishing on the same bright star," Kyoka sang. And when the clock struck 8:55 p.m., and both Marcus and Callie waited for Izuku, who arrived 10 minutes late in his new suit. "Ah, there you are, little brother, looking sharp and right on time," Marcus greeted him. "I would have been here earlier if Eri hadn't asked me to sing for her," Izuku replied, slightly out of breath. "That's understandable," Marcus said with a nod. Callie chimed in. "Oh, that's something you haven't done in a while. What did you sing?" Izuku pulled out his phone and forwarded a text message from Momo to her, and she quickly understood. "You can watch it later, we have a job to do," Marcus reminded them. They nodded in agreement and moved out. Izuku ran down the road while Callie sprinted across the rooftops, and Marcus took to the skies, scanning for any signs of trouble. As midnight approached, news of Shinigami's return spread through the city. They were enjoying their night when they spotted a suspicious truck driving by. They hid and followed it to an abandoned hotel. Upon closer inspection, they noticed multiple trucks loading and unloading people, money, quirk enhancers, and narcotics. "Callie, can you see who they belong to?" Marcus asked. "Not 100%, but I can see tattoos on some of them," she replied. "What do they look like?" Marcus inquired. "A purple dragon," Callie said. "That's the purple dragon triad," Marcus explained. "Do you know them, bro?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, mother, father, Maria, and I fought them in the past. They were a real nuisance in New York City, involved in extortion, kidnapping, drug trafficking, arms smuggling, and murder." "Who leads them?" Izuku pressed. "The head of the gang is Chow Mao Li, a crime boss from China's Guangdong province. Moved to New York to expand his operations, but..." Marcus paused. "That's when you showed up," Izuku and Callie said in unison. "Yeah, and his fall was quicker than his rise. After we, our men, and the NYPD raided their compound, some fought back while many others escaped. But since he was so cruel to his men..." Marcus trailed off. "They killed him," Callie finished. "Brutally, I might add. After his death, everything he had was lost, but it seems he had at least one child or disciple to continue his legacy," Marcus concluded. "No doubt about that, but we can't do much standing here," Izuku said. "Indeed, but we must be cautious. We don't want any unnecessary harm," Marcus replied. They were about to descend when a car sped by and parked nearby. 3 thugs emerged, dragging a teenage girl with a bag over her head. 2 men walked out of the building. One was a large, hulking figure with blonde hair, and the other resembled Bruce Lee. "Well, that settles it. Those 2 are his sons," Marcus said, taking out his phone to snap a few pictures of the scene and send them to his siblings and parents. They watched as the thugs brought the girl to their bosses and removed the bag from her head, revealing a girl close to Izuku's age with blonde hair, aqua eyes, and glasses. "Oh no! This is bad!" Marcus exclaimed. "What's wrong, Shaka?" Izuku asked, concerned. "Do you see the girl down there? The one with blonde hair?" Marcus pointed. "Yeah, why?" both replied. "That's Melissa Shield," Marcus said, alarmed. "Wait, what? She's here already," they exclaimed. "We didn't expect her to arrive for at least 3 days," Callie added. "Melissa and her dad must be meeting all might today or tomorrow to finalize our meeting," Marcus deduced. "Well, regardless of the circumstances, we need to save her," Izuku stated firmly. "Agreed," both responded. "I'll call for backup and catch up with you." "Just be careful," Marcus instructed. "We will," they assured him. Oh, and Callie, you deserve this, Izuku said, placing one hand on her head and the other at her collarbone, channeling energy into her. Your quirk is no longer rifle, it is now full armament. Imagine you have the same power as Baby Five's devil fruit from One Piece, he explained as he let go. Callie envisioned having a sword for a hand, and it manifested. Then she imagined an assault rifle, and it appeared as well. Best gift ever. You'll get your dues later, she said, grinning. Gladly, but we have a job to do, Izuku replied, determination in his eyes. She nodded as Izuku leaped off the building and approached the hotel. The thugs aimed their weapons at him and activated their quirks the moment he came into view, but they hesitated when he whistled and revealed his wings. The whistle echoed across the area, drawing everyone's attention. Some were visibly terrified, others masked their fear, while Melissa and the other captives smiled. You know who I am, I mean you no harm. I just want you to let her and your workforce go, and then I'll leave. Nobody will be harmed. However, if you refuse, there will be serious consequences, Izuku declared. Brother, do you think he's serious? One thug asked. Oh, absolutely. It's almost laughable to think we care about our men, another replied. Yeah, you're right. Look at Izuku. Well, Shinigami, we do appreciate you getting rid of our rival, the Shai Hassikai, but we can't let them go, the first thug said. So you have 3 options because we're in a good mood. Option 1. Join us, and you can have this girl as you see fit. Option 2. You walk away, forget what you saw, and never return. Option 3. You refuse our offers and we have no choice but to eliminate you, the second thug said. Choose your pick, they said in unison. Izuku scoffed. You already know my choice. Izuku summoned Oathkeeper and Oblivion, launching a flare into the sky. As it exploded, chaos erupted around him. Callie began firing in multiple directions, while Marcus fought his way through a crowd of thugs, destroying vehicles and freeing hostages from the rooftop. He pressed forward as 2 men grabbed Melissa and attempted to take her away. Shinigami, help. Melissa's voice was muffled. Stay strong, Miss Shield. I'm here to save you and the hostages, Izuku replied in English, surprising her. Yes, I can speak English. In fact, I'm fluent. Her expression shifted to one of shock, then a blush crept onto her cheeks as they dragged her away. Izuku created multiple clones to handle the thugs and free hostages on the lower floors while he chased after Melissa. Just then, Shota Aizawa arrived on his night patrol and took in the scene. This has problem child written all over it. I swear that kid is going to be the death of me, he muttered before jumping in to assist. As police, pro-heroes, and news anchors arrived, Izuku raced through the hotel, taking down anyone who stood in his way and freeing as many hostages as he could. Upon reaching the front entrance, he spotted several vehicles preparing to leave. Where did they put Melissa's shield? He called out. She's in the trunk on the right, Callie replied. Don't worry about us. We can handle things here. Good luck, little brother, Marcus added. Copy that, Izuku said, taking to the air as the vehicles sped away. He quickly positioned himself in front of them, deploying a smokescreen and transforming the ground into sand and mud, trapping the trunk. Using his quirk, Black Whip, he cleared a path and opened the door. Don't be afraid, I'm here, he reassured the hostages. Thank you, they responded, relief evident in their voices. Izuku entered and freed everyone. Those who could move quickly climbed out of the trunk while he healed those who couldn't. He then approached Melissa. Miss Shield, can you hear me? He asked gently. Yes, and I'm fine now because of you, she replied, her voice steady. That's good, now let's get out of here. I know your dad is very worried about you, he said, and she nodded in agreement as he lifted her out of the trunk. Valawan, this is Empyrean. Precious cargo has been secured, he reported. Excellent work, son. Return to base and you'll be done for the night, Caesar responded. Copy that. Callie, you've got multiple cops and heroes heading your way, Izuku warned. Oh great, just great, he sighed. What's wrong? Melissa asked, concern in her eyes. The police and pro-heroes are coming. They'll likely try to arrest me and take credit for saving you, he explained. The group exchanged worried glances, upset at the thought of their savior being overlooked. They formed a protective circle around him, backing toward the truck. What are you doing? Izuku asked. We'll distract them while you get out of here, one hostage insisted. You don't have to do this, he protested. We want to, you helped us, now we're going to help you, another added. Then, Izuku began, but was interrupted. Don't thank us, just go, the first hostage urged. Nodding in understanding, he created a smokescreen and sent his clones in various directions as he slipped away. By the time the police and heroes realized what was happening, Izuku was long gone. He reappeared in a wooded area about a mile away from the Dawn Agency, where Fenrir and his pack emerged from the shadows. Melissa tightened her grip on him as he stepped forward. "Dad is waiting for my arrival, and her father is worried sick about her," he said, glancing at Melissa. Fenrir sniffed the air and lowered himself to the ground. Hesitantly, Melissa climbed onto his back. With a powerful leap, Fenrir took off, starting slow before picking up speed. They raced past the gate and into the base, greeted by a cheering crowd. Melissa's eyes widened in amazement, joy lighting up her face. Upon reaching the medical center, Caesar was already there. "Mission accomplished, MSTR," Izuku announced. "Indeed, my boy. You did well for yourself," Caesar replied with a proud smile. "Thank you," Izuku said, bowing slightly. He raised his hand, and several nurses appeared with a hospital bed. Carefully, he helped Melissa off Fenrir and onto the bed. "Don't worry, you're in safe hands here," he assured her. "And we've already contacted your father. He's on his way," Caesar added. "Thank you, Serf. Shinigami, are you staying here for a while?" Melissa asked. "I would love to, but I have someone at home waiting for me, the little girl we saved from overhaul. I'll be back this afternoon or evening," he promised, pulling a feather from his wing and placing it in her hand. "Then we can get to know each other, you have my word." "I will hold you to that," she replied, a smile breaking through. Izuku smiled beneath his mask and used Black Whip to vanish into the night. Izuku returned to UA an hour after leaving Dawn. He took off his vigilante suit, showered, and climbed into bed as if nothing had happened. He stayed there until 5 o'clock, when he got up, ironed his UA uniform, and packed his things for class. Afterward, he headed to Momo's room to check on Eri. He arrived quickly and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Momo called from inside. "It's me, Creation Queen," Izuku replied. Momo opened the door and jumped into his arms. "Thank goodness you're safe. I saw the news, and Kyoka and I were worried they caught you. It would take more than that to take me down. Besides, I'm not going anywhere without any of you," he assured her. "Feeling a bit cocky, are we?" Momo teased. "Only because we've faced death multiple times and lived. If we went to hell and back and lived to tell the tale, we can handle anything," Izuku said confidently. "And that's because you were there every step of the way, which is why we love you for it," Momo replied, smiling. "As do I," he said, sharing a brief kiss with her before Eri stumbled into view in her white and red dress. Upon seeing Izuku, she ran toward him and hugged him tightly. "Daddy, you're safe," Eri exclaimed. "Of course, my snow princess. It would take more than that to make your papa go away. Come on, I have a lot to talk about," he said, leading them downstairs to the common room for breakfast. When they arrived, they saw food being placed on the table, with Callie putting down a plate of bacon. "Hello, my favorite people." Callie greeted them. "Glad you weren't caught by the cops," Izuku said with relief. "Same with you, my beloved Shini. You're too good and soft to go to jail," Callie replied with a smile. "And you don't belong there either," Izuku added. "Mommies. Papa." Eri called out, drawing their attention to the TV, which was showing the news. Title: Shinigami Returns. Breaking news flashed across the screen as snippets of Izuku rushed past the camera. The headline read, "Shinigami Returns." After disappearing for a week, the #1 vigilante was back for a night of crime fighting, facing off against the resurging Purple Dragon Triad. The second news anchor reported, "Kidnapped. The daughter of the famous scientist, David Shield, has been taken by a group of men and was last seen with Shinigami." In a cozy living room, Izuku, Callie, and Momo settled on the couch with some snacks, while Eri sat comfortably on Callie's lap. "Is that lady what Grandma and Grandpa told us about?" Eri asked, pointing at the screen. "It's her," Izuku confirmed. Eri smiled. "She looks nice." "Indeed she does. I'll be introducing myself this afternoon, and I'm taking you with me," Izuku said. "Yay!" Eri cheered. Callie and Momo chimed in, "Hey, what about us?" "You can come too," Izuku replied. "Good!" they exclaimed in unison. As they continued to watch the news, more people joined them, grabbing food and settling in. The report showcased Izuku's efforts, drawing mixed reactions from viewers. Some hailed him as a true hero, while others dismissed him as just a kid playing pretend or even suggested he should be locked up for interfering with real hero work. This prompted a collective shake of heads in disappointment as the next story unfolded. Footage from a security camera showed a car crash involving David, Melissa, and All Might. Thugs emerged from the shadows, engaging All Might long enough to snatch Melissa away, but they failed to capture David. Well, that explains how they got her, Izuku remarked. Yeah, and it's likely they had insider information about their arrival, Callie added. Agreed, the others responded. The TV then displayed Marcus in his pro-hero suit. He recounted his side of the story, including a recording of Izuku's arrival and the ensuing fight. While they were impressed, skepticism lingered regarding Marcus's motives. Surely he did it for personal gain, right? A reporter asked. No, he did it because he understands what it means to be a true hero, Marcus replied confidently. And where are they now? The reporter pressed. Melissa is under our protection at the Dawn Agency. As for Shinigami, his location is classified, but I'm sure he's watching this right now. Plus, don't be too hasty, Marcus warned. Why is that? The reporter inquired. He will be coming to the UA Sports Festival, so keep your eyes out for him, Marcus said with a smirk before disappearing from the screen. As the broadcast ended, they turned off the TV and headed to class. Throughout the day, all the students except Class 1A, Himiko, Kami, and Ibra discussed Shinigami and speculated about how he would make his entrance. When noon arrived, Momo approached Izuku, accompanied by the other girls. Izu, we want you to have this, she said, opening her hand to reveal a key. A key? Izuku asked, surprised. Yeah, Yomomo wanted to do this so we could hang out with you in secret, Kyoka explained. And she had already given us one. You were the last, Toga added. Thank you. Eri and I would love this, Izuku said gratefully. You're welcome, the girls replied. Before they could continue their conversation, Izuku's phone rang. I have to take this, he said, answering the call. Hello. Izuku, sweetie, it's Mitsuri from Sakura Treats, came the voice on the other end. Mitsuri, it's good to hear from you again. How are things going? Izuku asked. Things are going well, and I'm expecting a baby boy soon, she replied. Really? That's great. Congratulations. Izuku exclaimed. Thank you. We're naming him after you, but more on that later, Mitsuri said. But what's the matter? Izuku asked, sensing urgency in her voice. There's a man out here calling himself Gentle Criminal, and his sidekick La Brava are causing trouble. They're looking for you, she warned. Okay, stay put, lock all the doors, and I'll be right there, Izuku instructed. Thank you, Izuku, Mitsuri said before the call ended. Hime, you're coming with me, he said, turning to Toga. Of course, Izu, but what's wrong? She asked, concerned. The sweet shop that Eri and I visited days ago is being attacked by Gentle Criminal, Izuku explained as he texted Callie and his family. Understood, babe, Toga replied. But what about us and your afternoon classes? Momo asked. We can create clones, and if we do this, people won't think I'm Shinigami. Besides, neither he nor his sidekick have the best quirks, Izuku assured them. Okay, just come back safe, Mina said. Will do. Instead of coming back here, I'll bring you to the agency so we can train, Izuku decided. Deal, they all agreed. The two quickly created a clone and left the room, racing to their dorms to change into their super suits. Are you ready, Mystique? Izuku asked, looking at Toga. Ready, Shinigami, she replied with determination. Don't forget about me. Callie called out, joining them. Callie arrived at the party with a bright smile. I'm glad you could make it, Callie, Izuku greeted her warmly. Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss it for the world, especially since you're here, she replied enthusiastically. Great. Hang on to me, and I'll take you to our destination. The rest will follow shortly, he said, placing 2 fingers on his forehead before teleporting them just a few feet away from the shop. As they entered, the staff greeted Izuku with joy, while some customers looked on in surprise. Did someone order a Shinigami? Because I'm here. Ask and you shall receive. Now, if everyone who can stand and walk could please leave the store, Izuku announced. The customers quickly exited but stayed close by, eager to see what would unfold. Huntress, Izuku called out. Already on it, Callie responded, brandishing her weapon. Mystique, he continued. Toga transformed into a familiar figure. Already done. With the exit secured, Izuku stepped forward. Now, could someone please tell me what is going on? One of the clerks spoke up. We were just minding our own business when he barged in here, claiming we were falsely advertising that we know you. Did you call the police? Izuku asked. No, the group replied. But I'm sure someone else did, another clerk added. Okay, but no matter, I came with some backup, Izuku said confidently. At that moment his older siblings arrived. David and Daniel positioned themselves at the door, while Marcus and Maria took to the roof. Nowhere to run, gentle. There are 7 of us and 2 of you, Callie stated firmly. Plus, just a word of warning, the 4 outside are stronger than I am, Izuku added, showcasing some of his strength, which was mirrored by his siblings. What are you going to do to us? Gentle asked, looking uneasy. That depends on your response, Izuku replied, his demeanor shifting. We prefer that you two come quickly and quietly and nobody will be hurt, Callie said. Say no, and we'll take you away kicking and screaming, Toga warned. You better make your minds up fast, Daniel urged. Because the cops are coming in 5 minutes, Dave chimed in. Make that 2 minutes, Marcus corrected. Because all of the heroes from 10 to 2 are heading this way, Maria added. Izuku sighed. You have 1 minute to comply. 60, 59. As he counted down, Gentle and La Brava exchanged worried glances, while the group reassured them they would be safe. The 2 villains quickly raised their hands, turned around, and slowly backed toward them before kneeling. Izuku halted his countdown at 33 and placed cuffs on Gentle, while Toga did the same for La Brava. All right, citizens, consider this threat over, Izuku declared. Thank you, Shinigami. The crowd responded gratefully. You're welcome, but this was a team effort, he replied. 1 minute warning, little brother, Marcus reminded him. For now, I bid you all farewell, Izuku said as the group teleported away one by one, leaving the pro-heroes stunned and frustrated. And so, this chapter came to a close. The group took the 2 villains to the detainment center to discuss their next steps. Marcus pulled out his phone and opened the Book of Life app. Tell me about Gentle Criminal and his sidekick. The app responded in Sean Hastings' voice. Danjuro Tabita, known as Gentle Criminal. Age, he was born into a wealthy family on August 29th and possesses a quirk called elasticity, which allows anything he touches to become stretchy and bouncy for a short time. He always wanted to be remembered as a hero, but struggled academically and his quirk lacked the strength or flashiness that others had. His life took a turn for the worse when he tried to save a man who fell from a cleaning rig. Unfortunately, his interference led to a pro-hero getting injured and the victim suffering serious consequences. This incident resulted in Danjuro receiving a strike for obstructing justice, and he faced harassment from the public. His parents fell into debt due to reparations and fines, and ultimately disowned him. After years of drifting from job to job, he became the man you see today. That's rough, Marcus said, shaking his head. And I thought we had it hard, Izuku added. That's life for you, David and Daniel chimed in unison. Maria then prompted, now for his sidekick. The app continued, Manami Iba, known as La Brava. Age, interestingly, she was born on Valentine's Day. Her quirk, love, temporarily enhances the target's physical strength and speed, with the intensity of her feelings amplifying the effect. Well, that's something, the group remarked. Toga exclaimed, and no fair, I want that power. Let's focus, Izuku said. Proceed. The app shared La Brava's story. Her journey began in the summer of her first year of middle school. After a painful rejection from a classmate, she fell into a deep depression, isolating herself and losing all motivation. During this time, she hacked into a corporation's systems just to prove she could. One day, she stumbled upon Gentle Criminal's video about changing the world for the better, which inspired her to turn her life around. She hacked his computer to find him, and the rest is history. Wow, Izuku said, impressed. Yeah, we've seen everything now, Marcus replied. Callie reflected, her story reminds me of me and Toga with our Shini. Indeed, Maria agreed. David suggested, that's why we think you 3 should talk to them. Done, Izuku, Toga, and Callie replied in unison. Marcus added, but we'll be nearby in case something goes wrong. The group left the control room and entered the interrogation room. The 4 siblings set everything up and forwarded the information to their father. After a few minutes, Gentle and La Brava were brought into the room. La Brava looked at them suspiciously. What are you doing here? Callie responded, we work here. Toga added, and we understand your pain. Gentle scoffed, what do you know about pain? You were born with a powerful quirk, and everyone loves you. The 3 exchanged glances, and Izuku placed a reassuring hand on Callie's back. She removed her hood and mask, causing Gentle and La Brava to stare in shock. You remember my face, don't you? Callie asked. Gee gentle, Lady Nagant. We thought you were arrested. I was detained but would have been in Taurus if it weren't for Seraph. Those at the top of our so-called perfect world used me for their gain, and when I was no longer useful, they discarded me. But then I met him, she said, hugging Izuku from behind. We've been close ever since. She kissed his hand, and Izuku pointed to Toga. Callie then shared her backstory, detailing how she and Izuku met and fell in love, surprising the two villains. Izuku continued, in this room, we have someone with a strong quirk who was taken advantage of by the system, two people with weaker quirks who were forgotten, and one with a unique quirk who was treated like a villain until someone helped her. And here I am, at the bottom of the totem pole. Gentle and La Brava exchanged confused glances. What are you talking about? Izuku recounted his past, from being misdiagnosed as quirkless to his rise as Shinigami, sharing testimonies from fellow students. The revelations left Gentle and La Brava feeling disgusted and angry. I don't fight crime for fame or money, Izuku said. I do it to make the world a better place. In this world, quirks are often valued more than character and skill, but it's the heart and actions of a hero that truly matter. Gentle asked, do you think I can be a hero? Yes, Izuku affirmed. With the right guidance, you can go far. Callie added, but unfortunately, you both have to face the consequences of your actions. This will likely mean years in prison and hefty fines. I would hope that Dawn would show you some leniency. Gentle and La Brava looked at each other in disbelief. You're planning to make us heroes? Yes, Callie and Izuku confirmed, but it's ultimately up to the state of Japan and the Michaelis family to decide. Toga chimed in, and we will be there to help. La Brava asked, why help us? Izuku replied, because a true hero embodies courage, compassion, and selflessness. They are willing to sacrifice their safety for the greater good. While heroes often come to mind as individuals who perform extraordinary acts, heroism can also be found in everyday acts of kindness and perseverance. Key qualities of a true hero include courage, compassion, selflessness, integrity, and perseverance. Heroes can come from all walks of life, from firefighters and police officers to teachers and community leaders. They are often ordinary people who do extraordinary things. In a world where many seek heroism for wealth, fame, or power, the Hero Commission had created a system that acted as a competition to see who would be the next All Might, or perhaps the next Atlas, a titan from Greek mythology who was cursed to hold the weight of the cosmos on his shoulders. After creating a statue of All Might, he crafted another of Endeavor, but while the All Might statue stood firm, the Endeavor one shattered into countless pieces. He continued this with the other top heroes, and they too cracked under pressure, some faster than others. Izuku turned to the two villains in the room. I know that you understand what this means, right? The two villains nodded quickly, a hint of fear in their eyes. Good, Callie continued. What we plan to do is create a society where heroes work together to make this world a better place, with civilians helping to share the load. And it's because, Toga chimed in. Anyone can be a hero, they all said in unison. At that moment, Caesar entered the room. Wise counsel, my apprentices, most wise, he remarked. The trio knelt before him. Father, Izuku began, it was a team effort, and it wouldn't have been possible without you. Perhaps not as easily, but it was possible. However, I won't tolerate you leaving your post without orders. It was an emergency, and you handled it without any damages or bloodshed. So it's water under the bridge now. By the way, this entire conversation up to my arrival was recorded and put on the internet, specifically on my channel, your channel, and his. Gentle and La Brava exchanged glances. So that means that? Yes, Caesar confirmed. You finally got your spotlight, but it might not last long. Regardless, we will try to keep you two out of trouble. Thank you, the villains replied. Caesar nodded. Shinigami, you have a guest at Tython. Yes, sir. Come on, you two, Izuku said, leading Toga and Callie out of the room. As they approached Tython Academy, they met up with Cerberus. Good afternoon, boy. Have you seen Melissa's shield? Izuku asked. Cerberus nodded, lay down, and offered them a ride. Upon entering the area, they were greeted by cheering students and staff. They stopped at their hangout spot, and Cerberus ran off to continue his patrol. As they approached, Xian came running up to them. Big brother, she exclaimed. Hello, Xian. It's good to see you again, Izuku replied, embracing her. Their other sisters and Eri emerged from Miriam's car. Big brother. Ruth and Aster called out. Papa, Eri added. Hey there, all of you, Izuku said, hugging them as Miriam stepped out. Hi, Mama Miri, he greeted. Selam Walid. And ain't new? Miriam asked in Amharic. Dana knew, Izuku replied. Better now because of this moment. I can relate, dear one. We got you some flowers to give, Miriam said. Thanks, Miri, he replied as they gathered around the trunk to retrieve a bouquet filled with roses, tulips, and camellias. Izuku handed Toga and Callie a red rose and a pink tulip and gave Eri a yellow tulip. Taking Eri's hand, he took flight while the others took the stairs. Upon reaching the roof, they spotted Melissa Shield and her father, David, talking to Isaac and Inko. You're late, Isaac remarked. Good to see you too, brother, Izuku replied, laughing as they exchanged high fives and hugged Inko. I was so worried about you, Inko said. I'm sorry, Mom. I had a job to do, Izuku explained. I know, but please be careful, she urged. I will try, but no promises, he replied. Come on, Mama Inko, let's let the two lovebirds alone, Isaac teased. Very funny, Izuku said, rolling his eyes. Just do whatever you have to do, and don't try too hard, Inko advised. I know, Mom, he assured her as Isaac led Inko one floor below the roof, leaving Izuku and Eri alone with the shields. Shinigami, David Shield began, I speak for my agency and my family when I say we're in your debt for saving my daughter. You don't have to thank me, it's what a hero does, and we were just lucky to be in the right place at the right time, Izuku replied. Melissa interjected, but was it true about what you said to Gentle Criminal? It is, Izuku said, stepping closer to her and handing her the flowers. I was quirkless for years, but what I didn't tell him was that Seraph gave me his power and All Might gave me one for all. So All Might chose you to be his successor, David noted. Yes, he saw potential in me and said I reminded him of his younger self. But enough about me, how are you doing since yesterday? We're fine now, and we're impressed with what you and your family have done for the community and the world, David replied. But we've been waiting for you to arrive and give us a proper introduction, Melissa added. Of course. Just give me a minute to change clothes, Izuku said, stepping into a nearby room. He emerged wearing a t-shirt and shorts, revealing his toned physique, which caused Melissa to blush. Slowly, he took off his mask, revealing a warm smile that could brighten any room. Melissa's face turned bright red, steam seeming to rise from her ears as her heart raced. Hello, Clan Shield, my name is Izuku Midoriya Michaelis, and this ray of sunshine is my daughter, Eri Michaelis, he introduced. Hi, Eri chimed in, smiling brightly. Gave a similar smile. Melissa said, too adorable. David Shield, known as DS, greeted Izuku. Nice to meet you, Izuku. My name is David Shield, and you've already met my daughter. Melissa chimed in. Ba baby. Izuku chuckled. I think we just broke her. Eri looked concerned. Do you think she's okay? Izuku reassured her. Yes, I think she'll be fine. Mr. Shield, did you and Caesar come to an agreement? Izuku asked. David replied. We did. I would give Dawn access to our technology and vice versa, along with a security contract for Island. Nice, Izuku said. But wait, there's more, David continued. As thanks for saving my daughter, I'm allowing her to stay in Japan with you. The kids exclaimed, Really? Yes, I'm sure she'll be safe in your and the agency's hands, David confirmed. However, it will be after the sports festival. Sure thing, and you can count on us, Mr. Izuku began. Call me David or Dad, David interrupted. Sure, David, you can count on. Izuku started again, but before he could finish, Melissa hugged him tightly, causing him to smile and hug her back. Let's start slow and have you get to know my friends, family, and allies, Izuku suggested. I can wait for as long as necessary, Izuku, Melissa replied. Great, he said. Oh, and Eri, can you bring Papa's fans here, please? Izuku asked. Yes, Papa, Eri responded before heading off. As she went out of sight, the rest of the family arrived at the balcony and saw the two teens hugging, quickly understanding what it meant. Eri eventually returned with the girls, explained everything, and welcomed Melissa with open arms. Caesar raised his glass. Today we celebrate this day for the merger of our families and a great alliance between two companies. I, Theodoric Caesar Michaelis, propose a toast to our union. Cheers, everyone echoed. Marcus prompted, say our motto. Caesar obliged, when others cling to absolute truth, remember, Dawn Agency and Associates, nothing is absolute. He continued, when the rules and ethics restrict others from doing what needs to be done, remember, Dawn Agency and Associates, anything is possible. Several days later, it was the day of the sports festival. After days of training, everyone was both excited and nervous. When Class 1A was announced, the crowd cheered loudly. Izuku looked around and saw Caesar, Miriam, and their kids in the stands. He waved at them, and they waved back. As the other classes were announced, the crowd grew quieter. Pro Hero Midnight appeared to announce the events, capturing the attention of everyone. Tokoyami remarked, "Why is she wearing that? Kids are watching this." Izuku replied, "Believe me, this is not the most revealing thing she's worn." The crowd reacted with surprise. "It's not?" "Nope, this is," Izuku said, pulling out a picture of her debut hero suit. The audience reacted with blushes and excitement, while others looked on in disbelief. And so, the festival began, filled with anticipation and camaraderie. Izuku stood before the crowd, addressing the murmurs that filled the air. "I know what you're all thinking. What was she thinking about going in public looking like that?" The crowd nodded in agreement, their curiosity piqued. Callie, unable to contain her thoughts, turned to Midnight. "Honestly, what made you think that was a great idea?" Midnight, feeling the heat of embarrassment, replied, "You know that my quirk needs exposed skin to work." Callie raised an eyebrow. "True, but this is a hero school, not a strip club." Midnight, still blushing, quickly changed the subject. "Okay, enough of that. Can Izuku come up to give your speech?" As Izuku approached the podium, the students who had fainted from the earlier commotion began to stir. "Hello everyone, I am Izuku Midoriya Mikis. Thank you all for coming to the sports festival. I want to remind you that not everyone is created equal. We live in a world where 80% of the population has some sort of supernatural power, known as quirks. Many of you from Class 1B and beyond think that everyone from Class 1A looks down on you, but at least you have powers. You could have been part of the 20% who don't have any. They are out there being bullied and treated like second-class citizens. Not everyone in my class is like that. Be grateful for what you have and work hard to improve, rather than dwell on what could have been. In the end, I want you to do your best. Good luck." The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into applause. Callie managed a small grin, while Midnight looked at Izuku with admiration. She spun the wheel, and it landed on the obstacle course. With a countdown, she explained the rules and set the race in motion. "Okay, students, on your marks, get set. Go." The race began, and as students crowded at the entrance, Shoto Todoroki unleashed his ice powers, freezing those around him. Class 1A sprang into action, trying to catch up, while 5 of their classmates took to the air. "Nice try, Shoto, but you can't catch us," Izuku called out. Shoto, realizing his oversight, muttered, "I forgot Midoriya can fly. But how can Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Toga, Ashido, and Utsushimi do it too?" "Get back, Deku!" Bakugo shouted as more students emerged from the entryway, surrounded by the robots from the entrance exam. Shoto quickly froze one of the robots, causing it to topple over as he dashed away. "He's getting away. Ladies, let's put on a show," Izuku urged. "Right." The girls responded in unison. Izuku summoned a sword. Escablade. He executed an upward slash, slicing through the robot effortlessly. Ibra, Kami, and Mina shouted, "Amanai slash." Momo, Toga, and Jiro added, "Oblivion." As they advanced, the last of the zero-pointers attacked, but Izuku was quicker. "Skyscraper," he declared, cutting through the final robots in an instant. The crowd gasped in awe, recognizing the power on display. "That's one of the class's most powerful attacks," PM remarked, recalling the last time he had seen it. Shota nodded. "We should wait and see what happens next." The 7 students raced to the next obstacle, with Bakugo using his explosions to propel himself forward. They reached a canyon where most opted for ropes, but Bakugo and the 5 flew across. In a moment of rivalry, Bakugo attempted to knock Izuku off course, but Izuku countered, sending Bakugo ahead. Upon reaching the final obstacle, the minefield, Bakugo and Todoroki sprinted across, careful not to trigger any mines. "How can we get across without knowing where the mines are?" Momo asked. "I got this. Follow me," Izuku replied confidently. The girls nodded, and together they jumped across the field, skillfully avoiding the mines. "How are they moving like they know where the mines are?" PM wondered aloud. Callie explained that Izuku used seismic sense, came the response. "Seismic sense?" PM echoed, intrigued. Yes, he stomped his foot and sensed the mines, much like how elephants can detect water or other elephants nearby. That's incredible! PM exclaimed, impressed. As the 7 made it to the other side, they sprinted toward the finish line. Bakugo surged ahead, crossing first and declaring, "In your face, death. I am the winner of the first challenge." But a voice interrupted, "Think again, my old Pomeranian friend." Bakugo turned to see Izuku and the girls appearing seemingly out of nowhere, leaving the crowd in shock. "Wait, how did you get here before me?" Bakugo shouted. Izuku grinned. Long story short, he vanished and reappeared behind Bakugo, leaving everyone speechless. Bakugo attempted to dismiss it, but Caesar produced footage from a drone that confirmed Izuku's claim. They adjusted the rankings, and Bakugo simmered with frustration. As he walked back to his friends, Toga noticed something. "Hey, Yaoyorozu, you have something on your back." Momo, confused, removed her jacket to reveal 4 purple spots with 2 arms. "Oh no, I do." Izuku chuckled. "Looks like Great Boy tried to hitch a ride and got a little too close." "Yeah, you're right," Momo admitted. Izuku carefully removed the spots, but then he recalled that Minetta's quirk lasted for a day unless he was weakened. Just then, Minetta stumbled in, looking worse for wear. Toga smirked. "I think these belong to you." Minetta could only nod before he collapsed. "Okay, clean up on aisle 4 and take him to Recovery Girl," Caesar instructed, "and send one of my medics with you." Midnight, observing the chaos, asked, "Seraph, what is going on?" "In short, exploitation," Caesar explained. "That trick is called apparition, a form of teleportation. It allows for rapid movement, but it requires skill to execute properly. A botched run could lead to missing clothes or hair, and at worst, serious injuries." Midnight watched with concern. "He's going to be okay, right?" she asked, glancing at Callie. "Not if they fix him first," Callie replied, her tone serious. 2 medical droids arrived to take the injured student away as the remaining 32 students crossed the finish line. Midnight then explained the next challenge. "All right, students, the next challenge is Maze Runner," she announced. "You need to line up and pick a number between 1 and 4. But be careful," she added in a sing-song voice. "Some of the numbers have a skull and crossbones on them, which will be explained later. First, let's talk about the point system. Your points are based on your place in the obstacle course. 40th place gets 5 points, and 1st place gets 10 million points." After she finished speaking, everyone turned their gaze toward Izuku, a fierce determination in their eyes. "You can do whatever you want, but don't use your quirk with malicious intent," Midnight warned. "Now, everyone line up," she instructed. The students complied, each receiving a number. Izuku and his friends positioned themselves in different spots, hoping to continue working together. However, Izuku felt a wave of nervousness wash over him when he noticed his number had a skull and crossbones. "Okay, let's begin," Callie announced. "All odds go to the left entrance, evens to the right, and the skulls stay in a circle." As Izuku and the others with skulls turned around, he was taken aback but also pleased by what he saw. And with that, this part of the story concluded. Stay tuned for the next exciting adventure. Callie instructed her team to turn around, counting down from 3. As they turned, 7 of them were surprised but pleased to find themselves on the same team, especially Izuku, who greeted them with enthusiasm. "Hello there, my friends," he said. The girls responded in unison, "General Michaelis, what a surprise." "Yes, I'm glad we can still work together. But I don't believe we've met before. What is your name?" Izuku asked, looking at a girl with striking features. "My name is Mei Hatsum, at your service," she replied with a smile. Izuku bowed slightly. "Nice to meet you, Miss Hatsum. I am Izuku Midoriya Michaelis, and these are my friends." The introductions followed, with Momo, Kyoka, Mina, Himiko, Ibra, and Kami each stating their names. "Nice to meet you all," Mei said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "But can I?" "That will come later," Caesar interrupted. "First, we have a maze to build. Stand back." The group stepped aside as Caesar, Marcus, and Maria counted down. 3, 2, 1, execute. In an impressive display, they constructed a maze that filled the stadium area, leaving everyone in awe. "You amaze me sometimes," Izuku remarked. "We know, we even amaze ourselves," Caesar replied. "Now get going, you have new costumes to wear." They moved through a hallway and entered a room marked with a skull and crossbones. Inside they found 8 suits. While most were puzzled, Izuku and Mina were ecstatic. These are the yautja, more commonly known as predators. Mina exclaimed. Momo looked confused. Can either of you please explain what is going on? Izuku took a deep breath. The yautja are a sentient, humanoid race that breathes a similar atmosphere to Earth's but possesses advanced technology far beyond ours. They hunt dangerous species for sport and honor, including humans and xenomorphs. They use a mix of high-tech tools like active camouflage and energy weapons, alongside traditional weapons like blades and nets. They often take trophies from their kills and have hunted on Earth for centuries. The girls, except Mina, looked concerned. So they are villains? They asked. Not entirely, Mina interjected. They have a code of conduct and a willingness to protect the weak. Some even allow non-yautja into their clans. Izuku continued. Each suit represents their rank structure. The unblooded are young hunters who haven't completed training. Young blood are those who have yet to be recognized as true hunters. Blooded yautja have successfully killed their first xenomorph. Elites are the most skilled, capable of taking on multiple xenomorphs at once. Enforcers hunt down rogue members who disgrace their name. The clan leader and the matriarch are the highest ranks in yautja society. Wow, the group responded in unison, impressed by the information. Since I'm the only guy here, I will take the rank of king, Izuku declared, a playful grin on his face. You can decide who will be my queen. After several rounds of rock, paper, scissors, Momo emerged victorious. Izuku playfully placed the mask and helmet on her head like a crown. Meanwhile, Ibra and Himiko were designated as enforcers, while Mina and Kyoko were given the rank of elite. Finally, Kami and Mei are a young blood and an unblooded. Mei approached Izuku with a curious expression. Hey Muscles, can I ask you something? Izuku turned to her, intrigued. What's up, handsome? Call me Mei, she replied with a grin. I was wondering if you would like one of my inventions. The group around them reacted in surprise. Your what? My inventions, Mei clarified, pulling out some drones from her backpack and activating them. Izuku worked hard to keep his friends from reacting too harshly. Oh, by inventions you mean your gadgets? Izuku said, relieved. Exactly. Are they great? Mei asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, they are impressive, but what do you have that is practical? Izuku inquired. Mei rummaged through her pack, pulling out various items until she revealed a set of mechanical arms. This beauty is based on Dr. Octopus. It can help you reach things from a distance and even has a shield for protection. Izuku raised an eyebrow. It's not going to explode on me or take over my mind, right? Mei shook her head vigorously. No, of course not. I would never do anything like that. It's all yours if you let me join you. Izuku glanced back at his friends, who begrudgingly nodded in agreement. You've got a deal. Plus, we can ally with each other. Really? Mei asked, her excitement growing. Yes. You help us, and we'll help you get a sponsorship, Izuku explained. Mei hesitated for a moment, then smiled brightly. I accept. She leaned in and kissed his cheek. Thank you. No problem. Now get suited up, it's almost time for round 2, Izuku said as he walked out of the door. As Mina donned her suit, it transformed, creating a strange yet powerful creature that left the group both scared and amazed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the second task of the sports festival, Maze Runner, Midnight announced. You have 30 minutes to reach the center of the maze, Callie added. However, Seraph and his family have made the walls and floor as hard as diamond, with a reflection spell that makes any attack bounce back at you twice as strong. You can't break through or dig under it. Midnight continued, each team can work together or alone, and you can take points from others if you see fit. Callie then revealed another set of armor, letting out a roar that echoed through the arena. Smoke filled the air, followed by several more roars. Izuku and the girls exchanged glances, some shocked while others cheered. Wait a minute, there are supposed to be 8 of you. Where's the other one? Callie asked. There was an incident, Izuku replied. What kind of incident? Callie pressed. We'll see. Mina, can you come out here? Izuku called, sending out a smoke screen. Kami followed suit with her mist, revealing Mina, who had transformed into a fusion of a predator and a xenomorph. Caesar, watching from the sidelines, exclaimed, well, that wasn't supposed to happen. Should I be worried about her safety or impressed with the fact that she is a Predalien? Predalien? Midnight echoed, intrigued. Yeah, that's what you get when a facehugger infects a predator. They are bigger, stronger, and faster than the human-born xenomorphs. On top of the points they already have, I would add 150 points for the lowest caste, 300 for the elite caste, and 500 for the king, queen, and predalien. Mina, where is your band? Caesar asked, noticing her tail. Mina nodded, rubbing her head against Izuku's. He gently patted her head. Yeah, I know. Just hold on for a little bit. She briefly grasped his hand and took her position on the right-hand side with Kami. Himiko and Ibra took the left, while Mei and Kyoka positioned themselves on the center left, and Izuku and Momo stood on the center right. Ready, steady, go. Midnight and Callie shouted in unison. And with that, the next phase of their adventure began. The bell rang, and all teams surged into the maze, each formulating their strategies. Some fell victim to the traps set by Momo and Mai, while others ventured deeper into the labyrinth. Attempts to rescue trapped teammates often made them easy targets for the predators. Kami enveloped the arena in mist, forcing contestants to confront their fears, while Mina cleverly utilized her knowledge to sneak up on opponents and capture them. Momo, Himiko, Kyoka, and Mei worked together to eliminate as many contestants as possible. Meanwhile, Izuku took out a few competitors before retreating to the safe zone, determined to prevent too many from advancing. He allowed his classmates and one student from the General Studies course to pass, skillfully dodging attacks from Bakugo and Todoroki while pushing them into safety. As the timer ticked down to 5 minutes, all the girls regrouped in the center. Momo and Ibra returned with a girl who had long, straight orange hair and a boy with a metal quirk. As the final seconds counted down, the entryways began to close, and the maze started to collapse. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Great job to all who passed, Caesar announced. Father, may I speak? Marcus asked. Of course, son, Caesar replied. We have 21 participants who passed this round, which is too many for the third task. How about a preliminary round? Marcus suggested. Excellent idea. This time, we'll have a tower filled with false villains. You're free to go, Caesar agreed, creating an opening for everyone to exit. As Izuku entered the locker room to change out of his suit, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Instinctively, he evaded an attack, conjured a sword, and made a quick jab. To his horror, he found Mina standing there, her body limp. He caught her just in time, panic rising within him, until he noticed movement in her chest. With quick jabs, he freed her, and as she emerged, he enveloped her in a tight embrace, tears welling in his eyes. Mina, thank goodness you're alive. I thought I had hurt you, he exclaimed. It's okay, Izzy. I'm free from that suit now. If you hadn't defended yourself, things could have been much worse, she reassured him. He revealed his wings, lifting her off the ground and sharing a brief kiss, which she returned. You know that, he started. I know, but I'm with the one I love, so it doesn't matter, she interrupted. I understand, but we should be cautious. Others might come looking for us, and I don't want them to see you like this. We can have fun together once we're 16 since our birthdays are in the same month, he reminded her. Fine, I'll get dressed, Mina agreed. That's my girl, he said with a smile. What about this? She asked, gesturing to the body. I'll take care of it, he replied, placing the body into his pocket dimension before stepping out of the locker room. As he walked through the hallway, his stomach grumbled ominously. Approaching the entrance, he felt a light touch on his hand. Turning, he saw Himiko smiling at him, followed by the rest of his friends, which eased his nerves. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by a tall tower, where a man with thick black hair and brown eyes stood waiting. Welcome to the preliminary round, the Tower of Terror. You have 50 minutes to reach the top, but beware, some floors contain my fear toxin, sleep gas, and let's call the last one, pleasure spray, along with these gentlemen, he said, gesturing to a group of 50 soldiers and 9 hooded figures. While some contestants looked frightened, others remained confident. And to make things more interesting, look up, he instructed. Everyone's gaze shifted to the top of the tower, where they saw Midnight, Callie, and Eri held captive. Someone help us! Midnight and Callie cried out. Mommy, Daddy, help me! Eri pleaded. Izuku, Callie. Hang on, we're coming, he shouted, pressing buttons on his watch. Who are you? Fake gasp. Izuku, I'm hurt that you forgot me. After all, we've been through so much. Descend, heartless angel, the figure said. As he transformed, a dark purple glow enveloped him, revealing a being with one white feathered wing and a black bat wing, adorned in black and white armor. This shocking transformation left everyone, including Izuku and his friends, speechless. I am the way into the city of woe. I am the way to the forsaken people. I am the way into eternal sorrow. Sacred justice moved my architect. I was raised here by divine omnipotence, primordial love, and ultimate intellect. Only those elements time cannot where were made before me, and beyond time I stand. Abandon all hope, all ye who enter here, he declared. Ishmael, is that you? Izuku and his friends exclaimed in unison. The one and only, but you better hurry because the clock begins now. Go get them, boys. Ishmael commanded. At his signal, his minions charged forward with fierce determination, while Ishmael and his commanders retreated into the tower, dragging Midnight, Kali, and Eri with them. The students rushed forward, ready to fight, when Izuku spotted a container. He leaped up, activating his latest vigilante suit. A flash of light blinded everyone, and as it faded, only Class 1A, the UA staff, the Shield clan, and the Michaelis clan remained calm, realizing that Izuku Midoriya Michaelis was none other than the #1 vigilante, Shinigami. As I put on my mask, let me make this clear. The Shinigami is a kid. I am Shinigami. Me, Izuku Michaelis. The news that Izuku was the vigilante everyone had been searching for spread rapidly, even overshadowing the events involving their upperclassmen. A man in a white and red suit observed from the rooftops overlooking a TV store, a grin spreading across his face. At last, a worthy opponent, he chuckled to himself. I hope we can meet, kid. You are one of the few I can call a true hero. Elsewhere, in an abandoned house, a couple watched the sports festival as the news of Shinigami's identity was revealed. What's so funny, honey? The woman asked. Look at this, he replied, pointing at the screen. She glanced at the video and began to laugh as well. The time has come, hasn't it, my beloved Lord Lazarus? She said. Yes, but first we have a wedding to plan, he responded. And you want her parents to be our guests? She inquired. Naturally. Consider it a form of revenge for giving up on her, he said with a smirk. Always, and then we will do whatever we see fit, she replied. Yes, my queen. We are going to make quite an impact. Meanwhile, in a tavern, a woman watched the events unfold while holding a locket containing a picture of a baby Ishmael and a younger version of Caesar. You have chosen your students well, my lord. Thank you for taking care of our son, she murmured. Your break is over, young lady. The souls are not going to guide themselves, a voice called out. Sorry, Lord Azrael, she replied, snapping back to attention. Adieu. Izuku landed swiftly, drawing Oathkeeper and Oblivion as he pushed the orcs back toward the tower. He broke down the door and stepped inside, followed by his classmates. I think we need to stay together and work as a team. We don't know what is out there, Izuku urged. No way, Deku, I work alone, Bakugo retorted. Sorry, Midoriya, but we don't have time to waste, Shoto added as most of the group rushed up the stairs, leaving Izuku and his team behind. Okay, let's see who we have. Momo, Kyoka, Himiko, Kami, Ibara, Tsu, Uraraka, Ida, Mina, Kirishima, Mei, Miss Kendo, and Mr. Tetsu. If we want to win, we have to work together, Izuku said. I agree, but how? Kendo asked. Momo, can you make us a long rope and some gas masks? Izuku requested. Sure, Zuzu. I understand why you want the gas masks, but what about the rope? Momo replied. We're going to tie ourselves together. I'll go in front, and the rest will follow behind. Himi and Ibara, you take the back since they trust you more than me, Izuku instructed. As you command, Isa Angel, Himiko and Ibara said in unison. Momo created a 30-foot rope and 7 masks as they ascended the stairs, moving toward the room where green mist began to appear. This floor contains my fear toxin, a voice cackled. Here, you will face your worst nightmares. Will you confront them head-on, or will you run and hide like cowards? After the chaos erupted, some people ran away screaming, while others were frozen in fear or attacking blindly. Izuku tied a rope to his wrist, took a deep breath, and stepped inside, followed by the rest of the group. Despite some wearing masks, the gas was too potent to be fully filtered out, causing them to hallucinate. Izuku's friends began to see nightmarish visions. Ibara witnessed her loved ones perish and the cosmos falling into darkness. Mei imagined her inventions being rejected and engulfed in flames. Ochako saw her family business collapsing. Ida experienced the loss of his family and friends right before his eyes. And Izuku himself envisioned his loved ones dying, with all for one taking over Tamura's body. Others faced formidable villains they felt powerless against. As they navigated through the room, they managed to rescue Shoto, Kaminari, and a boy from General Studies. Midoriya, how are you and Yaoyorozu managing to breathe this stuff? Shoto asked, bewildered. Same as Jiro and Ishido? Kaminari added. I can resist it, and since they've spent a lot of time with me, it seems to have rubbed off on them, Izuku explained. Shoto looked worried. Do you think I could end up like my father? Is that what you saw? Izuku inquired. Yeah, but I also saw my brother Tuya. He came back and tried to attack me. Please help me. There's no need to worry, Shoto. It will be over soon. You are not Endeavor. Don't become him. Your quirk is yours, so use both sides of your powers, Izuku reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. They continued moving forward and soon spotted a light at the end of the room, excitement bubbling within them as they heard explosions behind. Bakugo burst into the room, blasting wildly at anything in sight, narrowly avoiding them as he crashed to the ground. You will not be number one before me, Deku. Do you hear me? I will be the greatest hero in the world, and everyone will remember me. Bakugo shouted. Look, the finish line is up ahead, Izuku remarked. In a burst of determination, Bakugo raced out of the room, only to realize he was still trapped in the tower. The rest of the group followed, the doors closing behind them and sealing off those who had failed. Outside, the crowd watched in awe, including the Michaelis family. And that concludes the first round, with only 4 contestants eliminated. Not bad, Caesar commented. Isn't it unfair that Midoriya is wearing his vigilante suit? PM asked. That's not the Revan Knight suit, this is the Revan Knight, Caesar clarified, as an android entered, showcasing the suit's tools and abilities. What he's wearing is just a costume I bought online. He passed using his own power. Miriam added, however, this is just the first level and it's only going to get tougher from here. As the group ascended the stairs to the second level, they stood before the door. Looks like I have some fighters, good. Welcome to the second floor. Let's see who will have their dreams come true and who will leave feeling sluggish, Ishmael announced. Seriously, Ishmael? Izuku replied, exasperated. What? Kids are watching this, including your kid, Ishmael chuckled. You all should take a step back, Izuku warned. No way. I'm going first. Bakugo declared, blasting the door open, revealing a faint, sweet scent. Sleeping gas. Momo and Izuku exclaimed in unison. The non-angels quickly donned their masks, while Momo crafted 2 more for Shoto and Kaminari. Bakugo, feeling dizzy from the gas, struggled to stand until a fan began blowing. As they ventured further inside, the room grew colder, and lullabies played softly in the background. What's the point of this? Shoto asked, confused. I don't know, but I'm sure he wants to see who makes the final cut, Izuku replied. Tsu. Izuku called out as he noticed her struggling. Tsu, stay with us, he urged. I can't. My body is about to go into hibernation, she said, her knees buckling. Izuku rushed to catch her. I'm sorry, everyone, but I'm done, Tsu admitted. Leave the rest to us, Ochako encouraged. Tsuyu Azui, eliminated, a voice announced from a computer. Come on, we need to keep moving, Izuku urged, and they pressed on until they saw a light ahead. However, Kendo passed out before they reached it. Ibra and Tetsu carried her to safety just in time, and even Bakugo barely made it. Not bad. The good news is you have 1 more floor before you can fight me, but the bad news is that it's the toughest one yet. This is your last chance to leave, Ishmael warned. As everyone left the room and ascended the stairs, Izuku paused, plucking a feather and leaving it next to Tsu and Kendo. See you soon, he said softly. Take care, Tsu replied weakly. Win for us, Midoriya, Kendo added. Izuku lifted his mask just enough to reveal half his face, nodded, smiled, and winked before continuing on. Izuku made his way up the stairs where his classmates were already gathered. Ishmael smirked. You don't quit, do you? But your quest ends here. Suddenly, he began to sing, his voice echoing ominously. The door opened, revealing not an empty room but one filled with food, treasures, and roaring crowds cheering their names. Most of the group fell for the illusion instantly, but a few, including Izuku, remained cautious. Shoto turned to them, questioning, Are you coming, Midoriya? Yeah, but not to indulge, Izuku replied. Shoto paused, his expression shifting as realization dawned on him. It's a trap, isn't it? Unfortunately, this. Momo, can you explain? Izuku asked. Momo stepped forward, her voice steady. Erist is longing, spelled backward. Shoto frowned. Well, that complicates things. Momo nodded. What he likely said was, "Behind this door lies your heart's longing." Ishmael chuckled, "Huh. I see why you keep her around, Izuku. She's quite impressive." "Don't be weird about this, Ish," Izuku replied, rolling his eyes. Ishmael continued in a teasing tone, "You can't deny that I'm telling the truth. Besides, she's your mate, and I have no longing to interfere in your life." Izuku sighed. "What are we going to do with him?" Ibra interjected, "It's not our place to tell Angel." "Not our place?" Shoto looked confused. "Can you please tell me who that guy is?" "We'll explain later, but first, we need to get out of here. I assume you longing a happy family?" Izuku said. Shoto hesitated, then spoke quietly. "I don't like to talk about my past, but I'm doing this because I see you as a friend. My father forced my mother to marry him to create a child who could become the #1 hero. He abused her for the slightest inconvenience, and my siblings were neglected because they didn't fit his vision of the perfect child. My oldest brother, Tuya, was killed in a training accident, and my father likely covered it up. I just want my family back and to be happy again." "And you will be soon enough, I swear," Izuku assured him. "But first, we need to go." Shoto nodded and stepped inside with Izuku and the others. Outside, the audience and heroes were shocked by Shoto's revelation, horrified by Endeavor's actions. Endeavor, who had been watching from the stadium, tried to slip away but was stopped by Leah and Isa. "Going somewhere, Uncle Enji?" Leah asked with a challenging tone. Endeavor frowned. "You?" Leah smirked. "Oh, I see how it is. You can't speak to a failure like me who doesn't want to follow your rules, huh? Well, I have a more fulfilling career anyway." She called out, "Zian, we got him." "Okay," Zian replied. Caesar chimed in, "Well done, son." "Thanks, boss," Leah said, determination in her voice. Desai added, "Let's go." Leah grabbed Endeavor, pushing him forward. "Get moving. Get your hands off me, I'm the second hero in Japan." Endeavor protested. "Not anymore," Leah shot back. Caesar and Miriam spoke in unison, "For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light." The Michaelis children echoed, "Nothing is covered up that will not be revealed, or hidden that will not be known." The Michaelis clan concluded, "Therefore whatever you have said in the dark shall be heard in the light, and what you have whispered in private rooms shall be proclaimed on the housetops." Isa added, "In other words, no matter how many times you try to keep your wrongdoing a secret, it will come back to haunt you." Leah finished, "And in this case, it will cost you everything, your agency, your job, your house, the whole 9 yards. Now let's keep moving, you don't want to miss the show." In the room of Ariste, as Izuku and his crew walked through, they witnessed their classmates lost in their own dreams. Izuku removed the document October arms from Mei's back, snapping her out of her trance. He did the same for Shinzo, Kirishima, Tetsutetsu, Ochako Uraraka, and Tenya Ida. Ibara envisioned herself with Izuku and their children in a perfect life. Kami imagined a family with him. Mina saw herself as a professional dancer and hero alongside Izuku. Himiko pictured helping children with villain quirks, supported by her new family. Kyoka dreamed of being a world-famous singer and hero with Izuku. Momo envisioned a good life together with him. Shoto saw his family united and felt joy, seeing Tuya alive and well. Izuku envisioned himself as the greatest hero, leading the Dawn Agency in Japan, surrounded by his family, past, present, and future. But then, he caught a glimpse of a slender, youthful woman with blue eyes and black hair who walked past him and hugged Ishmael. When he blinked, she was gone. "Okay, that was weird," Izuku muttered. Momo turned to him, concerned. "Izu, what happened?" "I'm not sure. One moment, I saw my desired outcome, and the next, I saw a woman who might have been Ishmael's mother," Izuku replied, puzzled. Izuku's heart raced as he shouted, "What did she look like? Where is she? Where did she go?" Caesar placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "Ishmael, calm down. I'm sure he's willing to help us find her. Besides, he doesn't know what she looked like to begin with. It's possible she has a new body now, with little to no memory of her past life. Izuku, keep moving for now, and if you find her before we do, let me know." "Yes, sir," Izuku replied, determination in his voice. "Midoriya." Shoto began, but Izuku cut him off. "Later, Todoroki." "But what about the rest?" Ida asked, concern etched on his face. Mina chimed in, "We might have to leave them. They are too lost in their desires to know the difference." They moved away from the area until a cloud of pinkish-purple mist appeared, causing Izuku and his friends to freeze in place. Deku, what's wrong? Uraraka asked, her eyes wide with worry. Ishmael stepped forward, a smirk on his face. What's wrong is that it's the end of the line for you. This mist is my quirk, Afroburst. It works similarly to Midnight's quirk, but instead of making you fall asleep, it heightens your desires. If you don't believe me, take a look. He projected a video showing the effects of his quirk, and everyone gasped, shocked by the transformation it caused. Who or what are you? Shoto demanded. My name isn't important, but I am a Nephilim, an angel-demon hybrid, Ishmael replied, his grin widening. The group reacted in surprise, all except for those who already knew. Yes, I'm a half-breed. My father is an angel and my mother is a succubus. However, I don't need physical affection to sustain myself. I only require another person's longing to keep me strong. And by the way, 5-minute warning, hurry. Izuku glanced at his friends, and they sprang into action. He and Momo charged into the mist together, shouting, Kamikaze! A powerful gust of wind swept through the room, dispersing the mist. Kyoka and Mina took Ochako by the arms and started running, ensuring she covered her nose and mouth. The rest followed suit, relieved to see that they were safe. Izuku and Momo were the last ones to exit just as the final door shut behind them. But what awaited them wasn't Midnight, Lady Nagant, or Eri, it was the remnants of Ishmael's army and his enforcers. Well, here we go again, Izuku muttered, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. The orcs flooded into the room, surrounding the group. Izuku, we do not have time to waste, Izuku urged, glancing at his friends. Midoriya, you should go ahead, Shoto replied. You're stronger and more experienced with this kind of situation. We'll catch up with you later. Are you sure? Izuku asked, concern etched on his face. Yeah, but don't get yourself killed, Shoto warned. Momo, Hime, and Gaia, you're with me. The rest of you stay here and help them, Izuku instructed. Understood, the group responded. Mei tossed Izuku a pair of cuffs. Hey Muscles, you might need this. As one of the orcs roared and charged forward, Izuku swiftly sent out a black tendril, swatting the orcs away and creating an opening. The 4 teens dashed up the stairs and slammed the door behind them. Turning around, they saw Midnight and Lady Nagant tied up and gagged on the ground. Izuku! Hime! They shouted in unison, rushing to help them. As Izuku knelt to remove the tape from Lady Nagant's mouth, she managed to whisper, "It's a trap." At that moment, 9 phantoms appeared, weapons drawn, blocking their escape. Midoriya, they took Eri, she's on the roof, Callie warned. A voice echoed, but we can't let you pass. You should have stayed dead, Izuku retorted, determination in his eyes. The two groups clashed, Izuku's team gaining ground. Kamul, stall them, commanded a figure in a horned helmet. Yes, Lord Angmar, Kamul replied, stepping forward as one of the phantoms left the room. Izuku's heart raced as he assessed the situation. There's no way we can get past them in time. Then you must go, Momo urged. But Izuku hesitated. Callie, please, this is an order. We can handle it together, you need to save our daughter, Callie insisted. Himiko chimed in, you know you just said that out loud, sis. I don't care, we're in this together, Callie affirmed. All for one, the group echoed. And one for all. Just come back alive, Izuku replied, steeling himself. You bet. You do the same, they promised. No need to worry, Izuku said, activating one for all. Smoke filled the room, obscuring everyone's sight. He performed several squats until his body began to glow. In case I don't make it, I don't need to tell you this, but I love you, all of you, he declared. We love you too, Izuku, they responded. With a fierce determination, Izuku shouted, one for all, F.A. Jean, rocket. He burst through the smoke, bouncing off the walls and charging up the stairs. On the roof, he spotted Eri lying on the ground. Eri, he called out, rushing to her side. Daddy, she replied weakly, her face pale and eyes sunken. What happened? Who did this to you? Izuku asked, panic rising in his chest. With great effort, Eri lifted her arm and pointed behind him. Ishmael and the Witch King appeared, their presence dark and foreboding. The Witch King infected her with the Black Shadow virus, Ishmael revealed. She will be forced to relive her worst nightmares, followed by sweating, chills, muscle spasms, unconsciousness, and ultimately, death. It won't go away as long as I'm here, the Witch King added ominously. You're going to pay for this. Izuku shouted, anger fueling his resolve. Careful now, you don't want to make the same mistake All Might made with All for One, do you? Ishmael taunted. No, I'm not the kind of hero who jumps into battle without a plan. But I need to protect my daughter. Protego Diabolica. Izuku declared, shocking the crowd as he picked Eri up and walked through the flames. Daddy, why didn't we get burned? Eri asked, her voice faint. It protects me, my friends, and my loved ones, and it turns bad people to ashes in seconds. Now get some rest, I will be back. His powers are weak against fire, Izuku reassured her. Okay, Daddy, Eri replied, closing her eyes. He emerged from the flames, standing defiantly before his foes. Bring it on, kid. No holding back, show the world why Seraph and All Might chose you as their protege, Ishmael challenged. I couldn't agree more, Izuku said, letting 100% of One for All flow through him. He entered his celestial form and assumed a fighting stance, the crowd holding their breath as the three prepared to face off. The tension in the air was thick, almost tangible, as Izuku stood illuminated by the ethereal glow of his celestial form. His emerald eyes, filled with fierce determination, were locked onto Ishmael, who mirrored his intensity. Ishmael's gaze scanned Izuku, assessing his strength and resolve, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Very well, Ishmael hissed, his voice a chilling whisper. Let the games begin. With a guttural roar, Ishmael lunged forward, his body a blur of motion as he unleashed a flurry of attacks, fists and feet moving with unnatural speed and precision. But Izuku was equally agile, dancing around Ishmael's strikes with fluid grace, each movement a deadly ballet. One for All surged through him, imbuing his actions with explosive force. He countered with a series of punches and kicks, each strike echoing like thunder. The ground trembled beneath them, dust and debris swirling in the chaos. The Witch King observed the battle with an amused glint in his non-existent eyes, raising a hand. Impressive, but you are merely a fledgling, a spark against the eternal flame, he rasped. With a wave of his hand, the Witch King unleashed a torrent of dark energy, a suffocating wave of shadow that engulfed Izuku. The celestial lights surrounding him flickered, threatening to extinguish. Yet, Izuku refused to yield. He channeled his rage and despair, drawing strength from the memories of those he vowed to protect. One for All surged within him, pushing back against the darkness. He unleashed a devastating punch, a concentrated burst of energy that tore through the shadow, scattering it. Ishmael staggered back, looking at Izuku with renewed respect. You are stronger than I anticipated, Ishmael admitted, and I can see Lord Michaelis taught you well. But you are still outmatched. With a chilling grin, Ishmael vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind Izuku. He aimed a vicious kick at Izuku's head, a move designed to end the fight. But Izuku anticipated the attack. He twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the kick, then spun around to deliver a powerful uppercut that sent Ishmael flying. Ishmael crashed to the ground, coughing and filled with shock and disbelief. He had underestimated Izuku and the raw power of One for All. The Witch King, growing irritated, slammed his staff against the ground. The earth shook, and a wave of dark energy surged forth, engulfing both Izuku and Ishmael. Caught in the blast, Izuku felt pain rack his body as the celestial light around him flickered violently. He gritted his teeth, refusing to succumb. Reaching out with his mind, he connected with Eri, drawing upon her strength and unwavering belief in him. With a surge of newfound power, Izuku pushed back against the dark energy, unleashing a devastating scream that shattered the darkness. The Witch King, enraged, lunged forward, sword raised high. This ends now, he roared. Just then, Eri shouted, Leave my daddy alone. Eri, don't. Izuku called out. Stay out of it, the Witch King commanded, slapping Eri with such force that she was sent flying off the tower. The crowd gasped in horror as Izuku tried to catch her, but she slipped through his fingers, beginning to plummet. Time slowed for both father and daughter as they refused to accept this fate. With a primal roar, two pillars of golden light shone brightly. As the light faded, Izuku stood with larger wings and a strong golden aura, while Eri flew in the air, her horn replaced with two sets of wings. What's the matter? I'm not that intimidating, am I? Izuku asked, surprised. Boy, look behind you. Your daughter is flying, Ishmael replied. Izuku turned around. Eri? Papa! Eri exclaimed. They embraced but quickly returned their focus to the fight. Together they declared, You hurt my daughter, Daddy, now you will pay. Kamehameha. They powered up and attacked in unison. Ishmael dodged, but the Witch King was vaporized in the blast. As the energy dissipated, Ishmael floated back down to face them. Want some more? Izuku challenged. No, I yield, Ishmael admitted. You have succeeded at your task and now I am needed elsewhere. He opened a portal, preparing to step through. Oh, and Lord Michaelis, anyone who passed the room of Ariste passed the test. Noted, Caesar replied. See you around, Izuku. And if you find my mother, let me know. I need to see her, Ishmael said. You got it, Izuku responded. Ishmael stepped through the portal and reappeared in front of a sign that read, Welcome to Damascus. This is where the fun begins. Ready or not, because here I come, he declared. Once upon a time in a bustling city, a group of friends embarked on a thrilling adventure that would change their lives forever. They had faced numerous challenges together, but nothing could prepare them for the journey ahead. As they gathered in their favorite cafe, the air was filled with excitement and anticipation. I can't believe we're finally doing this, Sarah exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yeah, it's about time we put our plan into action, Jake replied, leaning forward with a grin. We've talked about it for so long. Liam, the quiet but thoughtful member of the group, nodded in agreement. We just need to stay focused and work together. If we do that, I know we can succeed. With determination in their hearts, the friends set off on their quest, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Each step brought them closer to their goal, and their bond grew stronger with every obstacle they overcame. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the city, they knew that this was just the beginning of an incredible journey. Together, they would discover the true meaning of friendship and courage, no matter what awaited them in the shadows. And so, they continued on, united in their mission and eager for the adventures that lay ahead.